We are live. We are by ourselves, but we are live. I'll just hang out here for a minute. Do, 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 do. I hope everybody's doing all right. I'm talking to myself. I think we're going up against at least one heavy hitter that I know is also live, but that's all right. That is all right. I see Gilster looks like he's sharing in the Rebels chat. Thank you, Gilly. We're enjoying some coffee. And, oh, and look, Gilster also. Hey, somebody's here. Is that you, Gilly? I knew it was. Let me see if I know how to use this thing. Can I get a 5x5 from the lurker? Let's see, comments, live viewer comments show up on StreamYard. This is an example. Tap on a comment to show it on a screen. Bam! Hello. Who's out there? Show yourself. I've been getting over. Gilster. Let me see. Hello. Hello, my good man. How are you, young sir? You want to see something kind of cool? You're the only one here, so I found this really cool like coloring book thing. I think at Walmart. So while we were watching the Stu's movie trivia, I was doing this. And obviously I'm not finished, but what do you think of that? Oh, hey, we got 5 people up in this motherfucker now. Hello, Gilster and 4 other people. I was just showing Gilster some coloring. Mr. Kane! Hello. Good evening, young sir. I hope you're doing well. Nice to see you. Duffman! I hope you're doing well also. I hope everybody's doing well. I was just showing Gilster some... I like to color because apparently I'm a fucking child. Which I was doing this. I was just watching Stu's movie trivia. Oh, hello, Miss Mary. So, good to see everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Everyone say hello. Post links, Gilster, if you are able to. And good to see you guys. I have a box. I'll wait maybe just a few minutes, but I have a box from Ed at Rebels, Reptiles, and Games. This is a box that he reused, which is, I thought that was really cool. What the fuck is this? You tell me. It's the coloring channel with Lack. No, I'm about to open this box. Already did. Right on. Cool. I'm about to open this box from Ed at RR&G. And I just thought, I just thought I would go live and do it because it's more fun that way. Hello, everyone. Hello. Good to see you. Good to see you. I have what's left of a cup of coffee. And I have a bit of Copenhagen. I have been fucking, man. Look, I was one sick mamma jamma. It's probably the second most sick I've ever been from like the common flu or cold or I don't think it was that. But man, like almost 2 weeks. Motherfucker, I felt like I had been eaten by a wolf and shit over a cliff. Mr. B! Mr. B! Good to see you, young man. Anyway, yeah. I know we're going up against a pretty prominent YouTuber, but I think that they're so incredibly famous that we're not really robbing anybody from. You ever go to chats of people that you know, kind of, and then there's no one in there that you know from our little group? That happens every once in a while. I will not name the channels because why give them free advertising? They have plenty of subs already, but that happens every once in a while, and I just think, does our group, are we lurking in those? I don't know. It's pretty interesting. Anyway, we're going to have some Copenhagen. Smoke them if you got them. Snort it, shoot it. Whatever you fucking do is cool with me, baby. But Mr. B, there's nothing wrong. Yeah, man. I found this. I think this came from Walmart, but it's just like this, and it's just individual pages. Dean at Geekstrong, he always says, make sure you photocopy those before, and Gilster's told me this too, right? But make sure you photocopy that before you color it. And like, I don't have a fucking photocopier. And it's not 1989 where you can just like go to your fucking office, or like nobody has a fucking photocopier anymore, do they? I don't know. But yeah, I got these cool colored pencils. I don't remember where I got these, but these seem to be pretty. Let me see, like Lyra. But they go on pretty smooth. I'm sure you could use that with maybe a little bit of oil or something. But town library, yeah, that's a scanner. Yes, a town library, Mr. B. Yeah, that's actually a good idea. Scanner is not what we're talking about. We're talking about a photocopier. A photocopier. So, without further ado, oh yeah, and it's color. Son of a bitch. Yeah, I think I know where the library is. But anyway, yeah, pretty. Rolando. It's good to see you, Ro. I hope you're doing well. Everybody's Gap. Hello. Everybody sending positive thoughts out to Rolando and anyone else. Also, does anybody know Jedi? Well, formerly Jedi Bill, now Outlaw Bill. Everyone, hey, what's going on, Rex? Everyone, if you get a chance, pop on over to Outlaw Bill's channel whenever you can, and just give him like a fucking thumbs up, and give him a fucking "we love you, man," because Bill's kind of, and we all have fucking problems, and we all fucking need as much positive friendship that we can fucking handle, But and I don't know. Oh, you found a Funko Pop that looks like me. Funny. I'm sure somebody like Gilster or whatever can maybe find Outlaw Bill's channel and drop it in the link. Anyway, he's a cool fucking guy. He's been on YouTube for a long time, and he's just having some issues, and he needs some friendship. So go over there and tell him, that we love him. So yeah, y'all want to open this box? There's 11 people in here. That's crazy. Rex's head is apparently shaped like a Funko Pop. I didn't know that. Anyway, it's good to see everybody. I'm always astonished that anybody would show up, because I don't plan these lives. Nobody, like there's a lot of Lobot. God damn it, sir. It's good to see you, young man. I don't plan all this, you know what I mean? So it's cool that I can just go live and people show up. So I appreciate it. But we've been on for 8 minutes. I have this cool, Rex probably knows a little bit about it, but I got this cool box from our friend Ed. Well, I was going to say from our friend Ed, Rex, but Ed is really all of our friends. He's a wonderful fucking dude. I cannot say enough nice things about Ed. And Mr. Fee, good to see you, young man. And I extend that camaraderie to everyone here. Really, we have a very tight knit community, and I enjoy that. I enjoy that quite a bit. Mr. Fee, everyone, go check out Mike Fee. He's got an awesome channel. Let's open this box. I have my Daniel Boone World War II combat knife. I can't say. God, check out the review to this knife. It is Lobot. Check this out. Lobot, I don't know anybody else's if there would be into it, but Lobot, check this out, man. I know you might have seen this, but check this out. It has the skull crusher. Look at the nice perch belly handle, cross guard. Look at this. Look at the thickness. Look at the thickness, even on the, I wouldn't say it's a reinforced tip, but this is fucking awesome. Really like this knife. Let's get into this box. 13 people here, lucky 13. There's a lot of tape on this prick. So, but let me see if I can't get in here without hurting anything. Lean back a little bit. Is everybody doing all right? If I missed any, oh, I just saw somebody say, Rebels! Hey, Ed! Right on. Subway. I like Subway. I like Subway. Subway is cool shit. The village that I'm from in Alaska just recently got a Subway, which I think is quite ridiculous. Cutting toward me because I'm a pro. Let's take this off. Take that off there. Yeah, my village of Nenana just got a Subway. It's actually in the old courthouse building, which the bigger shock was that there's no courthouse anymore. I don't know if they built a new one. I don't get that kind of news, but when I was younger, I always thought about opening a well, let me back up and tell this quick story because I don't know why we're on this subject, right? But so now I was driving across the country in one of my many times to Alaska. Somewhere in Kansas, I think, right? There was the interstate, and then there was an exit to the center of the interstate, which you don't see very often, right? But there was an exit to the center of the interstate to a McDonald's. And the McDonald's, I can't remember what interstate that is. You'd think I would remember. But the McDonald's was 2 to-go windows on either side and the kitchen, and that was it, right? And it was in the middle of the fucking interstate. And I thought that was one of the coolest, like, what a low maintenance type place, right? And I always thought, man, I should open one of those in Nenana, Lac Siverac. But anyway, I don't know if anybody's ever seen a McDonald's like that. Holy smokes! Oh, righteous. So Ed made me and has sent me one of these before, but I'm so glad to get another one. This is so cool. Let me get this off of here. Could have used this. Awesome. Thank you, young man. Ed's patented box cutter. If I'm missing anybody in the chat, please excuse me. I am doing this on the phone. Let me, Lac Siverac, it says. Just wanted to send you this package of crazy things and to tell you that I frickin' love your channel, bro. Thank you, man. I love your fucking channel, too. From story time to hanging out live, my friend, you are the full package. Hooah! But seriously, you are our family. Me and Blue Eyes and Hayden love you, bro. I love you guys, too, man. I love you guys, too. Thank you for being an amazing, badass, gunslinging, axe-throwing, sledgehammer-wielding, acolyte-despising, but Star Wars-loving, ice cream in one bite, effing son of a lightsaber-battling Alaskan Jedi. Keep doing what you do. Thank you, brother. Wow. Rebels no rules. Ed, that's amazing. Kinder words may not have been said about Lac. Certainly not written down where people could, have to fucking attune to it later. Atone. Man, Ed, I really appreciate this. As Ed always tells me, I will tell you, you didn't have to do this, bro. You did not have to do this. I think it's really cool that you reused the box. That was really neat. And there appears to be a lot of stuff in here. Let's check this out. So we're just going to... What is this? Oh, shnikes. Look at this. Better be careful. Don't want to hurt any cardboard. You might be able to see in the corner there some loose Dick Tracy stuff and some other carded Dick Tracy figures here. Look at this. Oh, man. That is super cool. Me and the missus will get a lot of use out of these. No, I'm not going to open them. We have pink fuzzy ones that we'll use. Look at this. Metal handcuffs with trick lock mechanism. Look at that. That is so cool. Made in Taiwan, Jacksonville, Florida. I'll have to do some research to see what year this could be. Hidden release button and no key needed. Just like real. No key needed. Yeah, Fun Cups. Check that out. Check out that cool art. Very awesome. I wonder what year this is from. That's very neat. That'll go very nicely up there with some of my other Dick Tracy memorabilia. Thank you, Ed. That is awesome. Holy smokes. Let's see. We got some packing material. Let's get rid of that. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Gunslinger. Holy smokes, Ed. Where'd you find this stuff? November 1961. There appears to be a few. Hey, Zombie Hunter. Good to see you, young man. Zombie Hunter, I have a little bit of Australian trivia for you. Do you know who Rodney Ansel is? I know you do. I know you do. You probably used to fucking hang out and drink with him. Uh-oh, hold on. We got an issue here. Let's be careful, 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 lightly. Awesome. We will definitely have to do an individual video going through, like, Super John. Rodney Ansel? Really? You never heard of him? Rodney TJ! Hello! Hello, sweet thing. Good to see you. Rodney Ansel is the real Crocodile Dundee. He's who the whole Crocodile Dundee character was based off of, Rodney Ansel. I can't be the only person that fucking knows that. Check this out. Gunslinger. Searching for smuggled rifles, cord finds a one-way ticket to danger. 1961. Look at this. Sorry about the glare. We will definitely do some individual videos on these. Awesome. God, that's cool. Let's see. Carlton Premiere presents Children of Doom. Wow, look at this. Look at this, you guys. I've never even seen this. Look at that. Oh, this way. Look at that. Can this be tomorrow? It might be today. I'm not really sure. That is so cool. Let's see. Is there it's weird that like comic books go back and forth from having a year to not having a year. And then Ripley's, believe it or not, True Ghost Stories. Look at that. Very cool. Look at that. It's like a very skinny Doc Savage. Thank you, Ed. Wow, these are really cool, man. I don't know if I've ever seen the Gunslinger. Very awesome. Very cool. You know me too well, Ed. Let me find a good flat place to put these where they won't get messed up. Holy Toledo, we got a lot of stuff in here, you guys. Wow, Ed, you didn't have to do this, brother. Rick! Good to see you, Rick. Okay. Check this out, man. Oh, sweet. Look at these. I have seen these. I don't remember if I ever had any of these, but they're the like the cake toppers, I guess they used to call them. Dick Tracy, very cool. 2 of those. Calling Dick Tracy. Calling Dick Tracy. I know Rick was talking about it with somebody, but have y'all seen those Mezco? Well, that's not a thumbs down. That's not a thumbs down. It's a thumbs up. iPhone. Yeah. Very cool. And then we have Madonna. Very cool. Get over here. Very awesome. And then R.G. Armstrong himself. I believe this was his last film. Gilster can probably let me know if that's true or not. But yeah, R.G. Armstrong is the guy who played Pruneface. I think this was his last film. I think it was. R.G. Armstrong was an amazing character actor in a lot. Oh, wow, look, there's more. Very cool. Tracy with his snub-nosed 38. Very awesome. ×2. So we got 2 of those. That's cool. Gosh, Ed, that's really awesome. Yeah, Dick Tracy I always thought was fucking cool. We have Big Boy. And she's got a great ass. That was a different movie, but that was he plays the same guy in every and of course one of my personal favorites, William Forsythe as Flat Top. And I can't remember this guy's name who played. I remember that this is Itchy, but I don't remember the actor that played him. Awesome. These are cool, man. I'm gonna have to extend and expand my Dick Tracy shelf. That shelf. That's awesome, man. Thank you very much. Let's get rid of that. Oh yeah, look at this. We have a Grief. Check. Oh shit, son. We have a Grief Karga. This is pretty cool. These cards are really fucking cool. That is awesome. We will have. I don't know. Should I open that? I guess the card is. I guess we should open that at some point. Look at that. You can see the reflection of John Wayne. Who's that? It's John Wayne. Very cool, man. Very cool. We're going to put this over there. Wow. Oh, look at this. We're definitely going to have to expand the Dick Tracy shelf. Now, look at this. Still with the wrapping on it. Very cool. I never had any of these. What were these, like 8-inch, 10-inch? 10-inch? Look at that. Look at that. Very cool. Oh, I'm not even going to mess with the plastic right now. Oh, okay. Her hands are like folded up. Very cool. Nice soft goods. Look at that. Wow, that's like a real dress material. That's cool. Very awesome. Oh, we're running. I should have decided where to put all this shit before I open this giant box. And then look, we have Dick. Well, his hat came off, but we can put that back on there. Look at that. That's very cool. Super cool. Yeah. Wow. That's awesome. And then a Big Boy who's in extremely good condition. Look at that. Look at that suit. Look at that. BOE! Is the BOE here? God bless you, young man, for showing up. I know I'm going against a real heavy hitter right now, but I've been putting this off for a while. And earlier, our friend Bill was live. I told Ed, I said, I'm going to go live after your Hot Toys show. But then Bill was live, and I was like, well, I'm not going to go live when Bill is live because I don't think we should compete. And then also, I want to watch Bill, right? And then I thought, okay, well, I'm going to go live after Bill. And then Stu had his movie trivia, which I never get to watch. Y'all know that you don't. Mr. Hicks. Yeah, I'm feeling. I still have a little bit, but I'm way better than I was. But you know, y'all don't see me much on the weekend because I usually have the Cubs. And so I never get to see Stu. I do get to catch some of the early stuff, or maybe when there's like a nap time. But on the weekends, I don't get around very much on the tubes, man. Yeah, Boe. I know, I know. Bosk is live. I was trying not to go live when people we knew were live, and I've been putting this off and putting this off, and then I saw he was live, and I thought, well, you know, I don't think I'm going to be taking any of his multi-billions of viewers. So if people want to see Bosk, which Tim has always been super nice to me. He sends me a Christmas card every year. So nice fellow. But I thought, well, you know, I think I've put this off long enough. I'm going to fucking do it. So look at this. But back to Ed's box. Check this out. Look at this Kenner puzzle. Wow. Wow, that's super neat. I've never seen this. 14 by 18. Is there a year on here? 1978. Look at this, Mark. 1978, baby. That's cool. We'll have to daintily, there's tape on the thing, so we won't do any of that now. But we will daintily open this and we will count if there is 140 pieces in here. Yeah, that was Houdini! That was a cool scene. That was one of the few scenes in the special edition. Well, not all of it, right? Because they, I don't know. I was gonna say it's one of the few special edition scenes that was changed that wasn't all fucked up. But I do think the original one was better. But I might be, yeah, pod racing Palpatine. That's right. Disgusting creatures. Greasy. They're greasy. That is cool. 1978. Wow, Ed, that's super cool. Where'd you find that, dude? That is cool. Let me set that over here. Whoa! Look at this, man. Look at this. A HISS tank. Holy Toledo, bro. Are you kidding me? I see some of the other things in here, too. I can't believe you would do that. Very cool. This might get the LAC custom treatment. Very cool. Good to see you, Pod Racing Palps. Hello, Mrs. Long. If I'm missing anyone in the chat, please do not take offense. If there's anybody else, let me go back real quick. I think we're doing... Martin? Oh, hello. Hello, my good sir. How are you? Along and long. Hello. Good to see you. Good to see Palpy and Zombie. Yeah, cool stuff, Ed. Good to see you, Gap. Mrs. Long. Hello. Nice to see you. Oh, I see somebody saying Gwaz. Is Gwaz here? Good to see you. And Rick, good to see you as always. Yes, long time. Here we go. Palps'll name everybody. Hello. Man, 22 people. I cannot believe 22 people would give a shit about what LAC is doing. That's awfully sweet of you guys. It really is. Here we have a tag that came off of something that was size 4. What is that? I don't know. I don't know what that was. And look, we got some Joes. Very cool. Oh, yeah, look at this. I have no idea who that is, but that is cool. And some cool blades up in there, too. Yes. Holy shit, look at this. I've been looking for one of these for a while. And a Crimson Guard. Wow. That's super cool. Thank you very much. Put the sandwich down, Ed, he says. Wow, Ed, that's super. You're too kind, sir. You're too kind. Yeah, I think the Crimson Guard is... I like the Crimson Guard because it reminds me the most of the Red Shadows. Oh, Hin. Oh, Hin is here. Cockle-doodle-doo, young lady. Nice to see you. Yeah, this... If you just kind of look real quick, you know what I mean? Doesn't that remind you of, like, the Red Shadows? You know? And if he had a skull and crossbones on his chest, I think the sword is also very cool. Wow, Ed, thank you. Yeah, I've been wanting a couple of these just to kind of, like, display with my, like, Nick Fury. You know, Nick Fury and Dum Dum need to kick somebody's ass. And then look at this. I had the original when I was a kid. But I got it at, like, a flea market, so it didn't have any armor or whatever. But look at this, man. Battle Cat. That is cool. That is cool. I wonder who could... You know who would look really cool maybe riding a Battle Cat? Would be like a Black Series Gamorrean Guard. Hello, Hin. Yeah, Mr. B, these are cool. Custom time. Mark did a really cool... Blue Harvest Mark did a really cool custom on an Adventure People. He did like a original Han Solo custom. I don't know what the fuck. I'm still under the influence of a lot of NyQuil, but Look at that. Yeah. Yeah, this is cool. There's some cool vehicles in this line too that you can sometimes find at Ollie's. Modern posing retro play. Kind of like Mark. Yeah. Yeah, Mark, you're welcome. That was a fucking your fucking Han Solo Adventure People custom was fucking awesome. Holy smokes. I have to say the nearest and dearest thing to my heart is this amazing letter. Um, that means the world to me. It really does. That's so cool, man. Let me put this blade away so it's not around on this leather couch. I would be in real trouble if something happened to that. The couch, not the knife. One more shot of coffee grounds. So yeah, wow, Ed. Wow. I am taken aback by your generosity. And you know how to pick them, young man. That Gunslinger magazine is the shit. We will definitely have to do a super awesome Geek Show John. Nobody writes you anymore. What? Every night I send him Mark a dick pic and say good night, sweet prince. Lobot thinks that's funny. Ha ha! Prototype. Yeah, okay, that's what I was. Yeah, because the original Star Wars action figure prototypes were made from Adventure People, right? Thank you for. I couldn't think of the word. I'm still muddled a bit. Wow, what a haul, man. This is very cool. I wonder what we'll do with this. I have a couple other customs in the works. They're not to the painting. I generally take something like this, I open it and I set it over there and I look at it for days. And then like a paint scheme kind of comes to me, you know? I very rarely every once in a while, I say, oh, I'd like to paint something like this. But the next thing I do necessarily won't be painted like that because it's not gonna, it won't fit, or it doesn't, the shape is very important, But I could see this. Wow, this is awesome. Wow, Ed. I hope you're enjoying your Subway. What kind of sandwich did you get at Subway? I like a cold tuna fish with bacon on it. But I don't like the bacon cold. It's really hard to tell the fucking people at Subway, no, I want the tuna fish and the bread cold, but I want you to cook the fucking bacon. I don't know how that's not like just an obvious fucking thing to do, but whatever, man. Man, this is cool. So I have my, I'm sure y'all have seen like a lot of my Nick Fury, Howling Commando customs, but so I need somebody for them to be kicking their fucking asses on display. So awesome. I was thinking about getting a couple of these. Zombie is completely grossed out by something, but I'm not sure what, because I'm not paying too close of attention to the chat. My apologies. And yeah, what do y'all think? This definitely a 6-inch Black Series figure would fit on this. I only said Gamorrean Guard because they would both be green, Kind of like to color match that shit. But anyway, yeah. Ed, I am beside myself with your generosity. I said that. There's that's awesome. That's awesome. I don't really have anything much else going on. Let me see if I can do something here without it fucking up. Then let's go. How do I do this? Post a comment. Here is the, let me see if I did this right. Do. I believe that should work. I really don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but there is the link. I don't really have anything else to show. Um, but these are awesome, man. I will have to expand the. Yeah, She-Ra was cool. She-Ra! I showed my daughter She-Ra when she was young. My daughter seems to like John Wayne movies more than anything. And I'm getting them into the X-Men, which I don't know, might be a bit much for them. I don't know. They seem to like it though. My kids are the link is in the chat. Let me know if that is actually working or whatever. And if you got a few minutes to kill. Oh, well, I think we've all seen Mark's Fanny. That's his aunt, right? Paint the Battle Cat red and put Darth Maul on him. Oh yeah, I could see that. I could see that. Yeah, and do just like I saw somebody the other day, right? They had that Triceratops. I did a whole line of link is in there. Yeah, we'll hop on, Rick or anybody who wants to bullshit for a little bit. But yeah, I could see that. I don't have a Darth Maul. Oh, look, we have a guest. Who is it? Oh, it's Ed.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing fucking fantastic. How was your Subway?
I'm getting ready to eat it now. We just
Well,
messing up.
hey, Blue Eyes.
Hi.
Nice to see you. I got one more guest.
Subway when we get in the house. We just grabbed it and going to bring it home and eat it and smash it to it.
Right
I just wanted to. Oh man, I'm losing you. I think it's my internet.
I think it's you. Everything looks cool here.
Hey guys, how you going?
I just wanted to tell you, man. I hope you enjoy everything. I appreciate your friendship. Love you, brother. Great stream. I've been listening to it.
Man, I appreciate it, Ed. There are not words. You know that. I love you, man.
All right. Take care, man. Love you too. I'm gonna hop off here.
All right, take care, brother. Bye.
Bye, buddy.
Yeah.
Bye.
What's up, zombie?
Oh, not much, man. I just woke up and yeah, I'm still laying in bed. It's still like 7 a.m. Not even 7 a.m. here now.
Oh, yeah,
So-
7 a.m. on a Sunday, so no church, I guess.
No, Monday.
Oh, it's Monday.
We're in the
7 a.m.
future.
on a Monday. And you are in the future. I forgot about that. I just seen PGM on Stu's, and it was extremely early for him.
Yeah, because he's even a couple of hours ahead of me.
Oh,
So,
is he?
Yeah, because he's in New Zealand, so they're a couple of hours ahead.
Hey!
Good
I seen that.
Ah, damn.
Are you doing well? Are you doing well, Mark?
I was, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm not too bad, man.
Good.
Not bad.
Good.
You're looking sleek, like a baby seal.
Yeah. Oh, I've got so much stuff around at the moment.
You got a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, there's a Tracy Island there. I've got a super
Look at
strike
this
in
guy.
there. I've got just boxes of stuff.
Mr. BOE. Hello.
Hey,
Yeah.
what's going on, man?
Hey,
Good to see
Lack.
you.
Hey, everybody.
Boxes of Action Force.
Oh,
Hi,
goodness.
Lack.
Hey, BOE. How are
I'm
you?
using my phone, so.
5 Batmobiles.
Hey, Cap.
Hey, zombie.
Hey!
I'm on the
BOE.
phone too, so it's all approved. Nice. Is that the popcorn bucket?
That's the popcorn bucket.
Yeah, that looks cool.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
that
going
is-
to gaps here.
And I don't know if you can see this, but this
Love you,
is
Gap.
this is a lenticular cup, and it's got all the Batman logos and all the Batmobiles from
Oh, wow.
85 years.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that is cool. I think was that Dean's channel. I think I saw that the first time, right?
Yeah, and then, of course, I have the Alien Romulus
Oh
popcorn
yeah,
bucket.
that's pretty cool. I could see making like a body for that, of some
You know,
kind.
seriously, right? Because see the neck back right there. You could attach it to the neck. But yeah, I've been going popcorn crazy, and here's a little bit of my collection.
That's
Oh,
my Han
awesome.
Solo custom.
Yeah, that is awesome. You featured that on the channel, right, Mark? Not yet.
Not yet. I've
That is
just been going
excellent.
through my Batmobiles. I'm throwing them all over the floor.
How are you, BOE? Long time no see.
Okay, yeah. Good.
I've been enjoying your long hikes in the wilderness pictures.
Yeah.
All my Batmobiles.
Very
I've got
cool.
another one coming tomorrow as well.
Very cool.
Yeah. I saw your comment about the pike fish.
Oh yeah,
It's the first time I've ever seen one.
really?
Yeah.
I wonder if it's I wonder if it's like a natural thing over there. Or maybe I don't know how it would get there if it wasn't. But
It was a canal.
really,
Yeah, it's canal.
Interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of people fish along that canal.
mm-hmm.
I cycled along it. It was quite good fun.
Yeah.
Anybody-
We have those fish in Alaska. They're called the water wolf. They're very vicious.
Yeah.
Yeah, very vicious.
They look they look like a face hugger.
Yeah.
No.
This
Yeah.
one- this
Well,
one's
kind
a-
of.
This one was about 12 inches long, I'd say.
Wow, that's not a bad one. That is one of the best eating fish that I've ever had, and at least freshwater fish. It's real white meat. It's a lot like halibut, if you've ever had halibut, which of course is like a delicacy, I think, most everywhere in the Western world.
Unfortunately, I'm not much of a fish lover.
Yeah.
I can
Yeah,
barely
I'm
manage
just-
a fish finger.
Oh, really? Well,
Yeah,
then you might
I
not like it.
thought
I'm a very fussy eater, so
Oh, are you no fish and chips for BOE, huh?
it'd just be the chips.
Yeah, just the chips.
With just salt, no gravy. You know how ZSR goes on about gravy and stuff like that.
Mhm. Well, that was my next question: mayonnaise or gravy? But I just salt.
Salt. Baked beans. I love chips and baked beans.
Oh, right on. How very erudite.
Mm.
That's awesome. Yeah, I was surprised to see that. I didn't know y'all. I'm sure they have them in Russia. You know, Alaska and Russia share quite a bit of flora and
Yeah.
fauna. So,
No, I think we do get big pike in rivers and stuff like
wow, that's neat.
that.
Yeah, that was a surprise. That's like I said, it made me think of home. So I zoned in right away. I was like, that's a fucking pike.
Yeah.
Oh, very
Yeah.
cool, Mark.
That's coming your way.
Lack, what is it? Oh, what is it?
It's a wall hanging piece of artwork. It's like a John Wayne memorabilia.
Looks very realistic.
What is that
doesn't it?
island, Lack, off of Alaska that's halfway to Russia?
Oh, is it Little Diomede? I think that's
Yeah, and they were saying that if you come from the other side to there's a 3-hour difference just crossing that line.
Oh, I don't know what the time change is there, but I could see that. I can see that. I'm only like an hour away from a time change, so it's weird to just be on that close to that line. Makes no sense,
It's not a real gun.
Right. That's from the Bradford Exchange, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it
used
looks
to
very authentic.
Yeah, it's very cool. I've only ever seen a couple of those, usually in like themed restaurants. But I used to get that Bradford Exchange magazine all the time,
Yeah.
so I did recognize it. That's cool.
Yeah, I saw it. I thought I'll get that for him.
Well, I appreciate that, young man.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
You're a good friend.
I
you
want to
too,
get
man.
the Long Ranger.
The what?
I want to get the Long Ranger horse and action figure.
Oh yeah,
Silver.
the
Well, the-
vintage one.
The Mego. Did Migo?
Yeah, Migo did one.
Mm.
And then there was a new line from that Johnny Depp movie.
Yeah, they're quite sought after actually. Them.
Yeah, I can imagine. It's good stuff. It was pretty funny, pretty enjoyable.
There's actually is there a smaller
Yeah,
Migo as well?
there is.
I mean,
There
about
is,
80,
yeah.
1980, yeah.
Then I don't know. I think Figure Hacks also did the Lone Ranger recently, which I'm not
There's
sure.
one
what
in the
scale-
late 80s, early 80s, I think. Remco. Or
Yeah,
something
about
like
80,
that.
wasn't it? It was
Yeah.
about the time like Black Hole and Star Trek, the Migo were doing all those little
Yeah.
figures. They did the Butch and Sundance. You did because that was Kenner, wasn't it? That was Kenner.
Oh yeah, but
Because
not.
they used them
Yeah.
in the Indiana Jones line. They'd reused everything, did Kenner? Didn't they?
But that wasn't like from the Newman Redford film. That was like the Legends of the West type line, right? Or whatever it's called.
I'm not sure. I don't know if it was. It might have been actually.
Yeah. I don't know if it was based on the film necessarily. Hey,
I lost
Gap is having
We
satellite
lost Gap.
interruptions. But yeah, man, it's good to see you guys, man. That's super cool. It's super cool. Always a pleasure to see BOE, the goat, as
I
these
think it's the
called.
first time we've been on.
Yeah.
Oh, have we been on the
The
live
OG?
stream together before?
We have one time, and I cannot for the life of me remember where it was.
Oh,
It might have been maybe Shabby's, or I'm trying to think. Gosh, I can't remember, but it's been probably a couple years.
oh wow.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've been on the same
Yeah.
live stream.
Yeah. Me and Mark used to have a fairly successful show there
Yeah.
for a while, but life gets in the, life schedules change and
Mm.
it becomes a hassle sometimes.
Well, I really enjoyed it when you were with that other guy talking about the westerns. That was really good.
Oh, with Rex.
Yeah, that was brilliant.
Yeah. Rex is a super cool cat.
Mhm.
Yeah. He's one of the few, and he's, he's probably, I wouldn't dare to guess how old he is, but I know he's probably quite a bit older than all of us, really.
Yeah.
But because there's not too many people that you can start discussing that long ago of pop culture with, but Rex is definitely one of them, man. Super cool cat. And he's doing a comic book, and I did a tier page helping him fund it.
Cool.
And I can't remember what the level was called, but he's going to draw me in on a panel. So I'm pretty excited about that. That should be fun.
I think you should invite TJ on. Definitely.
I can have the link is in the chat, so by all
And
means.
if Hen's still here as well.
Oh yeah, well they're two.
I know how you feel about her.
Oh, I love him. Yeah, I love him, and she knows that.
Mm.
Well, yeah, you don't get a lot of. Me and PJM used to do a lot of good, kind of like older Western and older pop culture.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's not very many people. That I was just watching Stu's quiz. Yeah, and then
yeah.
once it gets to a certain era, it's like nobody has nobody got the Boris Karloff question.
I got that. Yeah.
I got that too.
Classic.
I immediately put in the chat the same actor who played Gruesome in Dick Tracy, which is, I don't know what year that was, but it was probably 47, something like that. The old Dick Tracy serial.
Yeah.
And yeah,
I'm
that
sure we
was.
got that over here.
I get to see it on Amazon Prime here. That's about the only. That's one of the.
Yeah,
top.
they sell a lot of old serials on Amazon.
Man, that's like the top place
The
to
Flash
watch.
Gordons. Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, and the Phantom. I've been watching the Phantom on there.
King of the Rocket Man. Is that on there?
Hold on, I just hit the wrong button here. Boom. Hello, TJ.
Hey.
Wrong buttons already. Jesus Christ, how many of you?
Well,
Don't be touching the buttons.
I'm not as professional as some of y'all.
Have you seen my latest footage?
I thought it was great. I definitely saw your toy hunt. You're on the end of Mark's.
Really?
And you said,
I've been calling Blue out for flipping moving his head too fast, left, right, and centre, giving me vertigo and all kinds.
Yes.
And then
yeah.
I see
Made
that,
me
and
laugh,
oh my god, it's like vertigo on coffee. Jesus.
You can't help it.
Well, the spy glasses are definitely a nice touch.
Well,
But you have to. I'm sure you've noticed that, right? But you have to look down a little further.
The thing is, no, it films vertically because it's meta. It's meta, so it's meant for Facebook and Instagram. Like TikTok, it films. It doesn't. It doesn't go horizontal. So you've got to crop it.
It's a shame you have to resort to that
extra bit of editing when you're going through it. You see, to move it up and down.
Do you feel like David Nevin or Roger Moore when you're in there with your spy glasses?
no, I've actually got a theory on that.
What's that?
I think I am going to go in with my DJI. I'm going to try a theory out. Because Blue is a man with a camera in a toy shop. And I think I will not get us stopped as abruptly.
Right.
I absolutely. When I was watching your bit of that toy hunt on his channel, that's the first thing I said. Well, nobody's gonna say anything to TJ, you know. So I would definitely agree with you. I think your theory is extremely sound.
It's wrong. It is downright wrong, because Blue might have grandchildren that live in America. Right, and he's videoing what's on sale in the shop to his son and daughter-in-law or whatever to see what he should buy. That's I'm in the shop. This is what we've got. What do you want me to get them? So they're missing out on a sale straight away. Whereas I can go, I think, I don't know, but I think I can go into a shop with a camera and go, right, well, this is what we've got in the shop. What are we looking at? And they'll say, what are you recording? I'll go, I'm just recording this so I can show it to my grandson.
Well, that's it. I don't like to be dishonest, so I could say that I'm filming for myself, but obviously I'm not. So I don't really want to go down that avenue. I want to be honest with people.
Right, I mean, you're already wearing spy glasses. I don't think that would be
well, you know, did you see the bit where the woman said it's me again?
Yeah.
I don't know if you caught that because it was going, it only records for 3 minutes. So there was a bit where she walked past me and went, "Oh, sorry," and I went, "No, it's all right." And then she went, "Oh, it's me again." Now I don't know if she knows I had glasses, camera glasses on or not. But why would she said, "Oh, I'm sorry about that"? Because she literally walked right in front of me.
See, I've never had any trouble in Entertainer. Mind you, saying that, I've never had any trouble anywhere up until this year, basically. It's everywhere now. They tell me to stop filming everywhere. And I've had no trouble for 4 or 5 years. I don't know why this year it's suddenly changed. But
I did get called out for following 2 girls, though.
Uh-oh.
You know the short I put up?
Yeah.
Somebody commented on it. Why are you creeping on them girls? That's just wrong.
Mark edits all those parts out of his videos, which is good because if his eyes are just focused on that lady's bum all the whole video, we'll figure it out.
That's the only downside from having glasses, because you're filming what you can see, as opposed to the camera where you can film over there and you're looking over there.
That's why those are edited and not live.
I definitely noticed a lot of toy hunts. You know, you can tell someone shows up and the camera gets much closer to the products. You know, you can tell that all of a sudden whoever's doing the camera goes real close.
Yeah.
And I know Gary is very conscious about that. You know, if you watch his toy hunts, he goes,
Yeah,
"Oh,
he's-
there's
Gary
20
kind
of
of
them.
whispers, right?
We'll wait it out."
Yeah.
You know.
Gary's in Target kind of
I don't
whispering.
care.
Like, here's Batman.
I've got glasses
Yeah.
on. I've
And
got glasses
Dino's
on.
like
I record it,
Dino's
and I'm
like
talking to
inviting like
myself.
strangers, customers, and sales staff to be in his videos and stuff, which is
Right.
it's just awesome.
Right. Yeah, that's like the two ways to do it, right? The spy glasses,
good idea.
or we're gonna pretend like we're from Channel 6, and we're gonna be overly.
It is funny and fun, entertaining for us as watchers to see the differences between like Mark's toy hunts in the part of the UK he's in, and then G-Force going on like a 39 store toy hunt across 3 straight state lines, and you know, and nobody giving anyone any slack for nothing except Mark when he goes into like, you know,
Charity
the
shop.
charity shops with all the grandmas and stuff like that, and
Mhm.
who are, you know, don't even know what a digital camera is to begin with, like for the most part. Like, so it is funny, but it's I do get it. I've never been called out for whipping out my phone in GameStop or Walmart or Toys R Us, because if anything, you're giving them a little bit of free advertising,
Mhm.
unless your purpose to go in there is like, look at this place, it's a freaking ripoff, and I'd never shop like
Yeah,
that.
well,
That's why
independent stores. You're all right with independent stores. I mean, I've got the gimbal for my camera.
yeah, if I was to walk
going
around
in
with
with
a
us.
big gimbal
Yeah,
like that,
we'll get
they
stopped.
would all tell me to stop filming.
Mhm.
I get stopped.
I'm just letting you know, like that's what would happen if I had a big gimbal and a big
Oh,
harness on my helmet, and you know, like lighting crews behind me. They're like, "Well, what's going on here? Like, what? Do you have permission to be filming like in this place?"
See,
Like, so
I live in
get it.
I live in a city where everybody's in your face anyway. So if I was to walk around with a camera, they'd all be jumping in front of me.
Mhm.
Yeah. It depends. If you're like, I'm in a big city in Canada too. Like it's all kids on their social media and making TikToks. You know, whatever, wherever they're at, the mall, the beach, the park, the bus stop. Like, and Mark's in a little, I'll call it a smaller town. So it's, you know, I'm sure you don't have as many teenagers running around on electric scooters and like, I don't know. I'm sure there's a little bit of difference between a big town and a small town.
Yeah, there's not enough space in my city because I run a little so and so's over. There's actually video evidence of me very nearly running one over.
Yeah.
Well, I have a question for everybody. Does anybody ever run into any other toy hunters, whether they're obviously adult collectors or also taking pictures or videos?
Yeah, I've met a couple local guys, local collectors.
Yeah, when I go down to Cosmic Toys, there's always somebody, YouTuber there, and there's at least 2 every time I go.
Yeah. And I know at Cosmic Toys it's usually other YouTubers, right?
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
I've only run into a couple, and I try to talk to them, but like it's like they always look like they're caught, you know, as being like an adult, and and like when they're you know, if they're 40 or 50, they're not as suspicious, but when they get into that like 25 to 38 range, they get very, you know, self-conscious.
Nervous,
And I see guys over there, they're like getting something off the shelf, and it looks like they're maybe taking pictures, maybe for a friend or whatever, but they're obviously toy hunting. And I always try to say, "Hey, how's it going? What you looking for?" You know, and like nobody, very rarely does somebody like engage back. You know, they're just like,
That's because they're scared of
Probably
you.
through your channel.
Not as much in like in stores or shopping areas, but like when I go to the toy shows, like annually, we have a couple a year big toy shows, and a couple people recognize me, like, "Hey, Left Coast Rick," and I've met people that way, which is fun because, like, you know, I have 8 videos and 13 subscribers, and it's weird that people would recognize you for the community that you're in with the toys and artwork and whatnot. But it's fun.
I have never narked on anyone in my life.
Well, there might be, very, very slim it might be if I allow it. There might be a collaboratory video going up in November.
Oh, awesome.
Mightn't there, Blue?
Ooh.
I hope so. I hope so. Zombie, what did you say earlier? You said because I'm what?
They're probably scared of you. That's probably why.
Oh no. No.
It's
I
usually
don't-
wearing like a bear skull as a hat.
Yeah, on my face like General Kale.
Walking into the Walmart.
No, I have to say I try because I've had different issues, you know, but I try to be overly nice because I do get that sometimes. I do get that like accusatory vibe, you know, and but you know, I'm not like that, you know, unless provoked.
To be fair, Lack, when we first met you in the YouTube's kind of space, when you introduced yourselves and joined all of our chats and all that, you were literally wearing like a knight in armor, like a helmet and like we could see like your eyes, and we're like, ooh, what is this guy larping on our show? But in my community where I live, I haven't seen him in a couple of years, but I saw this guy on a weekly basis, whether it's at the mall, walking down the street, a big guy, like a couple of years older than me, in full, like, wearing bears, like, looked like he was right out of the, you know, Lord of the Rings or, you know, any of those medieval TV shows, like wearing, like, fur and, like, you know, like a bag that's made out of, like, seal skin or whatever. Like, it's weird. Like, he obviously had, you know, an issue or something, or that was just a weirdly.
Oh, I think we should all do
weird style.
I wear my custom-made bell bottoms, and I put, you know, I think we should all be, you know, the future is now. Remember all those like '80s movies, like The Warriors and shit, and everybody's like, why are we not dressing like that? I think it's ridiculous.
It won't be long.
We should all be individual.
In the apocalypse, that's the first
Because
uniform everyone's gonna wear.
some of us have a respectable office job and we can't dress like that.
Well, I could see that if there's like a professionalism, but I'm sure everyone else on the screen, except for yourself, TJ, probably don't have that problem.
You got to remember that too. This generation doesn't really know how to have a conversation with real people as well. They're mainly on their phones, texting and stuff like that. So
I guess that is
another thing.
Yeah, sad, isn't it?
We have school starts, like, I guess Tuesday here, like after the Labor Day weekend. It's kind of when it's always been here in Canada. And a new thing that's starting like Tuesday here in British Columbia, where I live, is like the kids' phones in the high schools and junior high school, they won't work. They're gonna not be able to use them while they're in school.
Oh, they have like an EMP advice.
Whatever it is, it's a new thing in Canada, in part of Canada now, that, you know, it's weird. I don't like being the first and stuff, and that's probably one of the things. Like, so that's, you know, like, what if your mom's calling you? It's emergency. You know, your dad's in the hospital, and, you know,
Because there's a landline.
Well, they can always ring the school, can't they? So
no, I get it. Like, because it's not an issue I had when I was in school. Like, there was one kid that had a cell phone. That's because his, you know, his mom worked for the phone company, and that's when those big bricks came out. You know.
Yeah.
Well, we didn't have to deal with that. Like, we had beepers.
Yeah, that was only an issue as the end of my schooling happened. And people knew not to be, you know, it was just like chewing in class or smoking like, you knew not to get caught with them. So, you know, and if you did, you would get, at least it would be taken away. You know, there usually wasn't like you know, you wouldn't get in real trouble, because of course you can't get in real trouble anymore from the school.
Yeah, how all kids don't get straight A's now in everything they do in school. Like, they all literally have like internet on their wrist or in their pocket.
Yeah. Well, long after I was out of school, I was.
We had to like write on our palm of our hands to cheat.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember that. Long after I was out of school, I was the maintenance man at a school district in Alaska, and they were starting to get these. They were like iPads, you know, and they had these big machines that they charged them in and stuff, and like, but a lot of the younger kids, like, that's how they were doing all their work, you know. And then of course now, like the last time I did college work, the teacher did nothing where I was at. You know, they said, here's the website and here's your lessons, and you submit it. you know, and then of course the computer would grade it. And the first thing I thought, well, why the fuck are we paying this person to teach us? Because they're not. And I don't know if it's like that everywhere, but it's interesting how it became a big thing, and then now, like where Rick lives, they're saying, okay, now your phone's not going to work, you know. Whereas
it just popped up in the news like over the past week. So like, here's surprise, kids. Now that y'all just got your brand new, you know, iPhone 15s or whatever, like.
I'd like to take 1 second to have a special hello to Boba Hicks, good friend of mine.
Hey.
The first person to ever officially call me a YouTube influencer. And so for that, he will ever hold a special place in my heart. I must say that. Never been called that. And I've only been approached one time in public. I was at a restaurant. Now, of course, I have fans for all sorts of reasons, but this guy comes up to me. And I can't remember what he said his name was. He said, John Tierney, I've seen all your stuff. You're the fucking greatest, man. And he shook my hand and he ran off. And everybody I was with, they said, who was that and what was that about? And I said, well, I can't really tell you because I really didn't know. Maybe that's just something the guy says to, you know, cool looking dudes. I don't know. But I'm sure BOE gets recognized all over, right? You're all around all the time.
Just a couple of times. I was at a Star Wars event in Croydon, and some guy came up to me and said, "Oh, you're the blacked out Ewoks." I said, "Yeah." So, and he said, I like what you do and all that sort of stuff. And then the last time I was in Sandown Park, I'm going again on this Saturday, I think.
Nice.
A guy came up to me. I mean, because there's quite a lot of us meet up there anyhow. Stu and Adam and a few others, and a guy came up to me and said, "Oh, you on ZSR wearing that Russian helmet and reading that speech?" And he said, "Oh, yeah, I like your stuff." So,
oh man,
yeah,
that's awesome. There's a guy. Oh gosh, he's with the Sarlacc Digest, which I think Rick knows who that is. I think I've seen you in there a few times.
Yeah.
What's his name? Scott Solo.
I believe it's Scott.
Yeah, Scott. He has cards printed up with his channel, Sarlacc Digest, like professional business cards, with the little thing you take a picture of with your phone and shit. And when he goes toy hunting, he slides his card. Yeah, whatever that thing's called that Mark has.
Scan it.
So he has this professional business card. YouTube, Instagram, Sarlacc Digest, Star Wars community, whatever it says on it, with the scan thing. And when he goes toy hunting, he slides his cards in all of the Star Wars toy boxes.
That's pretty cool.
And get
more.
Now, don't give me ideas.
No, that's pretty brilliant, I thought.
Yeah.
Can I just go back to the walking around with furs?
Absolutely.
Yes, please. Often.
Wearing furs.
Bam. Hello, Rum. Are we going back to fur wearing?
Salacious.
Have a look at the picture.
I don't even know if I know how to do this. What am I doing?
You're bringing up that picture like you bring up a guest.
Oh, okay. Let me see. Oh, okay. Did I do it?
No.
Present.
Send it one more
You're on
time.
your phone, aren't you?
Okay, and then add to stage. Bam! I did it.
There we go.
Yes. Hello. Who is that? I mean, I guess they have their face out, but I mean, is that you, TJ?
Yeah.
Wow. I don't think I can say anything that's not inappropriate. I'm sorry.
that chainmail, right? That chainmail skirt and top. You know the ring pulls off a can of beer and a can of pop?
Mm-hmm.
That's what that's made out of.
Oh, I was going to ask you what that is.
Christ.
Don't worry, like Rum, he'll say something for you.
Yeah, Rum will say it.
I needed a couple more because it doesn't fit me now. And you can't sit down in it because it just breaks.
Well, when I come over to visit y'all's country, I'm sure we can make some tops for you. It's open.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, I've seen some videos of people making like real chainmail and all that stuff. Like it's quite the amazing experience. Like if you think about how they did that, hundreds and hundreds of years ago,
Oh,
and
yeah.
how people, artisans, will still do it the exact same technique, right? The same way, and it'll still take them, 6 years to make a vest, or however long it takes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the thing is, it weighs a ton. I mean, mine was aluminium ring pulls, and when you've got all that, it started weighing. It's like, oh my god. That's how you know, yeah.
Yeah, I follow a channel called Scholar Gladiatoria, and he goes through a lot of. Also, Todd's Workshop. BOE might be familiar with some of these guys. I know that they live in the big city down there, but they do a lot of historical European martial arts, HEMA, and they go through a lot of like showing how chainmail is actually made and armor and different stuff. And it's I've done a little bit of blacksmithing, but never to that extent.
I mean, if you watch the Lord of the Rings, the documentaries from the DVDs or Blu-rays, they show you how they use plastic to make the rings. And a couple of guys just doing that the whole time, just gluing the plastic rings together to make the chain mail.
When you've got your ring pull, it's got two little holes on it. So I would snip one hole open and then clip it into. I have to bend it slightly to clip it through two at the bottom, and I'd go along like that. So that the top square one would be the one I would clip, so that it would have the circular one hanging underneath, and just went round and round and round and round and round.
And I know traditionally there's two different construction methods, and one traditionally is exactly what you're talking about, TJ, is that's called split ring, and then the other method is riveted, and so they would use a flat piece, and then they would actually be individually riveted together, and that the kings and the lords and people who had much more money to spend on their chainmail, that was their preferred method. So, all right, Zombie. But to think of just working with those small rings is one thing, butting them up against each other. But to think of using like that same size and then it being then riveted individually is quite the
task.
The exercise in patience, I would imagine.
Well, I think the exercise in patience is actually making them.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, absolutely.
It's a tiny little rings to start with.
Mm-hmm. I know a lot of the nowadays, depending on what gauge they want to use, they'll usually use a lathe. They'll put a mandrel on a lathe, and then they will be able to spin their wire and then come back and cut them off, So there's a few things, and I'm sure even in medieval times, to have a spindle that turned isn't necessarily that far-fetched of technology even in those days, right? But
it's crazy. You can 3D print chainmail now, like whatever you print, and you can lift it up and it'll be all individual links and everything. Like that's the technology is there now for that kind of stuff. It's and I'm sure the technology is even there now for that to be 3D printed in a metal or a steel or an alloy or
Yeah, they have that. That's one of the newest. That's one of the newest breakthroughs in machining. I am a trained machinist, and machining was my big thing for a long time, manual and CNC. But that is the new thing. They have a 3D printer. They used to be able to print in a metal, but then it would have to be hardened. But now they can print in a certain hardness that can be machined and used without being tempered. And that'll be the new revolutionary thing for space. Like Musk, he's working on him and another company that he doesn't own the majority of. They're trying to build a large milling machine and 3D printing machine that they can then put into orbit.
Yeah, put it on the moon or whatever.
Right. So, well, they want to put it in orbit. So all the shit that we're building here and then sending, we can now just build it there, right? And save all the hours and save the money of trying to launch all these things. But yeah, that's going to be the new 3D printing in steel that then can be machined directly afterwards. And
Our
of course,
kids will love it.
Oh, it's going to be amazing. And the machining process, because you can 3D print it, right? It's very minimal because you can print just about everything. You still have to machine threads. They haven't really. You can't 3D print threads to the accuracy that is needed in like aerospace or even medical things, But they can get pretty close.
My good buddy, was posting a picture last week. He was traveling from like Bali back to Malaysia. He lives over in Malaysia now, and he's like, "What's going on out in the wing?" Right? He sees these guys working on the wing, and then when he goes on the plane and he takes a picture out of the wing, they were putting duct tape.
Oh yeah,
they were literally putting duct tape like on the wing, and he's like, "Oh shit."
Like, yeah.
Wish me luck.
You see that a lot when you go to Alaska Airlines.
I would be getting off any plane where I saw dudes out there applying duct tape to the plane. Like I'm like, I'll take the next one. I'm good.
I've seen motorbikes held together by duct tape.
Yeah, I would ride a motorbike held together by duct tape before I would be on a plane being held together by duct tape. 30,000.
So you want the plane without the duct tape, then?
That's the one, yeah.
When I was working in Alaska, and the group I was with had just got off a plane from the same plane, and I can't remember where the other plane was coming from, but the same airport, and the Alaska Airlines, the door came off in flight.
No.
Man, like at 36,000 feet, the door they didn't latch it right or whatever.
The last time I was on a plane, 2018, going to Chicago, one of the planes, whether it's going there or coming back, it still had ashtrays.
Oh, yeah.
And then the time before I flew, which was in my childhood, 84, 85, you could smoke on the planes. Like the ashtrays were used. It still just boggles my mind, like how things change. Like let's say every 10 years, but every 20 years.
I'm smoking.
And every 20 years from now, like what's going to be the thing that we're talking back? Oh, remember 20 years ago when you could 3D printed plastic? Oh,
yeah.
Those were the days. And it took like 24 hours because it'll take 8 minutes in the future, right? To 3D print like your house.
Well, I know as far as planes, and I don't take full credit for it, but me and some of my friends over the years have definitely been the reason. Now, when you get on a plane, when they give you the speech, no smoking, they now say no use of tobacco.
Or marijuana.
Right, or vaping or whatever. But we used to be a lot of us chew, and a lot of us had mothers and sisters and stuff, and like it was always polite to use something that you couldn't see inside, like no clear plastic Coke bottles or something. But it was always, we would just chew on the plane. And this was before you could get thrown off of a plane extremely easy. But I know I had to go round and round with some flight attendants. Of course, I think we called them stewardesses back then. But they said, "Oh, you can't do that." And I said, "Nowhere on here does it say no chewing or no tobacco. It says no smoking." I said, "I'm not smoking." But now when you get on a plane, there is a whole added part of that speech that talks about chewing.
No e-cigs, no vaping, no, there's all the different levels.
Does it say no being a dog? Does it say no being an idiot?
Nope.
No.
So it's not covering all the bases then?
No. And, having a chew of tobacco on the plane is probably the most inoffensive thing that you can do. As long as you're not in the barn spitting on the floor or doing whatever, but
it's weird they still serve alcohol.
That's why you got kicked off.
Because I'm sure that's got to be next. Like, there's no other vices they could take away from you, right? Besides, here's a little shot of whiskey, because we're an hour late.
Yeah. There is a few flights that I've been on, especially like in coach, where they will limit you, like immediately they will say there's
You're cut off.
Yeah. Well, they don't. They just announce it right off. We're not going to sell you more than 2 or 4 drinks.
And I have
But
to assume that there's no more peanuts on any airplanes at all. It's
Nope.
just pretzels or cookies or whatever.
Get
Now.
your hands off my peanuts.
Mm-hmm.
No nuts at
It's
all.
all about the peanuts and the cigarettes, and they probably even gave you glass beer bottles back in the day too. Like, it's just where are they putting all this rubbish afterwards, right? Like cases of glass bottles of beer. Oh, just put it in the back.
Well, back in the day, you didn't have as many people flying for a start.
Yeah, because we
So
have more bigger.
it would be china, teacups, and saucers, and
Yeah.
metal
Well, rich
spoons.
people, wasn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was basically sitting in an armchair and didn't even have a seatbelt.
Silverware. Yeah, now here, if I go get fast food or some
Hey,
sushi
Gary.
or whatever at the local mall or any of the places, it's like wooden, forks now and paper straws and you want a bag? Well, yeah, you can't have a bag.
Yeah, that'll be
Bring your own
75
bag now. Like it's weird, man.
I
But
can't
it's going
abide
to
those.
change again. Like, what's next? What's
I just-
after wooden forks and paper straws and no
Well-
plastic bags? Like, what? How do you just eat and dispose of your garbage and carry
You're
things?
using your hands again.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
back to the old school way.
I actually carry a teaspoon in my bag because I can't abide those pathetic, stupid little wooden stirrers that they give you to try and squeeze a tea bag with.
Yeah, try and squeeze a tea bag with little wooden stir sticks. Right?
No, so I get my teaspoon out and do that.
Yeah. Yeah, eating bugs and all that will be the next step.
Oh,
soil
it
and
is?
green, shit like that. We're getting there, aren't we?
3D printed meat from bug stuff.
Oh my gosh, I saw that.
Well,
That's
look,
not
I see.
real, right?
That's real, man, and that's. It might even be in your store and they're lying on the packages. Like it's
Oh my.
like you see all these. I think it's all fake. Like I'm pretty sure I can figure out what's not real. All the videos that people are posting on all the medias of like, oh, my watermelon's rubbery and my banana's rubbery. Like it's fake food and all these conspiracy theorists who are worse than me with all these food videos. There's no fake watermelons and fake bananas and fake strawberries. They're just rotten, or too much pesticide on them, or whatever. There's this logical reason.
Yeah.
It's not
Or
because
they've
they were
soaked them
3D
in-
printed by Walmart in the back.
Yeah, they've been soaked in cornstarch or vinegar.
Yeah,
or something
there's
to make
lots
it-
like spray painted red. There's lots of reasons that are totally unsafe. But
I try to limit my diet to eggs from people that I know who have chickens. Where I can go and
that's cool that you can do that. That's very cool.
and you can smell the egg, and you can still smell a little barnyard, and you go, "Yes, this is real."
It's weird, even just between Canada and the US. Like we have, I'm not going to say major, but significant changes or rules when it comes to like ingredients in food, whether it's
Do you
cereal or milk or
do
any.
you come under UK law with the food?
Well, again, UK and Canada and US all have different regulations, and I think Canada's more serious when it comes to regulations. Like I said, now they're going to ban phones in schools. So and even Target used to be a store here in Canada, but they only lasted like a year because they weren't following a lot of rules that Canada has for food and packaging and labeling and whatever other rules they broke. But I mean, it's really, even our cereal has different amounts of sugar and pesticide or whatever than cereal that's in the US or in the UK or Australia. Everyone's got a little different food rules, right?
Well, I've always heard like if you look at the ingredients of McDonald's French fries in England, it's supposed to say, and of course I'm not there, but I've read this, right, where it says potatoes and salt. Whereas if you look at the ingredients in an American McDonald's French fry, it has all these numerous other amounts of chemicals.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's necessarily because ours are being added, or is it because our government makes you individually list those things, right? 'Cause
That's
if you just
exactly
see,
what it is.
you say, potatoes and salt. Oh, okay, cool. But then on the American one, it says, what do you call it?
Starch,
Sodium chloride
carbohydrate.
and starch, and you think, well, is that really just what they're breaking down as in the potato? Is it really?
Probably.
Right. So is it as scary as it? Because when you first read that, they tried to, the idea was that, oh well, McDonald's French fries in America are, fake, or they're sprayed with all this shit. But is it really just going a step further and actually labeling the different components of
Could be.
what
Like-
really is in the potato? I really don't know.
Like
But I've got a
it
small
actually says
banana
cigarettes
milkshake.
cause cancer on every individual cigarette.
On the cigarette.
Oh,
Wow.
we
And
don't
then
know
you look
that.
you look at the packaging, like you will die everywhere. It's like in French
Right.
and English.
Buy
Like,
this.
smoke this and die. Like it's
Yeah, we have that kind of packaging on our
you
cigarettes.
do, eh? Yeah, there's no
Yeah.
more logos or branding on any tobacco products. Not allowed. Hidden behind the
Yeah,
curtain.
we got the same here in Australia. So,
Kind of like race cars. You can have race cars sponsored by, Molson or Labatt's or, Coors Light, or sponsored by alcohol and tobacco and all these companies. Not in Canada, man. Beer companies can't even advertise anymore. Tobacco companies can't sponsor like big events. Like they would pay thousands and thousands of dollars to sponsor 4 nights of fireworks every summer. Like that was a thing, but it was sponsored by Benson and Hedges, which is a tobacco company. Now it's not. It's they have to search for others companies to donate money to brand events and stuff like that. So it's rules are I'm assuming they're similar in the UK and maybe not quite as similar in the US, because I know the US there's plenty of alcohol. And is there still do they have cigarette commercials on TV? And
No, that's
No tobacco commercials in this country.
that's my tobacco pouch.
yeah, that's it's very similar to Canada, except ours is also in French. For
Also
the
in
13 French.
I don't know how much that guy got to advertise tobacco.
When I was driving through Canada a lot, that was the like in this country, like a can of Copenhagen is like 36 grams, and in Canada it's 15. So it's immediately.
Why is it in grams because grams in the States, that's a measure of do you know what a gram? Like I know you know what a gram is, but I mean and the people in the UK, but it's metric. It's a metric unit. So it's weird that chewing tobacco is measured in metric units in America.
A lot of stuff like that is still measured over here. Okay. Especially tobacco. Yeah, I think it'll say right on here. It used to only say 36 grams, but now I think it also has like a slash and a whatever it is, point something ounces or whatever. But I guess it's about is it a volume? Is it volume or is it weight? So that's what changed that. But I noticed that in
just grams.
The greatest thing about Canada, though, is all of their, at least it used to be, all of their snuff came in plastic containers.
Okay.
And that was the coolest thing, because you could keep your 22 bullets in there, or your BBs, or, your flints for your lighter, or whatever. That was always really cool.
Or your total legal cannabis.
Totally legal. Yeah, exactly. Well, in those days, I don't know how many people actually had legal cannabis.
Nobody did back in the day.
Alaska was the first state, a lot of people don't know this, but Alaska was one of the first states to vote to legalize cannabis. And they did it every year, whatever it is, every 2 years when they vote. And you would have legal cannabis for about 3 or 4 years. And then the feds would always come in and say, no, this is not for you to decide. It's, and they would make it federally legal. And then a couple years would go by and it would be back on the ballot. And we were doing that in Alaska since like the 70s, right? But the feds always came in and said, no, you can't do this. And then when Colorado did it in 2010 or 2012, I thought, well, this is never going to fly. We've been doing this for almost 40 years. But Colorado, they established all of their, because in Alaska, nobody was ever trying to sell it in a dispensary. People just wanted to, much like any hippie or mountain man, right? They just wanted to not be bothered with it. But Colorado set up an entire system to immediately be able to pay the government. And
all the taxes and stuff like that.
Yeah, overnight, they were making millions
I believe
of dollars.
It's still federally, whatever, type 2 or type 3, federally, all of U.S., not legal.
Yeah.
So the people, what I've seen in some documentaries and stuff, like I don't know if it's changed over the past few years, but like Colorado is a good example because they were one of the first. But I know there's others now, whether it's Oregon or Washington or Nevada. They literally the money they earn, like they can legally have stores in their state and dispensaries, however you want to call them, drugstores, but they legally can't take their money and go to like the U.S. Chase Bank and deposit it because it's from federally illegal funding. Like it's so they just have to keep their money like in their own personal safes. And I don't know if that's changed because I know it hasn't changed federally. So I don't know why the banking rules, who are all federally run, would change their rules. So it's still weird. It's still up in the air in the States, I think.
In the mid 2000s, like 2014 to 15, I had a job for a short time with a friend who got me the job in Colorado. And that's what we did is we guarded these warehouses that were full of cash because they couldn't put it anywhere. I don't know if that's changed, like you said, because it's been.
I don't think it has. I could be wrong. Maybe they're allowed to use banks in other countries or on the internet that aren't US federally policed or commissioned. But even I'm in British Columbia and we border Washington State, so in 40 minutes I can go to the border and cross the United States, where it's also in that state it is legal recreationally and whatnot. So there's lots of stores. Same with here in all of Canada, it's legal recreationally. So there's stores across Canada, but you can't cross that border with it.
Right.
Like I can't like have a marijuana cigarette and go into America with it, even if I declare it. Same with the States. I can't go from the States to Canada with anything, gummy bears, but you can bring smokes and liquor and, action figures from Target. You just got to maybe pay some duties and stuff like that. But the marijuana thing, because it's a federal, still can't do it. So it's interesting how long it's going on for.
I had some friends that worked at some of these dispensaries, and oddly enough, you still have to pee in a cup and pass a piss test to work in a place that sells it.
You have to confirm that you're positive.
No, they literally you can't. It's just like any other job. If you pee dirty, you can't work here, even though it's a dispensary that sells. You can't use the product. But of course, using the product is always a no-no, I imagine.
Right. Mark, did you see there's some new NFL pee test rules now? Like they're just going to randomly tell players at 6 a.m, all right, you got a pee test today and at 9 o'clock before your game. And that's it. And that's sudden. And there's already guys going to get caught like week 1, they're saying. We'll see what happens for all the fantasy pools and everyone's best guy gets on Saturday.
I had a good friend who passed away, Lance Mackey, who is he was a dog musher. He ran the Iditarod, and all his brothers were Iditarod champions. And I was good friends with his brother Rick, who great dude, right? But Lance got sick with cancer, and he smoked weed for his cancer. And he was a dynamite dog musher. He's like a 3rd or 4th generation. These guys knew what they were doing and always won. Well, after people started knowing publicly that he did that the Iditarod started to do drug tests. They actually accused Lance of using performance-enhancing drugs, and that's why he was winning. And it was a big deal. And like the Mackey family and Lance especially is they are, everybody knows them. They're local hometown boys, and the state had a huge riot over it. And it was it took a couple years, but they got rid of that because they were targeting Lance specifically, And the man toward the end, he was, he was like a skeleton out there trying to win this race.
No doubt, surviving cancer.
Oh yeah, and it finally did take him, but it was just the most laughable thing that they were like, you're doping, and you're fucking winning this whatever it is 4,000-mile race because you're stoned,
There was a bloke in this country who'd been off ill. He'd had heart problems. Gone to the doctors. Doctors told him you need to lose weight, so he went on a healthy diet. So he goes on this healthy diet, and he starts eating these rolls, multi-grain rolls with salad and all this palaver. And he got tested because he was driving forklift trucks and cherry pickers and high-level machinery, the ones with the zigzaggy thing that goes up and down in a warehouse. He had to be tested, and he got tested, and it came back positive for
cold effects flu medicine.
Poppy seed.
Oh yeah, opiates. Yeah.
Opiates, right? So he tested positive for, and his doctor was like, "No, this man is not one of those people." He had police in his family, and they were saying he's not that type of person. And they tested him again, and it was still. And his doctor went, "You need to stop eating your multi-grain rolls."
It's time.
Oh no!
Because of the poppy seeds.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard that. I remember, a long time ago that used to be considered like a wives' tale, but I know now that it's like kind of like a common thing if you overdo it.
We had an Olympic sprinter, Ben Johnson from Canada back in the day, win the gold medal in the 100-meter dash and all that, and then later test positive for taking the steroids kind of thing, right? And his medal was taken away, and no steroids in the Olympics because. I say stereos because that's what he said. His English was not that good. I did not take no stereo. And then later, maybe just only 15, 20 years ago, we had Canadian snowboarder Ross Rebegliati win the gold in the snowboarding, like new Olympic event, and wins it for Canada, to later test positive for pot, because pot is illegal in the Olympics. And then years later, they gave it back to him. He got the gold medal in the Olympics. Ben Johnson never got his medal back for taking steroids, but
Linford got it.
But Ross got it back for smoking pot, as 130% of snowboarders do. Like it's
right.
Part of the.
What was that swimmer? What was that, Michael Phelps?
But I can confirm, as someone who's played team sports, where agility and hand-eye coordination, all that stuff matters. That marijuana, I do believe, can be a performance-enhancing drug. Absolutely, 100%.
Well, if you get the right stuff.
I've played sports not using it and using it, and it doesn't make you worse. But I'm not a race car driver, or a horse rider. So there's some more dangerous sports. I played football, and I didn't play worse football because having a little puff before the game or stuff like that. It's weird.
I'll have to get some for flying on a broomstick on Hogwarts game, because I can't do it.
I've never snowboarded, but I can tell you now, as someone who lived through like the skateboard 80s and 90s and stuff like that, that lifestyle and surfing and snowboarding all kind of blend together. It's in no way a performance deteriorating drug when you're doing those activities, right?
It definitely helps with the cold.
Making music, there's certain things that it's a benefit for.
It definitely helps with or at least I used to think it helped with the cold. I don't know. You kind of just. Yes, we love
like when we were kids.
Light. We love it.
They're like, give your kid a shot of whiskey to be sick, or things like that, right? Like, it didn't work, but I mean, maybe it did work.
No, I still always try to do like a hot toddy, when you're getting sick, and the lemon juice and honey in a shot of something,
But do you give it to your little bears?
No.
Little cubs?
No, not at all.
Our parents did, though.
Oh, our parents did, absolutely.
Oh, yeah, toothache.
I remember as kids going around after our parents had a party and finishing off all the, half drinking beer bottles and stuff like that. No. We were like 4 years old. What's this?
She's teething. She's teething. Dip her dummy in the whiskey.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, sleep time.
Just rub a little bit in the
those days. But of course, you get. I don't know, baby Benadryl or baby Tylenol or anything like that. It'd be. That can't be super good for you to give them either. You know, you might as well give them, garlic soaked in apple cider vinegar and stuff like that. Probably, you know.
May not taste good, but it works.
Yeah, well, none of it. Yeah, exactly. None of it tastes good. I do remember when medicine used to not taste good, and then, as I get older, I take medicine. I go, holy shit! Like it didn't taste like this when I was a kid. What is Starburst cherry flavor?
Except
Fucking-
Flintstone vitamins; those always kind of tasted good.
Oh yeah, I remember kids selling them on the playground and stuff. And
Hey man, I got a Barney. You want a Barney?
right? Yeah, and everybody thought it was cool. And I look back on that and I say, why did we think that was like, why was that a cool thing? I don't know. It was very.
You see, you're now looking at alcohol from the eyes of non-English people, because from the age of 5 in this country, parents are allowed to give their children alcohol. From the age of 5.
Well, certainly anybody who used to, was raised Catholic or whatever, we were all drinking the wine on Sundays and.
Yeah, I would think even nowadays, unless you're tying up your child and you're pouring down whiskey down their throat for abusive purposes, like I'm sure no one's going to get in trouble for, letting their teenager have a beer or something at a birthday. I don't know. Like I remember on my 19th birthday party, my parents threw a surprise party. 19, like you're out of high school and. And your parents are inviting your friends to your house for a party, and stuff like that. So that was kind of weird, but yeah, just they don't know that all the people at the party were 19 because 80% of them were not 19, and there beers everywhere. You can't get away with that now. You just couldn't.
My son was at basic training when he turned 18. So I sent him a little bottle of Jägermeister, one of the little tiny bottles you get at Christmas. I think it's got it's a 2-shot bottle, and I put £20 in the back of it, and I sent it to him all wrapped up. And your first legal drink, underlined. And he phoned me up and he was like, I couldn't believe you just did that. He said, I've been drinking. I said, I know you've been drinking for Christ knows how long, but this is your first legal drink.
Yeah, first legal. That's always a big deal. When my son was born, I bought some commemorative Macallan 12-year-old from that year. I think I bought maybe 4 bottles. And then when he was born, me and my dad and his grandpa, we all had some. And then I've been saving the other 2 bottles from the year he was born. And I've already written on it, to my son on your 21st birthday, love you, and all that stuff. And I've got it stashed. So one day when he's able to have his first legal.
If you've not drunk it.
No. I have self-control. I have self-control. You can go get, this was a commemorative from that year, so it has like 2020, the year of the rat, and all the cool stuff on it. But it doesn't really taste any different than the Macallan 12 that you can just go get anywhere.
Yeah.
Well, that makes me want to have a drink.
Hey, Lack, I'll be back in a minute. I've just got to take the young fellow to school. I'll be back in about 5.
All right, we'll be around.
Let's
We'll
go.
be around. We're sure.
Go to school. And you remember when your parents could write a little note?
Don't take your phone.
Write a little note and send you to the store to buy them a pack of smokes when you were like 5 years old.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I'm not even as I'm only 40, but yeah, I remember that. In Alaska, when I was probably
I'm only 29. I remember that.
I know, you're a young man. You look like shit though.
Born in 95.
That was a long
You
post.
gotta do something different. I've been
I actually gave my children the note to go to the
Yeah. My parents did to me. I totally remember. We'd get to keep the 50 cents change for or whatever it was, and you'd buy like your bag of Doritos and a can of Pepsi. And
when I was 6, as when I was first given my first bit of chew, and
oh wait, really?
Oh yeah,
Wow.
yeah. Well, my dad and my granddad, because they always did it, and I always said, "Hey, let me try that," And they said, when you shoot
Probably
your
tried
first,
to put you off.
Yeah, they tried to put me up, but they said when you
Yeah.
shoot your first
Oh, that's all right.
big game animal, you can have some. So it's when they finally told me that at 6, I went out, shot a moose, and I came back and got them. I said, "There's a moose out there. You need to come help me." And they gave me my first pinch of chew. And ever since then, it wasn't until maybe I was like 7 or 8, but I would start buying it in the stores, right? And there would be a line of kids because everybody kind of knew where to go, And I would be the youngest, smallest one at like 8, and all these other underage kids who were probably pretty close to being of age, right? They would all try to buy cigarettes, and they would say, "Where's your ID?" Or they would just laugh at them and say, "Get out of here." But if you went up and asked for Copenhagen snuff, they never questioned that. Never. There would be guys in front of me who were 16, 17, but not old enough, and they'd get booted out for wanting some Marlboro Red 100s or whatever. But even at 8 years old, if you said Copenhagen snuff, please, they would just immediately give it to you. And it was like, I don't know if it was because they just thought, oh, kids don't do that, or.
Yeah.
But I always thought that was a pretty, I thought, how did I get away? Because I guess I maybe looked older than 8, but I certainly didn't. I was still a kid. It was pretty obvious that I was not anywhere near of age,
Your goatee wasn't so full at the time.
It wasn't so full. No. But yeah, they never questioned that, and still to this day,
gun pointed at them though, didn't you? So
what's that?
You did have a gun pointed at them, so there's not much choice.
No, I certainly did not.
But you were probably carrying a knife, right?
Oh, always.
That might be the reason why I never got stopped, because my goatee wasn't so full either.
Your goatee wasn't so full, yeah.
I was the one. The girls in school would go to stand outside, and go, "Hey, Mister," or "Hey, Mrs., can you buy us a Lucy?" and all this palaver. And I'd go in and go, "Can I have 10 Regal king size, please?" And they'd give me 10 Regal king size.
Yeah, I remember there's a time where some stores here would sell like single cigarettes for like a quarter
Lucy's
or whatever it was, but that got shut down and axed pretty quick, because I guess the main thing they're cutting down on is the children smoking. So I think when I was a kid, you needed to be 16 to smoke, and then it became like 18 or 19. Now it's 21 now, and like signs are on any place that sells cigarettes.
Outside our school, the ice cream man used to sell the cigarettes for 10p.
Well, I remember we could smoke at school. Schools had smoking pits.
Yeah,
like, you had a designated area for the children to smoke at, like legally, I guess. But now that's not on school grounds at all. Like if kids smoke, because they still are going to smoke even if they're not 21, they gotta like walk a block away and stand in front of the school.
I thought I would put the link back in the chat. I'm on the free StreamYard, so I think it's 6 is the limit. But I thought I'd put that back in there in case somebody did want to jump in while.
Well, I'll jump down. It's been lovely. Thank you very much.
Nobody's in there. I'm not kicking anybody out.
No, it's.
Nobody has to run off. I was just.
No,
I've got to get up early.
It's 11:15, and I usually go to bed at 11.
Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Yeah.
BOE.
You usually get kicked out, don't you?
By your presence.
So, as I say,
I'm
it's
honoured
been
to
lovely.
be
Thank
on
you
as
very
well
much.
with you.
Yes,
Hi.
TJ, it's
Hi,
always
TJ.
lovely to see you. BOE, we'll have to get together and talk old school stuff at some point. Yeah.
Movies and stuff.
Honored that a goat such as yourself would humble us on my little page.
Yeah.
Cheers, Mark.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Bye.
Love you, BOE. Take it easy, brother.
Yeah, bye.
Night.
And then there was 3. Oh.
Oh, there we go.
Oh. Well,
Can
maybe we can.
Can we get a word in now? Can we mute Rick?
Rick can carry a show, man. He can do it. Hello, Baz. Good to see you, my friend. I hope you're doing well.
Is Gap
Always
coming
a-
back on?
What's that?
Gap coming back?
I don't know. I'm looking at my thing. Let's see. Is Zombie back? Are you back? I don't think he's back yet. But we still have room for 2 if
I
anybody
don't know
wants.
how that school is.
We're just listening to yarns from Rick.
Just trying to keep the stream going, man. Long live the stream.
Long live the stream.
I'm a huge fan of multi-hour.
You like that? You've been using that Chewbacca cup?
I've just been petting it.
You've just been petting it.
like the fuzzy wall. What movie does he pet the fuzzy wall in? That British.
Sure.
It's awesome, like.
Yeah, cool. Cool. That's
I gotta
awesome.
set up a hammerhead shrine so I can just display all my custom hammerheads because there's gonna be more. I've got a couple more ideas. I want to do them all in 6-inch too, but I can't afford to buy like a whole bunch of $50 6-inch hammerheads.
Are those even? Good night, TJ. Thank you for coming by, young lady. We really appreciate it. Always a pleasure to have some class on the channel. But can you even buy the Black Series Hammerhead in stores yet? I've never seen it.
I believe it's shipping from like Hasbro and Entertainment Earth and stuff like that. It should be hitting stores anytime now.
Anymore.
It definitely seems like a lot of that stuff is. I mean, we've heard the rumors before, right? Hasbro wants to go online or whatever, and I know at least on my stores, and even when I watch like Gary and G-Force and the people who religiously toy hunt, like they're getting new shit, but nobody's getting new Star Wars.
It's coming. It's all on the same boat.
Nobody
You
wants
know, once that boat lands, and then we'll get a ton of toys in the store for Christmas.
Yeah, that must be. I mean, I guess they wait 3 years for Christmas 2024. Is that what they're?
Well, I was watching Mr. Stevie was doing a little live stream, showing off his collection today, and telling people some toy history and whatnot about his livelihood. And he mentioned he held up just a bunch of sheets of paper and said, "Here's our 2026 plan for Star Wars." And I'm like, "It was 2025 first," but yeah, they're working 2 years ahead, right?
Give us a break, please. Just stop.
Well, I certainly don't. I mean, I don't buy everything, and for some reason,
Nobody can buy everything.
Well, I've gotten into the 6-inch. I don't know why. I guess it's just because I can see it from across the room when it's when it's on display. I go, oh yeah, that looks cool, But man, there's every once in a while I see a Black Series figure that might come out, when somebody's stream or whatever. I go, oh, that's really cool. I'd like to. That would be kind of a neat one. And then I never see it. I never find it. And then by the time it rolls around, and I do find it, if I do, I'm not as excited about it, But when I first see it, I go, oh man, that would look really cool on Battle Cat, or I have this whole idea of display, and then I don't see the fucking figure for 3 years, and then I go, oh.
Yeah. I remember that.
I put it back on the fucking shelf. Yeah.
It's weird because every time I go to my GameStop, they tend to get more toys than Walmart and Toys R Us and whatnot, even though there's the smallest footprint.
Mm-hmm.
I don't always see new toys or new Star Wars figures, but always I'm guaranteed to see at least 3 new Batmans by Todd McFarlane. At least like every day, if I went there every day, there'd be new Batmans.
Right.
Like he literally drops new Batman every second day.
Even my stores here, and the McFarlane line is what I've realized, because I used to think, well, I think my stores are fucking shit, and then like McFarlane is definitely the gauge of that, right? Because my stores aren't even getting those, like I'm so far behind on, not that I'm, necessarily like out there for a certain thing, but that's beautiful.
Come on, join us, Slack. We all live together.
I don't know how to do that.
Condo.
Up against the wall, redneck mother. Oh, does anybody remember that song? I don't remember. Y'all are probably of the. Did you know that in the south of America and the north of England are the only 2 places where people say the word y'all?
Y'all?
Has anybody else noticed that?
What about in Georgia?
Well, that's the south of America.
Okay, I'm just trying to think off the top of my head.
Right. As Chuck Berry would call it, the south of America.
About how many Dakotas is there? Is there like a North and South Dakota?
North and South, yes, sir.
Okay. What other states have a North and South?
Carolina.
There's North Carolina.
Mm-hmm. North Carolina.
There's my North Carolina accent.
Yeah. Y'all. And is there any other ones? Then what? There's a West Virginia and Virginia. There's no East Virginia.
That West Virginia and Virginia.
West
yeah,
Virginia.
no, it's
Yeah.
because I'm not well learned in all the names of the states. Like I'm pretty sure I know them. If there's $1 million quiz show on the line and I had an hour, I could get them all.
Well, I have noticed that there is quite a few. The U.S. geography is not other countries' strong points.
Well, it's not taught in our schools, much like, when Canada became a country in 1876, it's probably not taught in American schools. And I get it. Like we did learn.
But I think most Americans can identify your different provinces.
We learned Western civilization, so we got a general history of the world kind of thing. And I'm assuming most first world countries got similar.
Yeah.
That was some of the academics I did enjoy, like the history parts of stuff.
I never realized until I moved away from Alaska, but Alaskans are extremely knowledgeable, especially at geography. Because I come down, I don't know if it's just because we're so far away and we're looking at maps all the time, but I go places and people don't even know Alaska is a state. Or they think that people have asked me, why is Alaska so cold even though it's down there by Hawaii and Mexico?
It's floating in the ocean on the side, right?
Yeah, it's floating over there off like the Baja Peninsula, right? Doing its own thing. Yeah, it's very, and like I have a tattoo of Alaska, and people they say, well, what country is that? I go, well, it's Alaska.
It could have been a country, I guess.
Oh, definitely. If you cut Alaska,
didn't Canada or Britain sell it to America?
Russia did. 2 cents an acre.
Yeah.
In what was that? 1867, I believe.
And 2 territories gap. We have territories.
Yeah.
The Yukon and the Northwest territories.
Man, I do love the Yukon, man. I mean, I've driven from Florida to Alaska 7 times, and I got to go to Calgary Stampede, and I love a lot of Canada, I mean, and fucking most of the people are awesome, Of course, I'm in Western Canada, I've been through Western Canada. I hear Easterners, they get a little bit more like New Yorkers, and they have.
It's so interesting, like I, because you're in America, I'm in Canada, Mark's in the UK, and we got zombies in New Zealand, or is that Australia?
No, Australia.
Australia, right? So we got four dudes here, similar in age, grew up 4 different totally parts of the world, different rules and laws and drinking ages and driving ages, what side of the road we drive on, and
I drive on the proper side.
It's cool, man. I appreciate that.
Mark, we do too.
I appreciate this kind of stuff because, again, this isn't something we could have done 25 years ago as
we had pen pals. We had to have pen pals, which
wrote letters.
And we wrote letters, which was still always fun, because it was like the thing of the times, My only complaint about Canada.
Give me one sec. I'll show you guys. You guys will know what this is.
Yeah.
Some other people won't. I'll show you.
While he's getting it, my only complaint about Canada is so I would always buy the New Truckers Atlas, and that was like the definitive roadmap of all of the North American and South American continents, right? But on all the maps, at least back when I was driving, a lot of the maps would have Canada roads labeled as numbers. It would be whatever. They have the green crown and a 5.
Yeah, we got Highway 1 that goes across Canada.
Right. But when you get in, and it might have changed now, but when you would get into Canada, and especially around like Edmonton and all the way up through Grand Prairie and that whole part, none of the signs had numbers. They all were names, right? So you'd be on like John Holland Drive, and I'd be like, what the fuck is this? Is this 1? Like, and there were times, especially in Edmonton, I would have to get out and get a compass. If I couldn't see the sun, I'd have to get out and get a compass and say, okay, there's northwest. We're going that way, motherfucker. Like, that's the way we're going, And you would just drive around until okay, I'm going to take a left. Okay, I'm going to go straight. I'm going to take a left because I have to end up on the Alaska Highway if I just keep going this way, But like Edmonton is, and like Lethbridge and Edmonton is like that is a bitch to go through. You know, I guess if you don't live there your whole life, but that's like the biggest city. Is that not the biggest? I know it's the biggest city in Canada, right? Edmonton?
No, not by far. Toronto, then Montreal.
Well,
then
luckily,
Vancouver.
Edmonton is a fucking nightmare. And like I said, you're looking for Road 2, and it says, you know, Hammerhead Rick Drive and John Mulholland Road, and you're like, what the, you know, and you got to start like really paying attention.
You ever see that street sign? Please steal it for me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We got a rotary phone.
Yeah, you remember these?
Yeah,
that phone.
Yeah, those
got it.
Super
Only reason
fun.
I kept it was because it's red, like the bat phone. Only reason I kept it.
Mission of Gardens calling.
I think I might still have one of those in a box somewhere too. Not red.
That's awesome.
Man. They're very far. They're few and far between now. So
in the old train depot where I'm from in Nenana, Alaska, they still have a phone like this.
That one.
Oh wow.
And you can receive it's hooked up where you can, if somebody calls you can pick it up and you can talk on it, you know, but you obviously can't dial out on it in any way, but most of those were
operator.
Oh
man.
Palps, I need to see that drawing he did. There's a great YouTuber I've subscribed to on YouTube called Destination Adventure. He's from up a little bit north in British Columbia, Prince Williams, I believe, and he used to be a photographer on like Princess Cruise Lines or some cruise lines, right? So he's a photographer by trade, by skill, but he made this since COVID and stuff and news jobs changing and all that stuff a bunch of years back. He made his YouTube channel and he travels around, you know, he traveled on the States and mostly in Canada in his RV in Winnebago, whatever he's got at the time. And he's just killing it with his content. It's all top quality, you know, 4K content with drone footage, and he's just doing really well with it. And I really appreciate what he's doing because it's his career now. He makes a living off it. His last video he released Saturday, he went up to Tuktoyaktuk, which if you know, it's the most northern point in all of Canada.
You can't fly drone here. You're not allowed.
And they just finished like the road. Like there's roads that go all the way there now. Like not ice roads necessarily like Lacknow's up in Alaska, but you know, this is up north. Like this is far away. Like, you know, thousands of people live there. That's it. Like it's not a huge town, and they do still eat like whale blubber and seal meat and, you know, whatever, caribous, whatever is part of their, you know, their heritage that's always been there because it's generational. Most of the people that have lived there, but it was just cool because I've always known the town Tuktoyaktuk, like growing up. It's because it's a funny name and it's the most northern city in North America and all that stuff. And to see this guy drive there with his girlfriend in his RV, and here I am, I'm at the Arctic Ocean. Like, you can't go further. This is the Arctic Ocean here. Like, cool, man. It'd be a neat place to visit. Like as Lack says, like the beauty of Alaska and driving through, you know, Alberta and the mountains, the Rocky Mountains up here. That might be more beautiful and scenic, but to be at the most northern part of North America, looking at like the Arctic Ocean, and the next piece of land is, you know, the end of the flat Earth, or
right,
you know, Antarctica, or you know,
I've definitely
North
noticed
Pole.
The further north you get, at least for me, and I'm sure it has to do with magnetics and stuff like that, but like there is a power to it, man. You know, there is like a recharging quality. And when I went to work, it's only, you know, I was maybe 15 miles from the ocean. I was definitely as further north than any towns, you know, because we were out in the middle of nowhere. And I'd only ever been that far north maybe a couple times when I was younger. But just being in Alaska, you get this charge. But even the further north you go, and you go past the Arctic Circle, and when you get up there on the top or the center, whichever it might be, depending on the shape, the edge, you know. Well, I guess it would be the center, right?
The ice wall. There's at its ends. There's the ice wall.
Well, that's supposed to be around the outside, right? So like Alaska and everything is in the center of the disc, if that's what, you know, whatever. Who fucking knows?
Pretty cool. It's pretty neat to be places where people don't live.
There's a different power, though. I mean,
There's no
there
people
is.
here. There's no city here. There's
Yeah.
no gas station. There's no telephone poles. There's no street lights. You know, like it's pretty cool to take off for a bunch of hours. Even where I am, like to take off, I could drive 8 hours somewhere and be not near street lights and electricity and
It's the most amazing thing ever. Duffman, if you want to throw, I'm sure everyone here knows Aaron at Coal Bay, but definitely throw his link in the chat if
Winter is coming.
Winter is coming.
Not here, man. It's like 30-something degrees here.
Holy smokes! I don't know what it is here, but it is.
Our winter finished yesterday, thank God. Woo!
Oh yeah. It's. I do not.
How does that work if the Earth is flat? If the Earth is flat, how is it winter in Australia? That's all I gotta say.
Well, they're closer to the ice wall.
They're on the bottom half. Like it's. Is it like a reversible record disc?
No, it would be on the edge by the ice wall. I don't know. I have 3 sisters, but my one sister, she was a nurse. Well, she still is a nurse. Well, she's different than that now. But she's the only person I ever knew that went to Antarctica. She backpacked through South America, through Mexico, through South America, walked the whole thing. Took her like 2 years. She got down to the tip, which is what, Argentina, I guess. I'm not sure. She gets down there. She's not sure what she's going to do. And there's a boat, a research boat going to Antarctica. And somehow through the grapevine, she hears, hey, like their medical nurse had gotten sick or something happened. And they were looking for a nurse. And she said, well, shit, I'm a nurse. Here's all my credentials or whatever. And she just, like that, on a whim, gets on a boat, goes to Antarctica for I don't know how long. And, she said it was just amazing,
That's crazy, yeah.
She's the only person I've ever known that's been to Antarctica. And, I don't think a normal person can, I guess certainly that if you can go to space, I guess you can go to Antarctica as a tourist, I guess. But it probably wouldn't be very fun.
We've had flights over the South Pole and stuff, but that's about
I think that would be super neat. Everybody, like just the other day, I think it was like Instagram or whatever, people were arguing with me about this, that, and the other. And I'm constantly having to tell people, right, like penguins don't live in the northern hemisphere, right? Like penguins are not an Alaskan thing, right? Penguins don't live in Canada. Penguins, no matter what the Denny's mat where you're eating looks like, there are no penguins anywhere up here,
Well, I've got penguins probably about 2 hours away from me.
Oh, really?
I'm sure we got penguins at the zoo here.
Oh, yeah. I think probably.
Yeah, no,
and they probably are miserable.
With a sign behind them that says, not Antarctica.
Exactly. Yeah, the penguins migrate, right, to the warm.
Yeah, well, we got the little penguins, the fairy penguins.
Orcs.
And they nest down at Phillip Island, which is probably about an hour and a half, 2 hours away from me. So.
Oh, that's neat.
Yeah, and they got you can go there. It's very popular with the tourists, and they get hundreds of thousands of people there every year to watch the penguins come in at the night time and go into their nests and stuff. But yeah,
exactly, Palps. Exactly.
But if you want to mess with the flat earthers, just show them a picture of the Death Star, and then show them the trench run.
Yeah, Death Star is also flat.
That will mess with them.
Yeah,
I've seen that meme going around this week.
Yeah,
well, as somebody who's eaten seal and whale, I would imagine that a penguin is pretty tasty.
Tastes like chicken.
I bet
it's all like chicken.
The other white meat.
The other, yeah. I bet a penguin
Black
tastes
and white, mate.
good. Yeah. Probably pretty good for you too, I would imagine. What was that exploration in the 1870s? I'm sure there was more than one, but there was the one famous one where the boat iced up, and I think they all ended up dying, but they have found their records, and they were eating a lot of penguin, Oh,
wow.
Yeah, they were eating a lot of penguin, and I think they sustained for like 2 years, and I think the penguins probably got smart enough to not hang around.
Yeah.
And they couldn't I don't know
With
how
Bob and
smart they
Joe.
are. They definitely look easy to catch if you catch them on land. You know, they're just
Yeah, well, if they're on land, they shouldn't be too hard to
you club
catch
them just
them.
like a seal, huh?
Just like the seal pups and that. Yeah.
Yeah. Seals are pretty easy to catch on open land. A lot of that stuff is, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see a lot of seals being on the west coast here. Like there's parts like my mom used to live on Vancouver Island, which is just a couple hours away. It's another little island away from Vancouver, where the capital city Victoria is. But my mom lived in a smaller town there, and it was all seals, like everywhere. Like you could hear them from miles away, like. And then you
were they like sea lions?
Yeah, see, like some of them were like 300, 400, 500 pounds. Like these are like elephants just laying on the side of the road, like on top of each other, and just one of the weirder creatures I've ever seen.
Yeah, super
cool, like really dynamic to see such weird big beasts that can swim and crawl and whatever they do grow that big. I could eat seafood, right, or seaweed or whatever they eat, and they're so loud, man.
Yeah, they are super. One of the big delicacies up north is whale blubber. It's called muktuk.
Yeah.
And you dip it in seal oil, and it is.
And what's Arctic char? Is that another? That's like frozen.
Arctic char is a type of fish. That's what we know.
Okay.
That might be a term.
Yeah, I know the term muktuk. I've tried it too. Like.
Yeah, muktuk is pretty good. There's in the Indian Eskimo Olympics in Fairbanks, Alaska, one of the games is muktuk eating, and you get like you get like a 3-inch by 2-inch square piece of muktuk, and it's who can chew it up and swallow it the fastest. Yeah, if you've ever, you gotta YouTube some of the Eskimo Indian Olympic Games because they do some amazing.
I would enter a salmon candy eating contest.
Oh yeah,
that's some yummy good Native American food right there. I love that.
Mm-hmm. You know, what's interesting too is like if you get people who and I don't know what it was like the first time you ate muktuk, right? But
there's only been one time, like.
Did you feel high?
I don't think so. I think I was a child, and it was literally like, I don't want to call them an Eskimo, an Inuit student.
No, you can say Eskimo.
Like they were like experimenting, like multicultural food day at school kind of thing, and it was everyone was like, "Oh, whale blubber," you know, because they're like half of the meat was like thick black skin, and the other half was just white fat, like the fat you would see on a steak or a pork chop. Like it's the same kind of texture, and just I don't know. I don't remember it being seafoody. I don't remember the taste of it at all, to be honest. But I don't remember it being like fish.
Right. Yeah, it's definitely.
If anything, it probably had no taste or just the texture.
Well, if you get and because you're younger, you might not remember, but there's definitely been people, and like I remember the first time I tried bear grease, but there's a definite intoxicating quality to those things. And like when I used to work in Arizona, my first wife, she would send me salmon and bear grease and different stuff, you know. And I would, give it to my friends. I'd say, hey, try this. You never had that. And, if people who've never had that, especially as more of an adult, they would be in a daze, It's just like just like if you eat, if you eat too much rabbit, if you don't eat it a lot, I know people can get a rabbit and they get, like skin might itch and they get flustered and real hot. But like there's definitely some vitamins and minerals and shit in there that can make you not feel as yourself, But
that's the one thing I remember my dad hunted when I was a kid, growing up in Ontario, Eastern Canada, was he went out with some friends and family and hunted rabbits. Like, and so I don't remember ever eating it or trying it or have my mom cook it or anything. I don't remember any of that. It might not have ever happened, but I'm sure I would have eaten it at some time if I have this memory of him going on, rabbit hunting trips, or maybe that was what he called going to see his girlfriend at the time. I don't know.
Right, you never. Exactly. Yeah, we're going fishing.
We're like 1,000 miles from water, like.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
At least he didn't go out and get milk.
I never got back.
You know, in Alaska, and I was raised in the village. My grandfather was Inupiaq Eskimo, and his wife was Athabascan Indian. They were one of the first interminglings, you know, kind of publicly, because even up until after World War II, like that was a no-no. You know, you didn't like marry outside your tribe, and they were one of the first people to ever do that. When they first met, and you know, became a couple, they would both go out in the woods and meet at a cabin because nobody could know, you know, that they were together and stuff. But what's interesting is like when I was a kid, you know, like Indian and Eskimo is a completely, and still in Alaska with most, except maybe this younger generation who's like extremely tampered with by society, right? But Indian and Eskimo was always a completely appropriate thing. And a lot of the older indigenous people, they always thought native was a bad word, because they would tell my grandfather, and everybody would say this, they'd say, you call me Eskimo because native groups us all together, and I am not them and they are not me. So you would call Indians Indians, and you would call Eskimos Eskimos. And like a lot of, especially if you weren't from there or if you were a tourist, like no Eskimos, you know, expected you to know that they were Yupik or Inuit, you know. And like if you've lived there and you talk to them, you'll know that. But they never expected you to know, oh, I'm Inupiat or I'm Yupik or I'm Inupiaq, right? They would never. So, you know, saying Eskimo was completely appropriate and preferred, you know. And a lot of the older indigenous people, they would not be called native because they felt it was taking away from their individuality of their culture, you know. And that's something I see now is just like it's been completely flipped on its head. And every Indian and Eskimo in Alaska, they all still wear Redskins jackets, and they all have Blackhawks hats.
Why not?
You know, because it's the cool, right? You know, like if somebody named their team the Alberta Rick Hammerheads,
everyone's buying the merch.
You'd be like, "Fuck, that's so cool!" You know, like you don't name your team the fucking Alberta Losers, right? You name your team the Edmonton Badass Motherfuckers, right? Like that's the whole point of your mascot and all that. And so like it's just it's a crazy.
Yeah, I remember when I was young too. Like they were Indians, like you know, Native Americans. You know, I'm in Canada, so they're not Native Americans in Canada. You know, they're Native Canadians, but that wasn't a term we ever had. So Indians was a term, like a non-derogatory term. Then it became like, you know, Native Indians. It was more of a polite way, I guess, of saying that, because Indian could also be referred to like East Indian, like South Asian kind of descent, like people from India are Indian as well, right? And now it's First Nation is the appropriate way of saying it, and politically correct, however you want to word it. And I'm thinking it's the same in America now too, right? Or
it's the same here too.
Aboriginal used to be a term that people use. Now that's kind of, you know, not as good a word to use. You know, Aboriginal.
Well, the World Eskimo Indian Olympics, which is put on by indigenous peoples, is still called the World Eskimo Indian Olympics. You know,
I know, right?
And I've said, you know, it's and I have this argument with a lot of people who don't matter, you know, but it's these, you know, as my grandfather would call them, like it's these concrete Indians, you know, who've never really practiced their culture.
Sure.
That, you know, and they don't have anything to do with their culture, so they invent these righteous battles, right? Like they're not out there trying to stop the logging. They're not out there trying to stop them from damming the salmon streams, but they're going to go out there and make you call them what they believe is appropriate, which can really be drawn back to, you know, like a bunch of stuffy Caucasian liberals, you know, are the ones who have like dictated, oh, you don't want to be called that, you know. But in Alaska, where I would say less now than when I was younger, but you know, 80% of indigenous people in Alaska still live at least 60 to 70% traditional, you know, and those are just not things that are worried about. You know, like I said, the chief of any village will go, to a potlatch with a Redskins jacket on because it's cool. Like
Yeah.
we're being represented, the Braves and the Blackhawks and the Redskins
Yeah.
and all of that. Like that's cool, because nobody names their team. Like I said, nobody names their team to be weak or offensive, or because that's not
The
that's not
Caucasians.
No.
right.
The
Right.
mean white Caucasian dudes.
Right. Well, like, is everybody? Are people supposed to be offended, like, at the term pirates or Vikings? Are there people going,
Exactly.
well,
I
I'm
think
a
honky. Honky
Caucasian.
is what really fires us up.
What is it?
Honky.
Honky?
Or calling us a cracker. That really fires us up.
Does it really?
That's a CFL team, ain't it?
Nobody
Do
cares.
you know the origin? At least, I mean, I don't know if that's a uniquely an American term, cracker, but do you know where the origin of cracker comes from?
Well, I heard we had these English rugby billets here in high school, and they wanted to play a game called Crackers. I'm sure Mark knows that game, but I'm not going to explain what that game is. But it's, whoever's last has to eat all the crackers kind of the game.
I know Soggy Biscuit.
I think
Yeah.
that's how it's the game. It sounds very similar.
The term cracker comes from the state of Florida, which is basically the original place of cowboys, right? There were more cattle raised in Florida than has ever been out west, where people think of cow country or whatever, right? All the cattle trails and all the cattle that went to the Northwest came from here. And the cowboys in Florida did not use lassos because of the swamps and the thick vegetation. They used whips to herd their cattle, much like South American vaqueros still do. And the original term of cracker is a Florida cowboy.
Okay.
And
I
it
know.
does have to do with whips. There was a time
You learn
it has to
something
do
new
with
every day.
whipping. Yeah, but
And I
cracker,
learned watching the show recently that horses were like brought to America.
yeah, from the Spanish.
So like there wasn't horse. We had buffaloes and deers and caribous and beavers and what. I think there was even a lion in history at some point, American lion at some point, but there was never horses. And
No, the last time was horses.
The natives were introduced to horses, from like you said, from European or South American countries
the Spanish
that brought them over from Spaniards, and then traded and did whatever they had to do because horses, to me, I always recognize horses and First Nations people. When you think cowboys and Indians, you think they both had horses and
right. No,
cowboys
yeah,
guns and the other guys had bows and arrows and tomahawks and
there was not horses on the North American continent since the Ice Age.
Okay.
And there was a couple different, I guess you'd say, subspecies. There were some that were much more of like what we would consider like a donkey type of
mules and donkeys.
Yeah, and then of course stuff that looked like zebras. There's even one that they think had a striped pattern on its rear end. But yeah, the horses in North America went extinct however long ago the last Ice Age was, right? And then it wasn't until the Spanish showed up and that their horses got away or stolen or whatever. And that's why, and I know you have a couple of these places, but like you've heard of Buffalo Jump and Head Smashed In. Those are some places right on the Canadian border. But horse, before the Spanish brought horses to America, the way that the natives would kill buffalo was they would herd them off of cliffs. Right? And they had to do that because they didn't have horses.
They just had sticks and stones and
Right. And they would herd them through, channels and valleys and different places, and they would run them off these cliffs. And that's why you still have, there's Buffalo Jump and there's Head Smashed In. And there's another one I can never remember that has a much more indigenous traditional name. But that's how buffalo were hunted. And it wasn't until the domestication of because when the horses first got loose, right, they were Spanish wild horses. And then the indigenous people, they started to catch them and train them. And that's how you get the Wild West idea of chasing down a buffalo and shooting them with your bow and arrow and all the 18, that wasn't really a common practice until probably, the 1840s was like when it became because it took even a while, right? The Spanish landed in Florida and in the southern southeast part of America. And it wasn't even until 100 years later that horses even made it out to, you know, the indigenous people of Montana and Wyoming, the Cheyenne, the Blackfeet, you know, the people that are considered the number one horse soldiers of America.
True,
you know?
true.
But yeah, that they're having a big, you know, for years the wild horse was protected in like Arizona, parts of Colorado. There's a couple other states where they have these wild Mustangs, and they've been being protected.
I know there's some that exist in Canada. There's still wild horses out
Is there? Yeah.
Roaming the prairies and whatnot.
Well, there's a new. Hey, Kat. Let's all say hello to David before I go to Kat real quick. David, good to see you. We're all doing well. I hope you're doing well, sir. It's good to see you.
How you doing, David?
We love you, David. And here's Katie. Hello.
Ah, Katie.
But yeah, now in America, there is, I think it's mostly I think it's Wyoming is the spearhead, but the government is actually trying to remove these wild horses because now they are considering them an invasive species. I think that there's probably some subversive, you know, like maybe Chinese solar panel farm.
Where's the big park? Is it called Yosemite Park?
There's Yellowstone and Yosemite.
Yellowstone National Park. There's still buffaloes roaming and whatnot, right? Like that. I would like to visit places like that. Like I've been lots of places in America and Canada. That seems like an appealing place to me because it is old school, if you want to call it that. It's still natural, and it's still kept natural on purpose for certain reasons. And we have something similar to that in Alberta, Banff. Like there is areas where you can be driving across the highway in Canada and you got to deal with like a herd of buffalo crossing the street and stuff. So there's still, these things still exist in North America as wildlife. And it's weird to ever think they'd be considered evasive, like you're saying. Like I hear like Joe Rogan guys talk about wolves and how they're being introduced in California or certain states. And, you know, I guess they were evasive at some time and were killed off for the most part for being in urban areas and stuff like that. But it just seems how many wild dogs running around is too many for you guys to have to call them in that way. Because we have bears here. Like this time of year, we got lots of bears roaming around. You know, I'm not going to go right now and see one, but it's not 0% that I will go outside and see a bear walking by. Like it's
right. When I was younger in Alaska, there was a big the wolf population because they were protected. You know, and like I get, you know, for lack of a better term, there's a lot of hippies. Well, you know, but the social thing was, oh, you know, you can't kill wolves, and they're this majestic thing. And the indigenous people, we had a governor who had a Athabascan wife, and she was the first one to talk up about we need to do something about these wolves because all the villages and all the people who are trying to kill caribou and moose to eat, they were competing with the wolves too much, and the wolf population got out of control. And we had a governor, he was the first person to allow, and only the government did it. It was a fish and game regulated thing, but they would shoot wolves from helicopters to cull them out. And, you know, they almost decimated the moose and caribou population in the early 90s. And it was a huge political battle, you know, and that governor was the first one to say, you know, I don't know enough about this, and I know you people don't know enough about this, but the biologists, the people whose job it is to say what we need to do, they say we need to get rid of these wolves. You know, and that's when I worked in Montana, it was the same thing. I worked as a guide out there, and a lot of the people I worked for were full-time ranchers, and then they made money on the side as elk guides and stuff like that. And I can't remember what year it was now, but probably around 2000, maybe 99. But that's when they introduced the wolf back into Montana. And it was a huge deal, man. And, you know, our species as humans, our entire lives for thousands of years, right? That's all we've been trying to do is eradicate wolves and hawks and eagles and
Bigfoots.
I don't know who's trying to eradicate them.
What about kangaroos? Or is that a thing? Like I've seen, and I don't know if it's true or not, but just anyone randomly is allowed to just like hunt and kill kangaroos because they're plentiful and they're roaming everywhere, just humping the wall. I don't know. Is that true? Or
No, they're you can't go out and kill kangaroos. No. Yeah, you'll get in trouble for that.
Do they do any hunting in your? Certainly they hunt something over there, right?
They used to do a cull of the kangaroos because the population was just too massive.
oh, okay, so my conspiracy theory comes from something that existed.
Yeah, and then you
That's
get all these
changed.
do-gooders
All right.
that say, no, you can't do that. And it's the same with the crocodiles up north. They're endangered as well, and now their populations are
Out of control.
yeah, they're getting that way.
Mm-hmm.
They're getting that way, and there's a lot more croc attacks up north now because of that, and they're big ones too. They're not little ones.
Mm-hmm.
They're growing to big sizes up there, so I'm just
I
glad.
know
live
y'all
in
had the
myself.
great rabbit war and the great emu war, right?
Emu. With rabbits, there's so many rabbits, it's crazy. And same with the camels, so many camels here.
Are they one of the fastest breeding animals? Rabbits, like after
Yeah,
or cats and dogs, even.
Man, those rabbits, they breed like rabbits.
yeah, exactly. So, but yeah, you can't just go out and cull animals here. So there's got to be all legit. So you just can't go out and do it. So, but
Whatever's left in there, and fill the rest up with hot water.
And Mark, you guys culled all the sharks in the UK?
Well, they don't have, y'all don't have wolves anymore, right? Y'all eradicated the wolf. That's like a story they taught us in school, right? When the last wolf was ran out or killed, and
No, that's the last dragon.
that was before that, I think.
That was my ex-wife.
Oh, zing!
oh, damn.
Funny guy. Everyone, if you get a
she's in the
chance,
chat.
Funny.
Hello.
Funny how?
go sub to David. You just made it to 1,000. Right on, David.
Well
Nice.
done, David.
That is.
Was
One
I
of
your
us. One of us. Oh no, not you.
Was I
I
the
know-
thousandth sub? Or I just subbed to him, so I might have been 1,000.
Oh my gosh, was it you, Zombie? That's awesome.
I don't know. I just subbed to him, so maybe he got that.
I think it's at 1.2.
That is
Do-
awesome.
Do I get anything for that, David, or what? Come on.
Huh?
Eh?
David is a super cool guy. I enjoy he does live streams from his church, and they have some great singing, a lot of old timey mountain gospel music, which I absolutely love. Good man, David.
I don't
like-
like sharks.
Huh? Fucking sharks. I used to have a shark hide around here. You know how hard it is to skin a shark?
I don't know, like
It's very difficult. It's very difficult. It's like
Well, I'm sure they don't like it, so.
I have.
yeah, no, I mean it tastes all right.
I will admit, I've never skinned or killed or hunted or gutted or anything to any animal, creature. I've gone. That's not true. I've gone fishing. I've gone fishing,
Rats. That's
Help.
everything I've.
clean the fish and prepare it and cook it and eat it. So I have done that.
I used to use a pellet rifle.
freshwater fish or
Ocean,
pocket is fine.
usually like
Oh,
ling cod or rock cod. I remember that's what we caught.
Oh, okay. We have a fish
Ugly
called
fish,
ling.
like
We have
ugly.
ling cod is what we catch in Alaska.
Yeah, ugly as F, man. But
Yeah, super.
with some
tasty.
butter in a frying pan, it's pretty damn good.
Mwah! I love that shit. That's like I was telling BOE. BOE had a really cool reel. I think it was probably on YouTube and Instagram. But he saw a pike in one of his canals, and I said, "Holy shit, that's a pike!" You know, and I didn't even know they had those in your neck of the woods, Mark. But much like halibut or lingcod, pure white meat, just a fucking beautiful fish to
the
eat.
best vintage vehicle ever.
This is the one. Isn't this one of the ones you wanted, Mark?
The cardboard in it, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that's
There
what
you
I
go.
mean. Yeah.
What'd you think of this puzzle?
I
Mark?
really like the one as well because I've got the POC one.
What'd you think of this, you vintage guys?
That's awesome.
Isn't that
Yeah.
neat?
One of the
1978.
first things, it's one of the first things that Kenner brought out.
Yeah, for sure. One of the very first items that ever made for Star Wars.
That is super cool. 29 cents it has on it in one spot.
29 cents.
There's one of those puzzles that's the ceremonial scene, right, where Luke and Han are getting their medals and whatnot. And so the picture on the box, it shows like, you know, like it's like 12 people wide or something, right? It's a nice photo from the Lucasfilm archives. And on there's a little circle that says, "Oh, photo is actually, you know, really cropped." The puzzle, it cuts off like 8 of the people, and you only see like Han, Luke, and Chewie kind of thing. It's weird because like the photo, you know, and nowadays the photo on the box has got to be what's in the package, and then that one, it was.
I always
like
look for that guy with the platform shoes as they walk past.
I always thought those helmets were. I look at that. I go, what in the fuck is that supposed to be?
But we recognize it as a Star Wars shaped helmet now, right?
Oh, totally, super cool.
Which one's that? Which one's that one?
All of them.
The one where the guys in the rebel ceremony and they have the long pikes and they have that weird visor that's real far away from their face.
Yeah.
Every single helmet that in Star Wars, to me, is original. I know they got their origins from someone got an idea, like Vader, a little bit of a samurai shape and stuff. But I mean, if we were to all see silhouettes of like a Vader and a Stormtrooper or Boosh, or we would know, like we would know.
What I like about the Star Wars props, and
you know what that one
Jones
is?
props, are all
That's a sand person.
They're all British.
Yep.
They're all.
Yep.
It's like the lightsaber. The lightsaber is just a flash hilt. You know that, but it's just they just went to a camera shop in London, and they just had a box of bits, and they just made a lightsaber out of it.
The worst helmet from the original trilogy is 1,000 times better than that fucking acolyte guy.
Yeah, that was different.
I thought that was just.
Yeah, well,
it's like I don't know. It's like somebody. They're like You ever seen like when they do art when they're like they like smear shit on something and they're like they crucify Jesus and they're like, oh, this is like that entire show. That's what it reminded me of. Just
well,
like
the budget for Star Wars was 10 million.
Pretentious
The
fuckers.
budget for Star Wars was 10 million. That's how much was it for the Acolyte?
I don't remember, 180 or some crazy shit.
They know.
Good to see you, young man. Hope everything's good in your world, sir. Hope everything's good in your. We're just talking shit. What's the new? What do we have to look forward to in Star Wars?
Andor.
I think the Skeleton Crew's coming out.
Skeleton Crew, Christmas time.
Oh yeah, what is that? Christmas Day?
Christmas time
in Andor. Come on.
I will if they got me to watch Acolyte, I will obviously watch whatever. I may not like it, but when they showed that somewhat lax, everybody remembers Ariel Sharos, right? He's the bat looking guy who everybody thinks is a wolf who came in the cantina, And I know some of y'all got to remember this, right? But he had red glowing eyes. When you watch the cantina, he had the red glowing eyes. And as a lover of Lack Sivrak, everyone confuses Lack and that guy. And the Ariel Sharos guy, I will still maintain he's a bat, right? He has a bat nose.
Yeah, he looks like a bat.
And he looks like a bat, just like Walrus Man is a spider, right? He's not a fucking walrus. I'm from Alaska. I know what a walrus looks like. Walrus Man is a spider. But so Ariel Sharos, if I'm saying that right, he has the red glowing eyes. Well, when you looked at this Skeleton Crew, when they had the full life-size mannequins, and they had the Lack Sivrak character, well, that character has red glowing eyes. And I immediately just thought, well, here's another fucking group of people who think they know Star Wars, who has confused these two characters.
But I think didn't like that bat alien because George Lucas removed Lak Sivrak from the original cut of Star Wars. I'm not saying he replaced him with that bat dude, but only that bat dude remains as far as canons. So yeah, I know what you're saying. Like the people who made this, they combined the two characters in a way by giving them the glowy eyes. But I'm okay with that because maybe they're only 38 years old and they've never actually seen Lak Sivrak because there's no digital version of it, right?
Yeah, that's
no, but that's what is that because it looks like Lak. It's definitely.
I think they've confirmed it is the same species.
A Shavastine Wolfman from
I
Umbara
think
Prime or whatever.
Their names even could be wrong, but I think that's confirmed.
Well, that's the first because I get that all the time. People, even when the Cantina came out, right? People are sending me pictures of Ariel Sharos, and they're like, "Oh, it's Lak," and I go, "You motherfuckers! Like, that's not even close to Lak, you know." And even since the first time I ever saw it, yeah, baby, man, ever since I was little, that was the coolest. That is the one guy in the Cantina that you would not fuck with, you know. Like Hammerhead seems cool, but like I wouldn't.
Yeah, I would hang with Hammerhead.
Well, I would. Yeah, I don't think you'd get in a fight. I think you'd smoke a bowl with Hammerhead.
And buy him a beer, buy him a
right.
Whatever.
And then what's the big white moth guy?
Yeah, he'd be cool.
Well, and then like in Clone Wars, we find out that like those guys are fucking badasses, right? Like they're like, but Lak was like the only dude in that Cantina that you thought, holy shit, look at this guy. You know, like he did not look approachable to me, you know, but I always thought Lak was the coolest. But yeah, I did get upset, but I just am a Lak fan. And I said, these motherfuckers put the red eyes from the guy that they think is a Wolfman, who's obviously a bat, you know, and they think it's Lak. And I just, you know, nobody likes to be misidentified, I guess.
Miss species?
Yeah. It pissed me off. Is there a glitch in the chat? I don't know. He's from Alaska Prime.
Mr. Glitch.
But yeah, I'll be watching Skeleton Crew. I think it could be.
I'm looking forward to the cartoon series, the What If. That looks all right, actually.
What? I don't even know about this.
Bit of a laugh.
Yeah, I never got into those What If bloody cartoons. Yeah, they just.
My dad, when I was young, if I asked him what if, that was the surefire way to get a fucking ass beat. That, you know, and so like, yeah, to this day,
asking stupid questions.
Yeah, dude, that was like the number one way to get a fucking ass whooping, you know, and like the nicest thing he would say is be like, you know, if my aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle, you know, but like
Dino's bragging about his, you know, old tube TV, which is like, you know,
again.
11 PPI resolution. Dino, plug your Laserdisc player to your actual TV and your actual TV, like your hot HD flat TV, 8K TV, will up-res your Laserdisc so you can watch the original unaltered Star Wars on your big screen TV from your Laserdisc, and it will look better than your tube TV. I'm just saying.
I don't know. The tube TVs do look pretty good, man.
From here.
No, I don't know. I have one of my grandfather's. Gosh, I wish I could remember the name, but it's a pretty sought after television. It's like from 70.
Okay.
And man, shit looks fucking. I used to have some of my game consoles hooked to it, and it is fucking fire, man. And even like old movies, you know, when you watch something from the 50s and 60s, like Panavision maybe wasn't that great, but like the first Technicolor shit, like even on a new TV, like that shit is 3-dimensional. The fucking color is just unreal, you know? And everything new is just like this matted looking garbage, you know, to me. It's crazy.
Yeah, I remember when the HD part of television came out, like, you know, 10 years ago, however long that was, like when 4K wasn't really a thing yet. And you could go like look at the TV from the side and you could still see the picture, right? Because early TVs, you couldn't see them from the side, and it was so close you could see like their pores and stuff like that. I'm like, whoa, maybe this is too good a quality TV. And I do notice on some things that I watch now, like when they're like in the highest resolution, when you could see like, you know, people's imperfections in their skin that for 40 years you never saw that on TV. Like you saw it in real life, but on TV you never saw it until now. Now it's like, whoa.
Yeah. But yet when you go see a lot of these new films, they're just black and dark and you can't see.
Like all the Batmans.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like some of the Batmans weren't that bad.
Always at night.
But like a lot of those like X-Men movies that came out, you know, like there's no, you know, like where did the technology go? Like there's just no, the best cinematic thing I've seen lately is Horizon. And I don't know what they filmed that in or whatever, but
did you watch that one in the theater? Or
yeah, I went to the theater.
Right?
I went to the theater and saw it.
No pee breaks?
No, and I was worried about that because, you know, like I don't, you know, you don't want to miss anything.
3 hours or was
3 hours, and it was over like that. You know?
I haven't watched it yet, but I know it's on.
There's some people that don't like it, but you know, if you get, man, I don't know. It's just the people's idea of what's entertaining, or I don't know. Film to me used to be an art. If you can look at something and you fucking want to cry, or when you get immersed in it like that is like the point of it, right? Like Citizen Kane or The Searchers or even like Gone with the Wind. Like there's really shit going on. And like one of the things I've noticed today is just like people don't have the mentality to go that deep. You know, they just action, blood, you know, that kind of like horror films, right? Like Saw and stuff like that. It's just gore. You know, but if you watch something like the original Cape Fear, it's not gory, you know, and it's scary. And
that was a black and white one, right? The original one?
Yeah, the original one. Or, you know, and like your hair stands up when you hear the music. And like there's a lot.
It's weird because it's a lot creepier, more frightening than the remake. Who is that, Al Pacino or who's in the remake?
De Niro.
And which is still a good movie, but I've seen them like compared side by side, scene by scene, word by word, and they're like scene by scene, they're like identically made. Yeah. But the original one is much
far, way scarier. Yeah. The first time I saw Cape Fear, the original one, I was in a hotel room by myself with a gun,
with no power,
with the door locked and everything, right? And I turned the light on. And I was like, holy shit, like this is a magnanimous piece of art to make me go, holy shit, you know? And like I always thought the remake of Cape Fear, right? Like I don't think Robert De Niro has the depth of an actor that Robert Mitchum did at all. Because in the remake of Cape Fear, right, they give him all these tattoos and they make him burn his arm with a lighter. And he does all these things visually that convince you that he's crazy. But in the original, Robert Mitchum doesn't have to do any of those things. You know that this guy is unhinged and will fuck you up, right? And it's just the level of professional acting, I guess, you know, that makes it like that, you know, because I thought Robert De Niro was just a total miss. And I saw how they put in so many extra things like that to try to convince the audience, oh, this is not a guy to mess with. You know, he's unhinged and, you know, it's like a lot like Anthony Hopkins in Silence of the Lambs, right? You didn't really see him do anything crazy until the end when he gets the guy and goes out with his, but like that whole movie, you knew that motherfucker was not right.
Exactly, you know? And that's what a lot of the old movies were. They told the story better because they didn't put too much in. You know what I mean? You have a look at Jaws. When Jaws came out, you didn't see the shark for most of the bloody movie. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? But and it was like you knew it was there, but you didn't know And
Right.
that was the
People,
thing. And that was
people
the
used to have
terrifying part.
imaginations. That's why.
Yeah, exactly.
People don't know
Exactly.
imagination these days.
Well, and I think people could still have an imagination if they were allowed to use it. And
Yeah.
I say that hopefully for the human species or whatever, but when I see like there's a guy, and I know Mark probably knows who I'm talking about, and a lot of people don't like him, but this guy bills himself as a film noir, and he's an expert on films, and he literally told me once, he said, I don't watch black and white films because they're boring. And and it's like, well, this motherfucker don't know shit about shit, Like if the greatest film you ever saw was a Marvel movie, your opinion may not be fucking valid in the fucking, it just may not be, I mean, and I know that'll ruffle a lot of feathers and stuff, but like, it's like people don't even know what's good anymore,
No. Well, that's the thing. It's like I said, storytelling from the 80s, the 70s, and has all changed to now. Now it's more like how big can you do the special effects and how much money can you spend on it? You know what I mean? As where back then they worried about the storytelling and then worried about the budget, and that's what they've lost,
Yeah, Steph had a much
Every time.
much higher, and I hate to, but like I guess people were smarter. They weren't inundated and numb brain scrolling on reels for 15 hours straight, and just it's like it's an inundated thing, and like there's some
most
great
people if they're watching a TV show, will be on the phone 90% of the time.
Oh,
so
yeah.
they're not really watching the show. They're listening to it. They're not watching it. And then the end of it, they'll say, "Well, that were rubbish."
Right. Yeah, you didn't
even
even
watch it.
Yeah, when I was younger, when I used to partake
See.
in the round circle of goodness, right? I remember being somewhere with a friend of mine who was quite a bit older. He was like an elder chief, and there were some young people there, and
Like
we
Mark.
were much older actually, but we were in the circle passing with
Typical.
the sun, right? As we might understand. And I noticed, so we used to smoke, and we used to discuss, and we used to talk about things, whatever that might be. And there's some younger people, and these people, they were on their phone, right? And it would come to be their turn, and they would take the pipe, and they'd put the phone down, and they'd hit it. They'd immediately pick the phone back up and pass it. And I had to say, what the fuck are you doing? Like, you are negating the entire religious, spiritual experience of doing this, And
The only way to watch TikTok.
it fucking blew my mind, because we used to, I mean, especially in the native culture, no matter what you're doing, right? Like it's a ritualistic, spiritual thing. It's not really, just like Billy Jack said, right? Like you're not really supposed to be doing it for entertainment. You're supposed to be doing it for spiritual and knowledgeable growth.
Well, it's like going to church. You won't look at your phone when you're at church. I don't know. I don't go to church, but you won't go into church and pray and be on your phone, would you?
I mean, the last couple times I went to church. How about when you're at church or at a movie and somebody's phone goes off and you think, did you really not? And it's not so much, I mean, I guess shit can be an accident, but like you're there to do X, to go to a funeral or whatever, and you didn't. I'm the kind, I leave my phone in the fucking car no matter where I go. I don't use it like that. But you're going to go into a church or a movie theater and you forgot to put it on silent? Like that, you have one fucking job, right? And like, I don't understand that.
If
Not allowed.
I'm in public, I always put my phone on silent. Like you're on a bus or something like that, I always put it on silent. Because it's respect for other people, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Well, and you remember when phones first came out, people would say, "Oh, excuse me, I need to take this call."
Yeah.
Right. Or they would just say, "Oh, excuse me," and they'd say, "Oh, I'll call them back." But now you can be in a conversation and they go, "Hello," and you go, "What the fuck kind of rude ass shit is that?"
What's weird too, and I see it often, is because we have a lot of homeless people here in Canada in general, but they all have phones.
Oh yeah,
They'll have active cell phones.
Oh yeah.
at $50 a month or whatever, but like, or pay as you go or whatever it is, or they're stolen or whatever. But I mean, they're laying on the sidewalk with their dog and a blanket and a shopping cart and their phone, with their one bill. It's just, I guess it's that important of a part of society now.
That's live streaming.
It's not like they're like on
is.
TikTok or Facebook talking to their family and friends. They have it for, probably for bad purposes, like calling their dealer or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Or,
The dealers, yeah.
but it is weird though.
Yeah, when I was working in Alaska, you have to have a certain company's phone, whatever you call it, service for it to work, right? And I didn't have that service. I had to do. It was kind of on my list to change my phone over to this.
Get a new SIM card or whatever.
Yeah, but it really became like a very because you can use it like when you're at home base, they have Wi-Fi, and like that's how I did a lot of those videos. Like I could take a video, but it didn't get loaded, or like I talk to my kids on FaceTime. But if I'm working, I can't do that anyway. But everyone else had the phone that worked, and and you'd say, well, how was work? And they said, oh, fuck, I watched 5 movies, and you say, well, no wonder you fucking fucked that shit up, that when you ran off the fucking road or you goddamn did whatever you did, and there is a somewhat, like everybody has radios and people are supposed to be watching out for people. And there could be a level of safety, if you do get separated from the pack or the radio's not working, But a lot of the foremen, they would say, okay, here's my number. Everybody get your phones out. I'm only going to say my number once. And I can't remember what the deal was, but I told I think it was like maybe one of my first days, and I was like a little nervous or something. And so I told him, I said, hey, I don't have a phone. And so if you can't, like the radio or whatever, and this other guy who was real high up who ran the grader, which is where you ran to, he said, how do you know what you're doing if you don't have a phone? And I said, baby, all I need is the fucking flash of the lights and the turn signal, right? Because that's how you communicate. Like that's before there was radios. When you pull up in your truck, the grader guy, you would wait. And when he flashed his lights, you would know to come up. And when you got close enough, he would give you a signal left or right. And then that's when you'd pull up. And I told him, I said, baby, all I need is the fucking lights. I don't need. And you know what? I was his favorite fucking dude, because I was a younger guy and he was old. He said, that's how we fucking do it, man. Right on, brother. And like that was the whole fucking point, because fuck, they did all that shit for, basically 100 years now, just like that, These lights are for the water trucks and this light is for the rock trucks. And you give a signal out one side and you pull up and like there should be no talking. But now in today's world, everybody is, I pull up somewhere and I'm waiting for the guy to give me a signal. And the guy's like, texting his girlfriend or doing whatever.
Streaming live on YouTube.
And I say, hey, are we here to fucking work? What's going on? And they, and it's like, it's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. Yeah, the phone. I love talking to you guys, and you couldn't do this without a phone or a computer. But there's a time to fucking not be the center point of your shit.
I don't know if you guys play golf or not, but that always annoys me when I'm out in the golf course and someone else's phone rings or something like that. That goes off.
Yeah, it's because that's an escapism kind of thing, right? It's one of those.
Yeah, I always put
get away from.
I always put it on silent or something like that. It's like when I go to the movies, I put it on silent, stick it in my pocket. You want to get away from it for a few hours. That's the whole point of it. But I guess this generation really can't do that too much. But that's the thing. But I think phones have definitely made this generation a lot. Well, I won't say dumber, but not as smart as previous generations.
It's different. It's an advancement that we all take advantage of. I had a talk with Super John last week or a week ago. We're talking about online shopping, whether it's Amazon or whatever. And I'm like, why would you use your phone to do something when you could go on your computer and do it like with a bigger screen and, you know, more obvious, easy access? And he's like, oh no, I prefer my phone. And you know, everyone has their way that they prefer to do these digital transactions, like banking.
If I'm looking
like,
at auctions and things like that, I'll use my iPad. But if I want
that's
if
convenient.
I'm looking at something normal, I want to sit comfortably and have my phone in my hand. I think that's the difference, isn't it? It's like having my computer here. I'll be sat there. If I have my phone, I'll be sat there just on my phone. But if I want to use a computer, I have to come and sit on it, you know, plug it in, whatever. It's not all the time, but I think it's different. It's different. I mean, I think you want to be comfortable when you're shopping, don't you? Online shopping.
Well, it's almost the way to get stuff nowadays. You know, at least like in my area, you could go hunt. I should start doing toy hunts just to show, you know, like Gary thinks that he sees the same thing every time, and like you can see the same shit at my stores for 2.5 years, right? Like,
yeah, that's why you don't see lots of Rick toy hunts, because there's nothing new after 6 months of, you know, there's no new stock except GameStop, because the GameStop gets new Batmans every day.
Remember Toys R Us? You used to go to Toys R Us and it was the same thing.
Toys R Us
year after year.
Still the same thing. Like, I think they've had no new stock since the last time I went before COVID.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, but at least you guys get the cool stuff over there. We don't usually get the cool stuff here.
The which stuff?
The cool stuff.
The cool stuff.
Oh yeah, I've definitely learned from like Keep On Collecting. Like Canada has no problems compared to Australia, right? As far as get stuff.
Us, like Australia, we pay 25% more than people in America pay for no reason whatsoever.
Yeah.
Because people are making a profit. People are making a profit off the conversion of the dollars amount, right? Like if the US dollar is the base, same with UK, Rob. If the US dollar is the base of all things, whether Hasbro's selling toys to China or they're selling toys to London,
it's the same price.
It's all in US dollars, you know. So somewhere when they convert it to the prices in your country, they mark it up another 20%, so they make more money. It's sad.
Exactly.
If y'all would have been the reasons that we won the war, then
we are the reason.
Work off your fucking money.
Welcome to Knowledge 101. All the wars were won by Canada.
Yeah, exactly.
Was Canada in a war?
When we're getting his gold back.
Australia had the
World War II.
Australia made the first fully cast tank. Did you know that? In World War II. The whole body was fully cast. Australia was the first people that did that. How about that?
Did they put them on a barge and float them to Europe?
No good in Australia. Other one.
Yeah, what's that going to do? Like,
well, I mean, they had to get them somewhere. I'm sure a lot of them went to Africa and stuff, or whatever would be closest. I don't know as far as a front that was closest. But Australia did their part.
Yeah, we did all right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we did all right. We were actually feared in the first war by the enemies.
Oh yeah, the big one.
Yeah, the first one. They had a lot of respect for the Australians because they knew that they wouldn't give up.
Bing.
Bing. Good to see you, Bill. Good to see you, Bill. Well, that's what happens. I don't know. You know what Patton said, or maybe you didn't, but no. So nobody knows
which Patton.
General George S. Patton.
Yeah.
Played by George S. Scott.
Plonker.
Yeah. Well, he said that everybody might have been fighting the wrong side on that one. And then he died in a car crash not very long after that.
No way, really?
Yeah. And then there was, whatever there was, 80 years of battling who were our, allies.
Well,
Yeah.
the Russians were nasty fuckers.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
They they play basketball in bare feet on broken glass.
They there's the story about when they were in Berlin and the British wouldn't talk to the Russians; they'd rather talk to the Germans than the Russians.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I heard the Russians were brutal with the civilians. Yeah.
And what was the God? I don't know what they call it, and I don't even remember what we call it. But when the whites fought the Reds, gosh, what do we call that? Is that it's not the Russian Civil War? What was that? That was when there was two factions of communists, right? There was what they called the white communists and then the red communists, and they had a big fight. That was like the Bolsheviks and different stuff.
Oh yeah.
And then the
Russian Revolution.
Russian Revolution, yeah, there you go. And it seems like
Bolshevik.
But exactly. But
and the
there's a lot of
executed. Well done.
And in the 1950s in this country, and even you watch stuff like when's the last time you watched Dr. Strangelove?
Too long.
Is that James Bond movie?
No, that's Peter Sellers.
Pink Panther.
Yeah. No, everyone go watch Dr. Strangelove, right? And look at the condition that the world is basically in now, and you realize like
Slim Pickens.
Fucking that whole movie was it was about anti-communism, and there was the crazy general who was talking about, the communists are putting fluoride in water, and they're this
German
and that.
scientists, he's fucking brilliant.
Right, but and he was made to look crazy. That was a Stanley Kubrick film, right? And a lot of people, say that was a movie made basically by the government to quelch conspiracy theories, right? And all the things that we basically know to be true now were addressed in that film in a joking, laughing way, right?
Yeah.
And like, if you go and watch that movie, and I'm not going to say movie, if you go watch that film today and really start thinking about what the fuck, you go, holy shit,
Yeah.
Like, that fucking crazy general was right the whole time.
Yeah, there's a few movies like that. If you go back and you watch them and you go, oh my God, what the hell's happened now?
I got to go reply to some emails, guys, but it's always a pleasure chatting with you.
I can't believe we outlasted Rick. Good to see you, young man.
I'll keep watching and
smoke one for me.
I can do that too.
Yeah, do that.
Cheers. Yeah. Happy Labor Day.
Oh yeah, happy Labor Day. Dr. Strangelove was absolutely Peter Sellers' Gap.
He played about 5 characters.
Yeah, was it? I thought it was 3. He played Mandrake, he played Dr. Strangelove, and he played the President. Was there more?
Yeah.
Was there more than that?
I don't know. You could be right.
I think it was.
No, it was a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a man. And I can never remember the general's name, but who was that? Hayden. God, what was his name? He was the cop in Godfather. Hayden. Oh, he was a famous actor, but he played the crazy general, which I can never remember his name. I want to make a shirt with that general's face and his name and say, General so and so was right.
Yeah.
But it's quite an interesting turn of events. It seems like to me, anyway.
Yeah,
it's a very underrated film, isn't it? That.
Oh, that was a pretty man. That was a dynamite film.
Yeah, I'd watch anything with Peter Sellers in.
Oh yeah,
one of my heroes.
Yeah, I loved Peter
Definitely.
Sellers.
I remember when I used to go watch all the Pink Panther movies, and then he died halfway through one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I think probably Strangelove might be my favorite Peter Sellers film. And I guess it's just because you got him playing different characters like that. I guess it might be why I
Lavender Hill Mob
enjoyed it.
Lavender Hill Mob, I like. But that had Alec Guinness in that, had everybody in that.
Mm-hmm.
Love that film. I like anything with Alec Guinness in as well, because he used to do comedy, didn't he? He used to do all the healing comedies.
Sterling Hayden. There you go. I can never.
Yeah, there we go.
I don't know why I can't remember Sterling. That's pretty. And yeah, George C. Scott was the general who was secretly rooting for it all. There's no fighting in here. This is the war room. That was a masterpiece, even though it might have been, American government propaganda, being funded by the communists. I don't know, but that was always kind of the backdoor idea of that film, right? It really was funded by our communist-run government to kind of put to bed all of these ideas of conspiracies and this and that, because it made it, made that Sterling Hayden character look like a loon, but like, motherfucker, he was right the whole time.
Yeah, that's why they do it.
Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, that was a great one. And Colonel Kong, man, Slim Pickens, he was amazing. Slim Pickens was the oh man, and don't quote me, but I think he was like the 1927 all-around cowboy rodeo champion. Slim Pickens was a real rodeo cowboy and like the real deal. I think it was
really always played a cowboy as well.
Yeah, well, that was the thing. Back in those days, unlike a lot of films and stuff I watch today, they had what do they call those people? Consultants. People that were there. If you look at the set of a 1950s or 40s Western movie, there are things in there, and they trimmed the wicks of lamps correctly, and the stoves are. You see the guy turn the flue down on the stove, and because it was produced and helped made by people who fucking did that, super real.
Accurate. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that kind of stuff. Yeah, nobody knows how you're supposed to trim the wick of your lamp anymore, and
there's so many things that we're losing.
And what year, Gap? I want to say 27, but it might have been the 37. I can't remember. I could be totally wrong about that. But he was, I think, 2-time all-around cowboy, world rodeo champion or whatever they called it. Yeah, I miss those. To me, it's like a lot of stuff is just not, the effort is not put in. It's just not put in. Whether it's from ignorance or laziness, I guess that's a case-by-case basis, but
or technology.
Yeah.
It's like I was saying on my video the other day that with Star Wars now, they just make a series, they steal a series from somebody else and slap a Star Wars label on it, but they know nothing about Star Wars and know nothing about story. They just copy a story, put Star Wars on it.
Right.
It's just it is laziness.
If they were ever going to copy any stories, the stories they should be copying are American Western films.
Yeah.
Because if it's a lawless,
like George Lucas did.
Right. If it's a lawless, type what do you call it? Environment, that's what you should be copying. That's the that is the whole thing.
We're doing with Boba Fett.
Mm-hmm.
If they ever do the Boba Fett series again, because you've got what do they call that guy that was turned into a cyborg at the end of it? He had the Boba Fett armor at the beginning.
Oh, Timothy Olyphant's character.
Yeah, I mean he's a cowboy. He's a cowboy actor, isn't he? So you want to get him in like a Western type thing, which is again he's stealing from other things and slapping a Star Wars label on it. But that's what George Lucas did. It's like so Westerns, samurai films. He picked bits from everywhere.
Yeah, to make it.
But they need to go back to basics and do that again.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe just set it on Tatooine.
But also
on Tatooine.
with the older movies and stuff, they used to have more practical effects. Now it's all green screen now as well, which takes away from a lot of the
using the volume too much.
Mm.
They need to. I mean, the Acolyte did use practical sets, and they did go out filming and things like that, but not to the extent that, say, Andor did.
No,
Andor went all over the world to film. Like they used Scotland.
Yeah,
I went to the place where they filmed Naimos. You know what I mean? It's they need to do practical sets and locations.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yeah, that was a much more dynamic show because of that. Yeah, that's what's. Well, I guess that's not what Skeleton. We thought that's what Skeleton Crew was going to be. Was more of like a bounty hunters, not bounty hunters, but
it's Goonies in space.
I think Disney's bloody trying to cater to a new generation of fans and going for the kids for this one. But yeah, because it just seems that way.
And we'll see what kind of subversive messages. Like when I worked at the school, they would have
the message.
Right. They would have like movie days for the kids. And because I was like popular, I was like the only adult in the school that was allowed to be cool, right? Like I didn't have to reprimand.
We're like Skeletor kids.
Right. But every once in a while they would say, let's have Maintenance Man Lack pick a movie. What should we watch? And I'd tell him right away, John Wayne. Because if there's a message that you want to be portraying to the young generation, it should be those kinds of messages, Yeah.
Exactly. It's the same as Masters of the Universe when they used to do the little messaging at the end. That was actually good messaging, and there was no rubbish behind it. You know what I mean? It was actually good morals and be a good person kind of thing. You know what I mean? There was nothing else behind it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that is what you have with. I mean, it is programming, right? That's what it's called. Yeah. But yeah, you have this power, and you're either see people throwing it away, or maybe if you look deeper, you see this alternative, ulterior idea of what they are trying to put forth.
Yeah.
And regardless of the small things, it's definitely overall about control and allowing a higher power like the government or whoever to be your savior and your guiding light to everything that you should be and do and
it goes back to the old saying, divide and conquer. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
So if they divide everyone, then it's a lot easier to control things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see that quite a bit. You're definitely told who's you're supposed to like and who you're not supposed to like, and
exactly, and that's it's a crazy time. But it's definitely different to what we were growing up, anyway.
It was much simpler in our day. You got your DC Comics with Superman and Batman.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You think about it, right? Batman is a dark detective bad guy, but he's a good guy, and he could be so much worse. It's like Superman. Superman, because he was brought up with good parents, he turned out good. What if he'd got bad parents and
Well, did you see what was it called?
He could have destroyed the whole Earth.
What is it called? The movie. They actually made a movie with Superman, basically Superman as a boy, but then he was actually bad.
Yeah.
And he went around killing everyone. I think it was a Bright Star or something. I think it was called.
Yeah. I think.
But that was a good movie. But that was an alternative to Superman going bad. So yeah.
I mean, they should have done it as a Superman story.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Well, and the other thing I always see too, and like it's very
Right.
popular with a lot of people, but every generation is always talking bad about the younger generation below them, and like we're all old enough to have seen this for multiple generations, right?
Yeah.
At this time.
Gen Z.
But like, who is ultimately responsible for these children to be brought up like that? It's directly the generation that spends all their time on Instagram now saying, "Oh well, I didn't have to come home till the fucking lights came on," and all this shit, and it's like, so who are these generations? Right? Who is these people who have kids who do this complaining who's not imparting that to their children? Right? It's ultimately not someone else's fault, right? If something you're directly in charge of turns out to be shit, then that's your fucking fault, And I see that all the time, and there's like, not only are all these other wars that are waged, but now there's like a generational war, whereas not very long ago, people stayed with their family, right? They worked in the family business. They were taught and mentored, and like that's been out of the realm of possibility for fuck at least since the 60s, right? I mean, those damn hippies at fucking Woodstock that fucking started it, right? You know,
or even just sitting down and having dinner with your family now at a table. I mean, that's just crazy.
That goes back to like women being at home all the time, though, doesn't it? And like women now are out to work, so they come at different times. I think that's what that is. It's,
yeah, but if you go back 50 or 60 years, I mean, you be able to look at the government. The government might have said, well, how can we raise revenue and how can we get taxes? And it's like, well, we got a single house income. How about we make it 2 incomes for a house? We don't know. So you don't know if it was all started by the governments back then. I mean, that's a theory. But because now they're getting two incomes from one household, that's taxable, as where before it was one.
Yeah, I never thought of it like that, but that's definitely a lot of it does not behoove us as citizens, right?
No. That's the thing. It's like there's so many things out there. When you sit back and you think, well, that might happen. You don't know. We just don't know because we're only told so much, and that's the thing with the governments.
See, there's no apprenticeships or anything like that anymore. It's no, like you said, there's no family business where they're learning a trade. Nobody wants to learn a trade anymore. They want to go and be a YouTuber.
Yeah, yeah.
You want the easy way out.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's a lot of trades and stuff like that. They don't want to spend time doing it. They want the fame and the fortune all just really quick. As we before. I mean, you have a look at families now, and you have a look at women, and that they want guys that are 6 foot tall. They want 6 figures, making 6 figures, and stuff like that. Well, when we were growing up, it was like you get together and then you grow it together. You know what I mean? And then you get wealthy together. But now they want everything now.
We've not learned, have we?
No.
Yep. We're all going to be bloody silence.
Yeah,
see, do you remember? Did you see that South Park episode where all the tradesmen become all the richest people because they're the only ones that could fix like the toilet or something like that? It's broken. They've got to get a tradesman in, but they become.
I've never seen that episode, but I have. It is a true thing.
Yeah, I love South Park. I love South Park because it's all true. What they're saying.
I probably haven't seen an episode since like season 4, which was I don't even know 20 years ago or something.
Season 25 or 26.
Yeah, I've been.
No, I keep watching it. I love it. I love it because it's like I say, it's just true.
Mm.
I
But it's also funny as
it
well.
goes over a lot of people's heads
Yeah.
because they're not understanding they think, oh, it's just something they're just taking piss out of somebody, but they're not. It's true to life. It's really good. It's very intelligent comedy.
Yeah, it is. But yeah, I think the Simpsons is the only thing longer than that at the moment. That's still going, I think. But yeah.
Yeah, is it? I guess Gunsmoke is not the longest running show anymore, huh? That's...
Nah.
It tells you how long it's been since I've been in the mainstream of that kind of shit.
Yeah. Well, I don't really watch a lot of TV myself, but I don't watch series and stuff like that. It's just problem with series I find is I was watching one TV series back about 20 years ago, and it was, I don't know if you guys know about it, it was called Now and Again. And it was about this guy, and he died, and then they put his subconscious into another guy's body, but it was like a hybrid kind of guy, and he could run faster, jump higher, stuff like that. And he had to work. The only catch was he could only work for the government. He couldn't tell his family and stuff like that what it was, and it was a really good series. It went for about 10 or so episodes, and then they left on a cliffhanger where he told his wife, and then they were running away from the FBI, and that was the cliffhanger. And then it didn't get enough views, and then it was cancelled. And I thought, oh bloody hell! I was just getting into that, and then they freaking cancelled it. And yeah, and I thought, bloody hell! You invest so much time into something, and then they end up cancelling it. So that's kind of what. Ever since then, I go, no, I'm not watching it.
It's like this Rings of Power. All I've seen is people slating it.
Mm.
And that's all you see now. You don't see, apart from like Deadpool, where everybody says, oh, it's brilliant. You don't see videos on TV series, films that are good.
Mm.
You always see if they're bad. You don't see the good videos. You always see the negative ones.
Yeah.
And that's why I said the other day that Rings of Power, I'm really liking it. And all I've seen is videos slating it.
Yeah. Well, I've come to that realization a long time ago. Anything that I think is great, most people won't even give a chance to watch.
Yeah.
They've already had a pre-notion of that it's not good. Or like the guy who says, I don't watch black and white because it's boring. It's a ridiculous idea, But yeah, anything that the last show that was on that I thought was just a fucking brilliant show was Longmire, which was, I don't even know, 15 years ago or something, and most people have never seen it. And maybe the one before that would be Deadwood, and like those were some pretty deep. A lot of people get caught up in different things, and I guess it's like South Park in a way that, like, if you're not really watching and absorbing what's going on and what's being said, that it goes over people's heads. But there's even in like that movie Horizon, a lot of people were bored or whatever, but it's really like a true story of humanity, which Westerns have always been, right? Like it is really just like you were talking about, what if Superman became evil, and like that's one of the basis of the idea of a Western movie, right? There is no society, there is no law that's dictating to you how you should act or how you should be. And what you're doing is what you think is right. And so when you get a character that's righteous or that defends the defenseless, then it means so much more than someone today doing it, because there is no risk of punishment, right?
No, that's true.
Yeah.
It was easier back in the Western days, though, because if somebody was good, they were white.
Exactly. White hats and black hats. That's right. Or they were dirty and they had a 3-day beard, or they were clean shaven. Yeah, exactly. Exactly right. No, I can't wait for the next part of Horizon to come out. Kevin Costner seems like pretty unique and deep-minded individual, you know, that he could be able to produce and write that kind of story, you know.
I both liked him. I both liked him as an actor. Untouchables. That's one of my favourite films.
Oh yeah, Untouchables was a good one.
Untouchables. Oh, what a film.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I almost always forget about that because it's. I mean, it is a Kevin Costner film, but it's so much of like a
Sean Connery.
Yeah,
De Niro.
and like I've
Andy Garcia.
De Niro plays the same person in every.
Yeah.
You know, and I guess it works in a way, you know, but because a lot of the older actors, like you know, Robert Mitchum played Robert Mitchum in everything he ever did. John Wayne and James Coburn, and you know, they all played, but it came off as true, right? They weren't acting, I think, you know, they were being more of themselves, where somebody like De Niro he is acting, but he's acting the part. And so it's just it doesn't resonate quite as much, you know, at least for me, you know. But I don't know. And can you think that it might get worse? That's what everybody says, you know. I mean, the world's been going to shit my dad is, you know, 80 years old, and the world's been ending every 10 years since before he was born, right?
Yeah.
So,
I mean, we lived through the 80s where we're under constant threat of a nuclear war. Serious. I mean, it was serious threat of a nuclear war, wasn't it? It was like every day, like, is it going to be today? It's going to be today. And, you know, like people, I mean, it's still there. The threat is, again, the threat is probably more now than it was then. But we don't think about it like that, do we?
No, it's definitely not as an advertised. We should be much more concerned about germs or
climate change.
Like
you know, it's where before, like 20 years ago, it was all about the ozone layer. Now it's about climate change.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they just come up.
I'm not going to be long enough to worry about things like that.
Right. Yeah. Well, right, and the same people who are pushing that agenda are buying $1 million homes on the coast.
I know, right? Exactly.
Right? Oh, you know, this place will be underwater in 10 years, and you know, like you know, the if that was in any way provable or true, do you think you could get financed from a bank for millions of dollars? You know, or like this fault line is going to explode, and they're.
Yeah.
You know, it's interesting how all those places are some of the most expensive, richest places, right?
You've got to be able to meteorite that it's the planet before anything else, I think. And that's all when this planet's going to end. It's like it ended the dinosaurs, and it'll happen again. The amount of rocks that are out there that could destroy this planet.
Mm-hmm.
It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when it's going to happen. That's the thing, and it's like every species has a limited time in the universe, and at the moment it's our time. You have looked at the dinosaurs; it was their time. They ended. Now it's our time for God knows how long, and then after us there'll be something else. So, you know,
cats.
That's the way life works.
People are coming back.
Yeah. Hey, ain't nobody gonna make it out of this world alive, baby.
Nope.
But,
and the government wouldn't tell us anyway if it were coming. They might tell you the day before. Oh, by the way,
right?
That big rock that's coming.
Yeah. If they tell you to worry about it, then it's not something to worry about, and if they play it down, then it's real.
Yeah, because they don't want mass hysteria.
Exactly.
You know, but at the end of the day, where the hell are we going to go anyway? We're going to go in a bunker somewhere where, you know, with the seas rising, and you're going to be underwater anyway.
I won't want to.
You know,
I'm ready.
So,
I'm ready. I'm ready to go. I'm not bothered. I've done all I need to do.
But
you know, economic travesty will be the only real thing that we could possibly worry about that would be realistic, you know. and you know, at the end of the day, that may not be the worst thing, right? If it all, you know, if everything, of course, we won't be able to talk on the internet and that kind of shit, but you know,
Yeah, well, that's it.
the world will certainly change in the long run for better. Maybe humanity will, right? What's that saying? You know, good times produce weak men and hard times produce strong men, kind of a thing.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
And we're like right in the middle of that. You know, it's not. But we'll be okay. I'm like Mark. I'm ready. You know, people they say, "Oh, what? This is going to happen, and this is going to happen." And I go, "Fucking, let's do it, baby." You know.
Yeah.
Do it. It'll be, you know, none of us will be sitting around bored thinking, "Well, what? I wonder what I should do."
Exactly.
Probably be sat on the phones, would they?
Yeah. Yeah.
You won't go down the street and see some
just
TikToker
thinking
dancing in the middle of the road.
I'm just thinking, yeah, we'll all get some pigeons.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, all those animals that are, you know, endangered that you can't hunt, they will be on the table to eat.
Oh yeah,
You know?
everything's fair game.
Mm-hmm.
When all that's said and done, but yeah,
Wild.
but the only problem is it's probably only going to be the older generation that survives anyway, because I think the younger generation is a bit softer to do all that stuff.
Well, they'll be rounded up as captive, you know.
Yes, they can do the hunt. They can do the.
They'll learn real quick.
What are we going to do without TikTok?
Oh yeah. Tell them pile up all these rocks from there to there.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah.
Let's film you.
Why do I need to do it? Just do it.
Well, and people don't. I was talking to a friend of mine the other day, and it was about the same kind of subject, you know, and they're telling me how prepared they are and this and that, and I, you know, I laugh at them because I try not to be rude to them, you know, but I was alluding to the fact that I don't think they quite understand, you know, what it's going to take. And they kept on, and I told them, I said, you know, have you ever seen the pictures of like the Russian Revolution, you know, where people are like selling body parts of their loved ones for food, you know, to survive? Like, have you ever read The Donner Party? And, you know, like, if you're not prepared for that level of shit, then you're not going to fucking make it.
No, it's when it gets really bad. That's that's when you see a lot of society really go down the bloody toilet. You know, because everything goes out the window. Everything goes out the window. There's nothing, you know, and they don't care what happens.
They have no idea what it takes to fucking survive something that's, you know, and they have their 100 pounds of rice and their 10,022, you know, and like,
you know what would make a good reality TV show? Is you get
lack in the wilderness.
You get a load of Gen Z trans TikTokers, and you make them, you leave them in the woods.
You leave them in the woods,
themselves.
Oh yeah.
Can you imagine that?
Oh, it would be a bloodbath. It would be crazy. It would be wild.
That would be crazy. That would be crazy.
The
watch it be on TV next week.
Just surviving on your own without because I grew up like that, right? But even surviving on your own and taking care of your loved ones in that setting without there being
starting a fire.
Right, without there being the threat of, you know, mass violence, you know, which would really be one of the biggest problems if it came down to that, right?
Yeah.
But just surviving, I mean, you know, fuck you, 80% of at least this country, they're going to die in the first 3 days because they don't know how to find clean water.
No.
Exactly.
Right?
No.
So it's just...
where do I charge my phone up?
Yeah, people are not. There was that. I can't remember that woman's name now, but she's like what is she? She's a professional athlete, but I wouldn't say she's an anti-feminist, but she's always trying to have intellectual conversations with people about the ideas of equality versus maybe the modern idea of feminism. But I saw a video the other day where, and I have not seen what she's referring to, but she said there was a show or an experiment where they put like 10 men on a deserted island or in the woods.
Oh, I've seen that, and they put
Have you
10
seen
women
that?
on another island. Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
they
seen
put
that.
the women on, right,
Yeah.
and the men were just knew what to do, and they
And
you
the
know they
women
knew
were
what other
running
guys were capable
The
of.
women that kill themselves, kill each other.
Oh,
Men will
they-
work,
didn't they
the
get-
men will
didn't
work
they-
together.
Right.
Yeah.
The women will kill
The-
each other.
The women or the men will at least work together to go try to find some women, right?
Well, didn't the women just walk around for like 3 hours before they got to camp because they didn't know where they were going first?
Yeah, they know.
Yeah.
That's what I gathered from this woman's video. Yeah, and I think they were rescued like in the next morning.
Yeah, or something. It was crazy.
You know, and of course there are. I mean, I grew up with a lot of women that would not have had that problem. You know,
No,
I don't know
not in the past.
Right,
Yeah.
right. And I don't know the background, you know, that's the thing. Like, I mean, you can go to Alaska and find plenty of women that can outdo those kind of things more than 60% of the men here in the society, you know?
Exactly.
So it's definitely a knowledge based thing. It's not a, you know, squarely a gender thing, you know, but there's definitely, you know, if you took 10 guys from, you know, whatever, New York City, who's never been out of their apartment, you know, and then you took 10 guys from the rural parts of wherever, you know, all of a sudden it becomes a knowledge based thing. But it would only take one knowledgeable person and the rest be open enough. Yeah. And then the rest be able to say, okay, I don't fucking know shit, but this person does. Maybe we should just fucking believe it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. One knowledgeable female would have turned that into a much more positive reality for that group, you know.
Yeah, but I think a difference between the sexes too would be, even if you took 10 men and 10 women who had absolutely no idea what the hell they were doing and put them on the islands, the men would still figure it out faster than the women.
Well, they might go further, or they might be able to implement it easier. Just because of physical prowess or whatever, or you know, if you had one woman that was like G.I. Jane, you know, that had been through the SEAL training and knew how to get water and make a fire, you know, then it might. Yeah. There's definitely. Yeah, I would like to know more about what that woman was talking about. It's just like those the Naked and Afraids and all of those different shows, you know.
Yeah.
There's always guys on there. They say, "Oh, I know this and I know that," and you know,
they don't know shit.
And fucking they don't know shit. They don't know shit. They don't know what they're doing. They're scared of the dark. They think they're going to get eaten by wild animals or whatever their fucking problem.
I know. That's like the conception about Australia, because you hear in the media all these things that can kill you here, you know. And honestly, 53 years of being in Australia, I've only seen probably 3 or 4 things that could actually kill me in that time. You know what I mean? So a lot of it is media driven. You know what I mean?
Oh, is it? Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a cool show years ago, and I met the one guy. I can't remember his name now, but there was a show called Dual Survivor, and it was one like special forces army guy, and then the other guy was a primitive expert in primitive living, right? And he was billed as like a fucking hippie and all that kind of shit, but he was a survivalist. And they would survive in an area together, and there, you know, a lot of the show was them combating with each other the way they should do shit, you know. And like the one thing I'll never forget is, you know, they'd be trying to make it from point A to point B while surviving, and you know they would come to like a cliff, or they would come to a part in the trail that would be dangerous. You know, dangerous to traverse, and the army guy wants to fucking take his rope and rappel down the goddamn fucking cliff face, you know, and go. And the guy who was, you know, like I said, he was billed as like a hippie, but being raised the way I was raised, I knew like he was a fucking hardcore indigenous motherfucker, and he knew his shit. You know, and he was always he said, well, why don't we walk around this fucking gully instead, right? And like in Alaska, and it happens all the time, you can sprain your ankle in Alaska and you're fucking dead.
Exactly. That's the
you're
thing.
fucking dead. And the army guy, he'd have to tell the army guy, you know, like, and of course they had cameramen and I'm sure they had satellite phones, you know, but like you need to think about that there is no one fucking else. No one is coming to fucking get you.
Exactly. And that's the thing. If you do get an injury out there, that's it. It's basically you have to chop it off and then buddy bandage it all up or die, basically. And that's how it was.
I don't know who Bjorn's talking to because we're all winners here. But good to see you, Bjorn. Respect to Grandpa. I hope your grandpa's doing well. Yeah, that was you know, I knew a guy who lived out in the woods. I've actually known quite a few guys that different things have happened to, but one guy had gotten real sick, and it was probably Giardia, is what most people kind of assume what happened, which, you know, how he got it was definitely, like, we're not sure because the guy knew how to do things, right? But, you know, the guy had gotten really sick and, you know, died of dehydration in his bed in his cabin.
Yeah.
There was no one there he couldn't get out of bed. He couldn't do anything.
No.
Sick.
Couldn't.
You know? And I had another friend, right on, Bjorn. Glad to hear it. I knew another person who was a good friend of mine, just a righteous brother. And he ended up, a couple winters ago, he had a stroke in his cabin, lived out in the middle of nowhere. He had a stroke and he laid there and somebody finally came to just visit him. And when he was basically frozen solid.
Yeah.
And he was still alive. They got, he was still alive. They got him to a hospital and they ended up amputating both arms and both legs.
Oh.
And you know, he ended up dying anyway. But it was, his family told me that, you know, it was a mild stroke. You know, it was something that if we were sitting on our house today and we had one, we would probably be fine, you know, barring that you're not more than 30 minutes from a hospital or an ambulance can come and get you. You know?
Or you can get help, at least tell someone.
Right. But yeah, there's been plenty of people I knew that just, whatever, they froze to death. You get the flu real bad, you get the shits and you can't get yourself clean water to drink and you die of dehydration.
Exactly. You know? And that's
modern people.
What happened.
Yeah, modern people have no concept of that. And that was the cool thing about that show. And I don't think a lot of people understood it because they made the show always make the hippie guy kind of look like, oh, he's worried about bullshit and he's a fucking meanie and all that. But that guy, and I can't remember his name, but he teaches survival at Yavapai College in Prescott, Arizona, which is where I met him. I can't remember his name, but you know, that is the guy who knew what it meant to survive and thinking about tomorrow. And we probably shouldn't run down this cliff because, you know, we're not.
If something happens, exactly.
Yeah, if something happens, we're dead. You know.
Yeah.
And I can't remember that. Was it Jim? I don't think it was Jim Bridger. Gosh darn it, I can't remember. But there was a mountain man, you know, who amputated his own leg, right?
Oh yeah, the guy that got stuck in the boulder.
Yeah, and he had to amputate. Well, no, this was. I think
that was his arm.
Yeah, that was the rock climbing guy. This guy was like in the 1840s. I think maybe that Leonardo DiCaprio film was based slightly on it, but I don't remember there being this part. But this guy, he amputated his own leg with his Bowie knife and a rock, put his stump in the fire that he had made into coals before he did this to cauterize it, right? And he survived, and he made it back out to civilization and lived to be a ripe old age, you know?
Yeah.
And, but, you know, how many people do we know
could do that?
You know?
Exactly.
Rambo was a jerk. Rambo did seem to understand that he was alone. Yeah, Hugh Glass. There you go. Was Hugh Glass the one who amputated his leg though? I don't remember that.
Glass.
But yeah, the people today are not. They don't know what they're capable of or what they might have to be. And there are plenty of people out there who have no idea, but when faced with the adversity, they might be able to.
Yeah.
To
Survival
come
instinct,
through.
isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah, I talked to so many people. Like my one friend, I said, "Are you?" First of all, they were vegans, which I just thought it was interesting that a vegan is telling me about their thousands of rounds of 22 bullets, And I said, "What are you going to do with those bullets? Like, like, are you going to go shoot a squirrel? Because I thought you're like vegan or whatever,
Yeah. Oh, that all changes. That all change.
Right, exactly. And like, it's just a different idea, And I said, if you're not prepared to eat your friend, or then you're not going to fucking make it.
No, exactly. Well, that's what they did. Remember that plane crash when they crashed in the Alps?
Oh, that was it an Olympic, like a team, right?
Oh, I can't remember what it was, but they crashed in the Alps, and they were so far away from civilization. A couple of them ended up dying. They had to eat their friends to survive because they weren't going to make it.
I think that was and I could be totally wrong, but was that not like a soccer team or something?
I can't remember exactly the details, but I just remember the
or football.
Football, yeah, or football. Oh, you nearly had Mark going then.
Yeah,
but,
Argentinian one.
But yeah, I remember that. That was yeah.
Yeah, we all, including myself, in this kind of society, like, man, we talk about living in a fantasy world where we can just, whatever, you get on your phone and have groceries delivered. And
well, the thing is, we a lot of people, especially the younger generation, don't understand how good we've got it in this time period now, because as you know, like last century and the centuries before, I mean, just even medicine and things like that to help with painkillers and cure. Like they didn't even have cures for simple ailments in the early 1900s. I mean, what was the name of it? But now it's a lot better. So penicillin, I mean, they didn't discover that until I think the Second World War or something, didn't they? Penicillin.
I think that was earlier than that.
Was it just before then or something? I know it was like around about the mid 1900s or something.
Yeah, I think it's been the early 1900s. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah, it might have been the First War. I can't remember.
Yeah,
it was one.
I think penicillin was definitely one of the major breakthroughs. I think it might even have been earlier than that. I could be wrong, but one of the oldest surviving generations, at least in the United States, was like the American Civil War generation, right? Which a lot of people talk about we're living longer and everything, but we're really not. And during that sweet period of like the 1830s to the 1900s, there was a lot of people living to be very old because they had the opportunity of a lot of modern medicine.
Yeah.
But they still lived in a primitive way, and they ate good food, and they worked in their garden, and they were having American Civil War veteran reunions up until like 1930. And like you don't see anybody since that. We're not having reunions of hundreds of World War II veterans in very many places, except maybe Western Europe, where people are still living. They're milking their goats and they're eating good food. Like you don't see that kind of longevity in very many places anymore.
1928. It was
28. Okay.
Yeah. So it said September 1928. So the First World War, they didn't even have penicillin. So you can imagine being injured in that war. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So
they were probably using a lot of sulfur and maybe iodine. I think iodine's been around for quite a while, right?
Yeah, but yeah.
Which I've
got to go. Get up. I've got to get up in the morning.
Oh well, God bless you.
I've got an auction at 9 o'clock in the morning.
All right. Good to see you.
Oh, and then Lobot's going as well.
Oh, okay. Good to see you, Lobot.
It's like 1:20 in the morning. So.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? Well, son of a bitch. Well,
Yeah.
we're still going strong with 9 people, which is amazing. So, yeah, that's not bad, huh?
Well done.
Yeah, well, we were hopping pretty high there, close to 20 in
20 something, yeah.
Yeah, we were, yeah. But, you know, we were opening boxes and talking about what we all supposedly are friends over.
And
you know,
just because me and Lobot are going at the same time, don't mean we're going to
no, we know it's late there.
Are you? Well, it's a bit sus. We never see Lobot on the cam, but yeah, it's you're not secretly writing in chat there, eh, Mark, as well, are you?
No, I have seen Lobot enough to know that they are 2 different people.
I have met Mr. Lobot.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But,
Well, it's good to see you, Mark. We'll have to do a stream like we were talking about the other day on slapping Star Wars on shit and everything like that. I'm gonna
on it tonight, don't we? But
I'm gonna keep going till I get the eyebrows from the missus.
I thought you'd have them 3 hours ago.
No, she was at work. She only got home from work.
All right.
So yeah, we had some free time there. But anyway, good night, sweet friend.
Gap's getting a bit excited there.
Yeah.
Right.
All right. We'll see you guys later. Take care, Lobot.
See you.
See you later.
Absolutely.
And then there was 2.
And then there was 2. Hold on.
Yeah.
Let me see.
Oh shit! Oh Jesus!
Ow. Let me see if I know how to do this.
Where the hell did I drop that?
I'm going to. How do you do this? I'm going to put the link in the chat again, just because. Why not? I haven't gotten the eyebrows from the missus.
Yeah. Let me show you something very cool. You will know what this is. Have you seen that?
Oh yeah, I've seen at least one of them you were working on.
But yeah, this one's not going to float. I've made ones that actually float as well. Which you see those globes.
Oh yeah, I remember you saying that you had the globe that floats.
Yeah, they float on this thing.
And that's done with the magnet?
Yeah. That's better. See? And then it just on top. But this one doesn't have the magnet in it. You know Brett from Cantina, Rogue 5 Cantina?
Yeah, cool to know.
Yep, cool to know. He wanted one, so I'm making this for him.
Oh, awesome.
So yeah, and I made Mr. B yeah, Mr. B. I'm making this a Yoda
awesome.
as well. Hey,
what's up, Gilly?
Yeah, and I made Mr.
We'll do the TV now.
Well, hey,
Well, I had to turn the TV down.
Yeah.
Just enjoying the conversation.
Yeah, nothing but the hardcore left now.
yeah. Well, what time is it?
Oh, yeah?
I can't see the clock, but it's got to be 7:30ish, I guess.
Oh, it's not too bad.
Yeah, it's 7:21 in my area.
Okay, yeah, I think me and Gilster are on the same time zone, huh?
Yeah.
20 past 10 here on Monday morning, so.
Yeah, the minutes never change worldwide.
No, that's it. It's
the space-time continuum is relative. What you been up to, Gilster? You been doing your art?
I've been watching you try to go through watching you guys.
Oh, yeah?
I should have been, but it's damn hot in that garage. Too damn hot in there, so.
Yeah, it's fucking hot.
Watching it. But I'm going to be doing it. Trust me, I'm doing it. If you want, I can go right now.
No, I didn't mean it like that. I just was asking. Gilster, Zombie, if you didn't know, he is definitely an accomplished artist. And he does.
Well, I'm trying to get back more into it, yeah.
Yeah, well, it takes.
Yeah.
Man, I still think your Bounty Hunter S. Thompson fucking, that's one of the coolest things I've ever seen, man.
Well, yeah, I like to combine things I like and make them one thing.
Mhm.
You know, just makes more sense. You know, I don't know. I got more ideas for other things, though. You know, more ideas of movies and stuff, and combine them together.
Yeah, didn't you do
So can you see
like
me?
a
I'm
Muppet?
sorry.
Did you do like a Gonzo and an animal uh Hunter Thompson and Gonzo? Was that you?
No, that wasn't me, but I can.
Yeah. Yeah, that I can't remember where I saw that. I might have sent it to you, or you might have sent it to me because I thought if I sent it to you, it made me think of your mashup stuff. You know,
Yeah.
I've
Have
never
you
been.
seen that, Zombie? Have you seen it?
What's that
What
one?
he's talking about?
No. No.
Oh, let's see here. Oh, shit. Here, oh, here it is. Here it is. Let me, would you like to turn my camera around? I don't know.
Just go
Oh,
into
I'm putting my jump off here.
just
no.
go into settings.
No,
If you go into
I'm on
settings,
my phone, so
oh
I'm
yeah,
very limited.
yeah.
It's all right.
I don't have a computer, so
I don't either. It's all.
Yeah, I'm just on my my iPad, so and then I've got my phone for the chat.
Oh, right on.
So yeah, it's all happening.
you know, I thought I could, you know, it's not the same when you do Instagram live, you know, 101. You can just put the camera around.
Oh yeah, no. Once
This
you're
is
set, it's
gotta,
set in.
yeah, something like that. Let me see it.
Let's see.
Cause
There you go. It's pretty
Oh
close.
yeah,
yeah, there we go.
I don't know.
That's cool.
I got some
It's
art here, I guess.
it's Boba Fett as Hunter S. Thompson. So he's got the little bucket hat and he's got his like
Yeah.
typewriter briefcase and like, man, I just think we could sell 10 million of those shirts. God damn it! Like right
Yeah,
now.
I want to do another one. I want to make another one, but I wanted to say this is Wombat Country.
This is fun.
I don't know. I'll try. I'll
Hold it up.
post
Hold
it
it
to
up.
you.
Hold it up. I got you on solo, so let's see.
Oh, there we go. We can see it clearer now.
Yeah, right there. Perfect. Yeah, see,
Yeah.
he's got his little bucket hat and his glasses. And God, I just think that's fucking
The same
brilliant.
poster from his original.
Yeah, I think that's fucking brilliant. I'm a 3X, just so you know.
Okay. Yeah, I wear that. I wore that to my job, getting my check. They have no clue who Hunter Thompson is, so they're a bunch of, you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Here, I got better thing. Here we go. This is on a piece of paper, so this is better.
One of my favorite Muppet episodes is where like Gonzo is like, oh yeah, hold on, leave it right there. Let me put you in solo. Look at that.
That's it. Look at that.
There you go, right there. Yeah, I think that's fucking awesome with his little bite. Yeah.
It says Jabba on his hat. Jabba's palace. You know, like a casino. The shirt has the Mandalorian symbols with this Thompson. I got another one, but I don't think you can show it on YouTube. I'll get it, taken off.
Well, you need to take some good. You need to take some good pictures and put them on your Instagram.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna do that.
Do it.
I'll do that. I got some other art here.
That's one of my.
You guys want to check out some art?
Oh yeah.
Cool.
Let me put you back on solo so we can see
Yeah,
it.
put on
Yeah,
solo.
perfect.
That's a Terraclaw Skeletor.
That's awesome.
This
They
is
need to make a figure of that one.
this is
Thomas Prime?
Scareglow.
Yeah.
Scareglow.
Yeah, I like those. Those are neat.
Trap Jaw right here.
Oh, that's a good one. I love that one.
Yeah, I got more. I got some psychedelic. Here's some hippie art or some psychedelic.
Oh yeah, I remember
Oh,
seeing
yeah.
it.
Alice in Wonderland. My mom has a shirt. I just on a T-shirt. I really wish I can do it better, but I'm limited.
Yeah.
That's why I don't have a YouTube channel.
Is that marker? What is
That's Sharpie, marker, everything, man. That's just anything I can find around the room and spend a whole couple hours just me and my imagination. And when I really, 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 really did a whole bunch of drawing like 5 years ago, I had this. Tell you the truth, I had this girl I liked. I mean, I really liked her. I thought she was my muse, so I was really going deep into it. But she ended up, that was nothing. So, that's life. But yeah.
They always say it's better to have loved and lost than to never loved at all, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think something like that. Yeah, I get what you're saying, but it wasn't love. It was more on my end, and I think no, but
Well, as long as it wasn't stalking.
No, it wasn't stalking. I'm not a creepo.
I'm just giving you shit.
I know. Thank you.
I've been working on this club.
What's that going to be?
Huh?
It's gonna be like a not quite. I think it's too short for like a shillelagh, but it's like a shillelagh style club. I'll take this knot, and I don't know if I'm gonna put like an offensive spike on it or something, but I might round it. But it is the notch of a tree, so
Yeah.
it's got a pretty strong. It's not quite as straight as I'd like it, but I think I can sand some of that out.
You can work with it, though.
Yeah, I think I can work with it. And I wish I remembered what this is, either some sort of cherry tree or oak.
Yeah, it looks like a really nice wood, though.
Yeah, it's real. I think it's I can't remember the type of cherry, but I think it's cherry, which is why I kept it, because it's fucking hard as a fucking rock.
I'll go get what I'm working on. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
That's what she said.
And she did say that. She'll be
And
saying
it was
that
too deep. It's too deep.
I guess Ed went live, and I thought I saw Instagram thing for it, but
Oh yeah, one of his videos.
oh, it was a video.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I didn't get to see it because I was watching you, so I'll watch it whenever chance.
Yeah.
Like I still need to watch Sunday Hot Toys.
Oh yeah.
I haven't seen that yet. I'm going to watch it though.
Yeah, it was
But
good.
You only got so many minutes in a day.
That's right.
So you do so much, and you can't be at 2 places at the same time or 3 places at the same time. So I'm gonna watch it, Ed. Don't worry. I'm gonna give you a comment and team replay, team rewatch, man.
Yeah, there you go.
If I can't catch it live, I'll watch it replay. Best I can do.
Yeah, me too. I have the same problem. What you're working on there, Zombie? I see something. Let me put you on full screen here so we can.
Does it look familiar?
Oh, that see-through your body?
Yeah,
yeah, 100%.
Awesome.
I'm just doing the
Got that.
I've got his head on the printer now. On one of my
Oh,
Oh,
righteous.
wow.
So yeah.
And that'll be like a life-size bust.
I think it's close enough to it. Yeah.
Mhm.
So
That's
his head
awesome.
pretty. So yeah, this is for a customer. It's the same as that. They're going to one customer there.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I thought that was the same person. I thought that was the same lady
Yeah.
earlier.
Yeah. Give me 1 sec. I'll go get my helmet. Then I'll finish.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, all right.
Well, you've been doing all right there, Gilly?
Yeah, just watching you guys talk. All trying to stay in the chat. Keep up.
Yeah, good. And church this morning?
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was pretty good.
Awesome.
I didn't take my phone with me because I don't take my phone to church.
Yeah, no,
I just leave it here and I do that there, and then I come back and I catch some other stuff. But once I concentrate on one thing, and lose my full attention, I give my full attention. Same goes with movies too. If I can't be on my phone and then watch a movie. I have to be into the story, into it to get my full 2 hours and whatever minutes I have for that. So
Did you finish Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid the other night?
yep, sure did.
Fuck. That's one of the fucking greatest films ever made, I think, man.
But the one I have Sam Peckinpah's uncut version.
Oh, no shit.
It has both versions. His one he kept in a vault and the regular release. So I watched the extended pieces that were in the movie. So you see a lot of cracks and pops in the movie, like from the film. Yeah, it was
Oh,
like,
man.
wow, I don't remember seeing that.
Yeah, I've probably never seen that either. That's awesome.
So there's the
Yeah.
helmet. That's what it's going to finish like.
Oh, yeah. Let me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's neat.
Okay, yeah, so that was the same person.
Yeah, and there's the training helmet I made.
Yeah, awesome. Man, that looks nice.
It's actually a Black
Wow.
Series. I just repainted it.
Oh, right on.
So,
Yeah, that
yeah.
looks good. You did that weathering on the blast shield?
Yeah, all that's
Yeah, that looks cool.
yeah. But yeah, I've done a couple of these for customers as well. So
Crikey.
you can't crikey.
That's what you say, right?
Yeah, well, it's actually quite funny because all of your strange sayings you say, like you hear, like most of them we don't. Oh, what we used to say them, but we don't really say them now. But I'll tell
You're
you
right,
something.
deceive them. Don't trust them.
Man, it's
Can you see that
terrible.
in the corner?
Oh yeah.
That's the.
Oh, I was just quoting Kenobi. Your eyes are deceived. Don't trust them.
That's right.
I can't see with his
Is that
live shit
is
on
that a
my
pro
face.
droid? What is that?
No, that's the chessboard from the
Oh, it's the Dejera. Okay, I see it now.
You see?
That's awesome.
Just some of the
I
things.
think it's a. How come we don't say it anymore?
What's that?
Well, the things that you were saying we used to say.
Oh,
but we
like,
don't say.
yeah, it's just times have changed and stuff like that. Like, you'll still get like a lot of people saying good day and stuff, but we mainly say hi or hey, how you going and
What's up,
stuff like
Brian?
that. It's just different times, I guess. But yeah, crikey, we don't really say. Steve Irwin made that famous.
Man, that makes me sad. It feels like it's like a loss.
Yeah, it does, but it's times are changing. Everything's evolving and stuff like that.
I don't feel like that's a good reason.
No,
That's what Bob Dylan said.
But it's just one of those things. It's
That's the kind of thinking that killed Tom Horn.
Yeah.
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 Exactly right.
Oh, hang on. I'll show you something else. You guys will probably
This is the same
know this.
same kind of thinking that killed Rodney Ansel too.
Any of you guys a Lost in Space fan?
I haven't seen it for a long time.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it.
Robot?
I know what it is, but I
Oh, is
haven't
that
seen
this
it.
one?
Yeah.
Is that Robbie the Robot?
Yeah, okay.
No, the B9 robot from the Lost in Space. I've just got to do his lower half.
Wow.
It's Robbie, right? Robbie the Robot.
Oh, that was Forbidden Planet.
Okay, see.
That's the one that says danger, right?
Danger, Robinson.
Danger, Will Robinson, danger.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, and I thought I didn't know it. There you go.
Yeah. But I got stuck doing Yodas, so I've been doing a lot of Yodas and commission work for other people. So I've got to get back onto doing stuff for me. So
yeah.
I'll show you.
Mr. B's Yoda was fucking.
Oh yeah, well you seen that? Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that. I think
Yeah,
I was
well, he unboxed
driving.
it on that. That's right. He sent
I
me.
was
He sent me a
driving
picture.
during the live stream, and like I had my wife like holding the video up next to my fucking head when I was driving. Yeah,
Can you
that's
see it now?
awesome. Yeah.
But,
Oh wow! Yep. I remember that.
Yeah, that was fucking cool.
But,
Yeah, and I can imagine shipping was not only expensive but also nerve wracking, right?
It was. It really was. But yeah, it was crazy. Absolutely crazy. But yeah, because I hear some of the horror stories of parcels getting smashed and damaged, and yeah.
I have one 3D printed thing that I have worked on for probably 5 minutes, and then I had to go out and I said, "Oh, I need one of these mouse," because I couldn't.
Standards. Yeah.
And I probably bought this like a month ago, right? And I just had sanding. I don't know if it's just me. I'm very rarely sensitive to. I mean, I can do fiberglass insulation, but like the first time I went to sanding on the 3D print I got, it bothered me. It immediately bothered me, and I went, and that I'm not that kind of person like at all.
Yeah.
And I immediately had to like stop because I was like in whatever, probably shorts and a t-shirt, and I had nothing on my face, and it took me less than a minute, and I went because I was like at 100 grit. I was taking off some material.
Yeah.
And I immediately realized, holy fuck, this is dangermost. I
I
could feel it. It didn't feel good.
You got to be outside. Like I do, like most of my sanding outside. So in a well ventilated area.
Yeah. I was outside. Yeah, just the dust on me, and I went, ugh. So like I immediately went and I got like a dust mask, and like I pulled out one of my fucking coveralls. Because shit like that, I do wood all the time. I don't, I just like blow my nose out of sawdust and don't bother me.
Yeah.
But that's the first thing I've sanded in maybe ever that I can remember where I went, oh, fuck this noise. I need to like put on my PPE.
Yeah. Well, R2 was, he was mainly the first big thing that I sanded. So he was a lot of sanding. So.
Yeah, that R2 is cool.
But,
like I said, I worked on that one, just whatever. I don't, I'm just doing it for myself. So I went for a little while, and then I couldn't get in the corners, and then it took me like another week to realize. Well, not to realize, but to say, well, okay, I need to go to Home Depot and spend $40 and get this sander, and then like it's just been sitting in this fucking box for a month or more.
Yeah.
I
got Dremel I use.
Yeah.
For customization, you got Dremel?
Yeah, I got a couple. I don't use them much anymore for whatever reason.
You see these?
Don't get rid of them. Something will happen. You'll need one.
Oh yeah, I have some of those for sure.
Little files.
Mm-hmm.
You can even get the off Amazon. You can get the little. They're only like 1 or 2 inch sanding pads, and they clip onto your Dremels. and stuff like that, to make little spots easier. Because it's definitely the thing you have to get used to. Once you get sanding, you understand how to get rid of most of the ley lines anyway.
Yeah.
So
The thing I had, the first the person who printed it, like they did some sanding, but I think they started with maybe like 80 grit.
Yeah.
And I realized in a few places that like you didn't really need to start at 80, you know, like because I went over a couple places in 120 and got it fine, but I had to come back to, you know, I do a lot of custom gun work and a lot of engraving.
Yeah.
And so it's, you know, it's the same kind of, I use needle files and stuff mostly on the inside, but I use a lot of stones.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of stones, but it's the same kind of thing, you know, but like, you know, you never want to strike a file on it because you've just immediately made, you know, like a lot of guns you can usually go right to 220 if there's no pits or anything like that. But yeah, as soon as you strike a file on something, you've just made a lot of extra work, you know, if you're going to go back to a high polish or something like that.
I don't know if you can see how smooth that is.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Now what is that? Thermal detonator?
No, that's a Jedi training remote.
Yeah, that's the.
Oh yeah. Okay.
It goes with the helmet. But,
okay.
Nice.
For a second, I was gonna say the TIE fighter.
They're all got basically the same shapes.
Oh, I'm sure a lot of those things were probably made out of the same little parts too. Because as soon as you say TIE fighter, like I can almost see the tie in there a little bit. Too many holes, but...
What I'll do is I'll sand the plastic down smooth first and get all these ley, because you can see the ley lines.
Mm-hmm.
You can see all the ley lines there in the light.
Mm-hmm.
Just here, up there.
Yeah.
I'll try and sand that smooth first, and then I'll spray it with the primer. Hit it with the primer, and then that way it gets rid of the ley lines, because it's just practice. You just like I use a power sander on it, but the trick is not to keep it in one spot for too long.
Right.
I always melt the plastic, but it's just practice.
Do you use a filler primer or just a regular primer?
Usually whatever's cheapest, honestly. I used to go for the most expensive. On my R2, I use the most expensive primer, filler primer I can get, because I made that a few years ago, and I didn't expect, I wasn't going to go cheap on it, so I just went with the expensive. But now I just use the $5 filler primer, or primer, and that usually does a good job. So, but most of it is in sanding the filament smooth before you get it to the primer stage. Because if you can sand it smooth or fill it with some kind of putty or something, get it all smooth, and then the primer stage comes after. But and then paint, of course. And
if you do it right, if you can do it right the first time.
Yeah, well, that's it. Well, the more you spend getting the ley lines before you prime it, the easier it is going to be to paint it. So that's what I've found. But it's just trial and error, basically. Whatever works for you. Some people don't even sand; they just put like they get like the spot putty and then they put spirits with it, and they wet it, like make it into a water paste kind of thing, and then they just paint it over it and then sand it over.
Bondo or something?
Bondo, and then they thin it. Yeah, they fill it. They thin it and then paint it over. So it's whatever works. But I find that's what works for me. So just sanding it straight, the filament. But it seems to come up all right.
Hey Zombie, do you have a license you can do that? Do they let you do that, or do you don't give a crap and do it anyway?
Honestly, if I was making thousands of these, they probably would. They would come after me, but I don't do anywhere near that. Like I've only made seven Yodas. You know, I've made a couple of helmets. I'm making this bust. I'm making a few. I don't do a lot, but also too, I don't advertise as well, which is a big thing. A lot of my stuff is word of mouth.
All right.
So
Okay.
people say, because I like on my channel and that, or my Facebook, like I'm in a lot of Facebook groups and I post a lot of stuff, and then they'll say, "Hey, can you make me this or can you make me that?" So I'm not actually advertising. I sell Yodas and stuff like that.
Yeah, I've seen some of those. I've seen some of them. Yep.
Yeah. So basically, all I'm getting is someone like this Tusken Raider helmet. You know, someone's to me to make it for them. So it's basically they're paying for my time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like I'm not advertising that I'm selling them.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, people come to me.
Yeah, flying under the radar is like the main idea, huh?
Yeah. Well, the thing is,
Yeah, it is.
I'm not there to make money. I'm just there to, if it pays for me hobby, like all these printers. I mean, you see, I've got 5 printers, if you can see them. Only one's going. Only one's going at the moment. One needs parts. One needs to be leveled. That needs parts, and there's another one that I just haven't got going at the moment. Like it's working. I just haven't got anything on it. But it, like all them are all paid for by the stuff I've sold. So,
Cool.
you know what I mean? And the guy I'm selling that and the C3 Yoda, he wants a life size R2.
Oh wow.
So I will,
Cha-ching.
yeah. I'll make a bit of money, but it's a lot of work. What's going on, Ram?
What's going on, Ram? Good to
Do you mostly do Star Wars?
Hey, what was that? Sorry.
You mostly just do Star Wars and sci-fi?
Yeah, basically Star Wars. I do a lot of Star Wars stuff.
You do what you love, man.
Yeah, well, that's it. Yeah, so the money I get from the the R2, I'll actually upgrade some of my printers to the bamboos. I'll get a couple of bamboos printers, which are a lot faster and a lot better quality. Because with the bamboos, you don't have to sand as much. Because all these printers are probably at least 5 years old.
Yeah.
So yeah, and technology in the last 5 years has come miles. So and like I said, it's just that the stuff I sell, I upgrade my printers. It pays me hobby. I don't make a living off it, but it does.
Yeah, just a hobby, right?
Yeah, exactly. But
I hear you.
But yeah, with Star like Disney and that, they wouldn't even worry about small people. I mean, people sell Star Wars stuff on Etsy and stuff like that all the time. So if they went after every person that's done something like that, they would probably lose money by the amount of lawsuits they'll be filing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, they have to hire a shit ton of people just to
Exactly.
knock down that.
Exactly. And I think what was it YMC? I think it NYC or something. NYC maybe. You know, the place that made the collectibles. Disney did go after them. That made the high end props and stuff. Because they weren't licensed, but they were selling like thousands of things. So it really depends on the volume of what you're selling for Disney to even notice you. So.
And it's just you doing it, so you cut everybody else out, right?
Well, yeah, and then like I said, I don't advertise as well, which helps because people come to me and say, "Can you make this for me? Can you make that for me?" So they're basically paying me for my time.
If you get your son say, "Hey, here, sand that."
Yeah. So, yeah. Exactly. Exactly.
that.
But,
Sand.
It's for because I'm your dad. That's why.
yeah. So that's how I do things. So it's mostly word of mouth. People come to me and they say they
Yeah,
want,
yeah.
like Brett, Brett. He said, "Can you make me one of the training books?" Yeah, no worries. You know, yeah. So he's basically paying me for the time and the printer and stuff
That's
like that.
cool.
Like,
Is he gonna have like lights and stuff? You gonna hook up batteries in?
Not this one, but I can't show you one there. But as I was telling Lack before, this one doesn't float, but I have made training remotes that actually float.
Oh wow!
And what you do is, you know how you got the globes that
Yeah.
float on there? You take the magnet out of that, and then you put it into that, and then you just sit it on top, and it floats. It's really cool.
Cool.
I've made them before, but yeah. So I've got to make one for myself. That's the problem about making a lot of stuff. You make stuff for other people, and then you do a few of them, and then you think, I'll make one for myself eventually, but you never get around to it. It's just crazy.
You got any cosplayers reach out to you?
I've had a couple, but as I said, it's just.
Yeah, I got you. Like a little piece. Hey, I need this piece for my costume, but it's like.
See, so the thing is, a lot of the time, because I don't 3D model. I usually buy the files, or they're free on most websites. And then I go to people. If you can find the file for me, let me know and I'll get it for you, or something like that. But yeah, because
Cool.
I've been doing 3D printing for about nearly 5 years now, and I haven't looked into 3D modeling. I've just got no time for it. Time you're doing other stuff. It's just too much. And most of the time too, if you want a file, it's usually already done by now anyway. So, and then I usually end up just buying it. So.
Yeah, I've definitely been I've definitely looked at different files. We used to do a lot of for CNC machining. We used to use the Fusion 360 was the last like hot thing. They're probably that was a few years ago. I'm sure there's something more dramatic to use now.
There's a few. There's Mesh Mixer. You can do your files on. There's Fusion 360. That's still around. They're probably the main two that you can make your files up on. But as I said, with the amount of time that goes into actually preparing and clean up and everything else, I just haven't looked into 3D modeling. And like I said, most of the files are out there already. So
I saw you remember General Kale from Willow, the real movie?
Yeah.
I saw there's not a lot out there. There's like one guy on Etsy or girl, I really don't know who they are, but they do a General Kale helmet.
Yeah.
Totally complete. And the price is I'm not saying it's overpriced because I've done enough machining and different, when I give people prices on some stuff, they I've been in the, between engraving and building guns and stuff. Like, I understand that it would be that much. It's too much for me to justify. But it is, I just think that's one of the fucking coolest things ever. To have a General Kale helmet. And I'm sure it's maybe inflated more than. Like if you talk to your buddy or whatever, might be, but I think it was like $450. But it's it's got the fur on it and it's got some weathering and like, man, I've been fucking slobbering over a General Kale helmet for a few years, since the first time I found it.
Well, it's stuff like that that you can't normally get. That's what usually sells really well. You know what I mean? Like stuff you can't get. Like, I mean, who makes training helmets? Jedi training helmets. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
no, unless you buy a custom, you can't get it. You know what I mean? And it was only in New Hope for what, a minute or two, a couple of minutes, if that.
Yeah, maybe 2 minutes.
But it's so iconic. You show any Star Wars fan that, they will know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
Same with the Yodas and that. You can get Yodas, but from Sideshow, but they cost a small fortune. You know what I mean? And that's, I try to price my stuff affordable, that I make a little bit of money off them, but also too, they're not out of reach of the normal person. You know what I mean? Because let's face it, I mean, some of the Star Wars stuff, I mean, you have to go on payment plans for. You know what I mean? They're that expensive.
Yeah.
But yeah. So, but yeah, like I said, I don't mind. I like making the stuff. I get it, but I do find, even when I sent the Yoda to Mr. B, I was like, oh God, I've got to send this out. You know what I mean? It's like you get attached to it because you put so much love into it. You know what I mean? You go, oh,
yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? But then you realise when it goes to whoever it's going to, how much joy they're going to get out of it, and then it makes you happy again. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's very hard to part with some stuff, because you put so much love into it. But yeah.
Yeah, that's gonna be passed. And that's gonna be passed down to his daughters, and they'll be like, "This is for my dad's. It was made by some guy from Australia."
Yeah. Well, the thing is, every Yoda I've sent out have said to me that every time someone's come in, they've always gone straight to it. You know what I mean? So they're definitely like a centerpiece to everyone's collection. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
Yeah, it would almost have to be. I mean, it's like once in a lifetime, once in a collection type.
Well,
thing,
it's like R2. I mean, how many people have a life-size R2D2 at their place? You know what I mean? But you ask every Star Wars fan, they would love that. You know what I mean? So it's kind of like the things you can't get that you appreciate a bit more. Because I know Disney sell the R2s and stuff, but they want some ridiculous price. You know what I mean? It's like 25,000 US or something, which you convert it to Australian, it's probably closer to 35,000, and then you've got shipping on top, which makes it, you can buy a bloody down payment on a house for that.
Yeah,
you know
exactly.
What I
Yeah,
mean?
exactly.
You know what I mean? And it's like you see some of the Regal Robot stuff and the Sideshow, and you think, well, they're really cool, but they're like $2,000, $3,000. You know what I mean? And I think to myself, it's nice, but it's not that nice. You know what I mean? And then you have the other problem of where you're going to display it as well, because that's a big problem. All the collectors have is space. You know what I mean? And then you've got to buy Golden, or you've got to buy some kind of cabinets to display all your stuff in as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a big problem, But and especially if you like buying like big stuff as well. Big stuff is because I usually like to do like 1-to-1 scale things, and I find I run out of space really fast.
Yeah,
absolutely. I've still got to finish the I've got a Han Solo and Carbonite I'm doing as well.
Wow.
I've got to print off the file because I've done the cabinet. You know, the cabinet's like about 6 foot high, and it's actually this is a little bit of trivia for you. It's actually not square like rectangle. It's actually the bottom bit is actually wider than the top, and it goes in like that, and it's got right angles on it, which is I didn't know until I started building it, which is pretty cool. But
I always thought a Han and carbonite, you know, with a top on it would be one of the coolest like coffee tables of all time.
Well, they have made them into coffee tables and desks. I seen one guy, he made a Han Solo desk, and then he had plexiglass on top of it. That was pretty cool. And then I've seen another guy that had a Millennium Falcon, you know, where they're flying through the asteroid field with the TIE fighters.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one.
And in a coffee table, and I thought, oh, that's so cool. But then it comes back to space again.
Right. Well, at least if you need a coffee table, you know, then it might as well be a cool Star Wars custom coffee table.
Well, exactly. If you're going to do something, you might as well make it look really good. You know, and that's.
I want my boss person in carbonite table.
Well, I've seen
boss or my job. That gives me who done it.
I've seen Princess Slave Leia in carbonite. I've seen that.
Yeah, I've seen eBay sellers that do a lot. Will do almost any character, like on the 6-inch Black Series.
Yeah.
And like,
I've seen Jar Jar Binks. I've seen Yoda. They're pretty cool. I've seen Salacious Crumb in carbonite. Sorry, Rum. But yeah, I've seen a lot of them. It's amazing what the people put out there. Really, but it's only limited.
Imagination is a fleeting thing, man. You gotta keep a hold of it.
Exactly. If you don't use it, you lose it. Don't they say?
Yeah, I was just talking the other day. You know, to me, when you start commissioning work and artwork, like I think that's one of the steps. You know, of like whether it's about, it doesn't have to be about money, but that's like the next step to elite collecting. You know, like we can all go to the store or get on the internet and buy this or buy that, but when you seek someone out to do, like Gary, when he had his friend do that Han Solo artwork and stuff like that, you know, like to me that's like the next level of collecting or you know, things like that. I'm not really sure if I'm explaining it, but it's like like the fandom is going beyond, you know, and you're really getting into art, you know. And it seems like a much more highbrow, you know, and not necessarily having to do with having to be rich or anything like that. You know, things are achievable, but yeah, like custom and artwork is like the pinnacle of fandom to me.
Well, you have a look at most custom, the guys that do most customs and that, and they put like a lot of love into their things. You know what I mean? And I know for a fact I won't send something out unless I'm 110% happy with it. You know what I mean? But yeah, you do put a lot of love into your work. Well, I know I do, and I know a lot of others do as well. And sometimes it's very hard to part with pieces, you know what I mean? But then you realise they're going to someone who's going to love it, and that's fine. But yeah, I think if you do quality work, it shows, you know. It's the same as Rex, you know, Millennium Workshop, Rex. He does amazing work as well. So
I've seen some of his stuff.
Yeah. So, but yeah, so but yeah, like I said, it's a matter of who you go through. If you go through someone that actually cares about what they're actually doing, then you'll get a better product, you know. And that's the thing.
What's up, Zazel? Good to see you.
Hey, Zazel.
What's up, Zazel?
I was just informed we don't say that anymore. We're just palabering. We've gone through almost all the world's problems. I think we've solved the majority of them.
Yeah, that's it.
You have to go back in the 4 hours and 44 minutes to catch them.
But yeah, so
yeah, that's one of the issues too. Like when I see like on, like that General Kale on Etsy, like if I knew the person or if I'd seen other things, you have a much more positive idea, you know what I mean? Because like it looks good on the screen or whatever, but you think, well, you don't know, whereas if you have like a tried and true, somebody that you know more, like we know you or Rex or something, like there's never a question of like, this is going to be pinnacle. And Zazel says, well, shit. Well, shit.
But yeah, like I said, it's just a matter of knowing who you're getting it from, really.
Yeah, that Yoda, I know Mr. B is.
Oh, he loves it.
And all of us vicariously too. Oh, is that? Let me put you on big screen. I want to see that. Yeah.
Oh,
go Broncos.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, just put my things together. I love and gives me joy, man. Love looking at it.
That imagination.
Yeah.
I love more stuff more than just Star Wars. Go put all this stuff together and yeah.
And that's the way to do it.
Well, even Mr. B. Have you seen some of the stuff he makes?
Oh yeah, he's.
Oh, that's crazy.
The king of 6-inch customs for sure.
Oh man, some of the stuff was on the stream. We did the Yoda unboxing. Yeah, he was showing some of the stuff. I was like, oh my god, how cool is that?
Every custom. I think every custom I've ever seen by other people, like it really, Mr. B is a cut above.
Yeah, he makes it so good. But
are you talking about Gilster? Gilster right down there. He is the king of it. That's for sure.
Basil loves your mustache. He loves your mustache, Gil.
Yeah, thank you. My job won't let me have a beard, so it's the best I can do.
Well, you don't have to worry about that in 2 weeks, right?
Yeah, that's exactly. But we'll see what comes up. I might not be working in the cafeteria at school, so
well,
get my weekends off still. That's what I'm shooting for. But who knows? Whatever you pays the best.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking at. Get back on track to where it was.
Well, you'll have to get on with that ICE services and come up north. Come up there for a few weeks.
Seriously, I've been seriously thinking about it.
Man, it seems like I don't work for that company, but man, it sure looks good. And I think, they only do like 3 weeks on. So it's not, we do 6. And if you can float under the radar, you can go longer, But 3 weeks isn't too bad. And, it's about $2,000 a week. So it's.
Yeah, that's good money.
Yeah, I had to get started before wintertime gets here because wintertime it's dead here. Yeah. So it's like my hours would never be cut. It's like no one wants to get on the snow and eat tacos. So.
Well, in that ICE services, like I know that they don't just work on the slope in the wintertime. There's a lot of mines and different places that are going 360, so even if you wanted to get away in the summer or whatever, like and you got nothing to spend, your room and board is all paid for. So, you don't have to fucking spend a dime on anything, unless you're just, getting your family to send you something that you need, whatever, cigarettes or Copenhagen or, shit like that. But most of that kind of stuff you can get there. I was having people send me Copenhagen because they never had any fresh, and it was just You know, the worst, nothing worse than, you know, like it's hard enough work already. You know what I mean? It's like you want a hot, nice cup of coffee, and you want good fresh tobacco. You know, it's the like it ends up being the small things that. But yeah, that ice is my buddy who works up there. His wife works there, and she loves it. She thinks it's great. Yeah, and because she was, I think she takes care of her mom, and you know, so but it's only 3 weeks at a time, so she can, you know, she can have like her sister or other people be able to do, because it's not like full-time care, you know, but it's just more like worried about mom and being around, you know. But with 3 weeks on, I think it's 3 on and 3 off. So, and I'm sure you can, you know, you don't have to always take the 3 off. You know, most people won't take the job if you don't give them that opportunity to have time off. But you know, the people who really want to, like the company I work for, man, the ConocoPhillips will kind of make you go home after 6 weeks because it's supposed to be a safety thing. But at the end of the day, if you know, most people are saying, hey, I've done 6 weeks, I'm ready to go home. But like the fuckers who really want to work, or like the single old dudes who don't give a shit, like, man, they'll float under the radar for whatever, 12, 18. You can float till you get caught, kind of, you know?
Yeah.
And you only have to take 1 day off. You know, it's literally like they just make you get on a plane and you can, you know, go to Anchorage and get right back on the plane the next day. Well, you know, like there's not a minimum. So the opportunity.
That's me, man. I'm a Mandalorian. I'm doing my shit, get my job, and get paid for it, man.
That's right. You just need enough pink oil stash to keep you
A
going.
what?
Enough
A
mink
pink.
oil, little beaver grease for your stash, so you look shiny.
Yeah.
Yeah, crack an egg over your food. But
Or drink the egg itself,
yeah,
like Rocky.
yeah, that's the way to do it. The way to do it. You got to use quail eggs though, because quail eggs are the only eggs that don't. I can't remember all the thing, but like the shit that you can get from a chicken egg, you can't get it from a quail egg. That's why they still serve raw quail eggs in restaurants.
Oh.
Wow.
So if you're gonna go on the raw egg diet, quail is the way to go. You know, unless you have your own chickens and you can regulate that, because I think it has to do with whatever's on the outside of the egg. Really, I don't think it's the inside that you issue. It's what can come off the shell laying in the chicken shit. But awesome. Yeah, man. Boy, I don't know. I'm not as peppy as I was 5 hours ago. I don't know what's wrong.
Oh, I wonder why.
I don't know. Hey, look, we're getting your local crowd.
Hey, Collecting. What's going on?
Going on?
Yeah,
How's it going?
Good day.
It's nearly lunchtime here in Australia.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the day's rolling by on a Monday.
Yeah, on a Monday.
Yeah. Is Labor Day, is that just an American thing? Y'all have
No, we have it here, but it's just not here at the moment.
It's not here at the moment, yeah. Did you guys just have Father's Day?
Yesterday, yep.
Okay, yeah. I can't remember.
Yeah.
I don't remember who it was, but it was somebody from your neck of the world, and they said Happy Father's Day, everybody, and I went, what? What?
Was that on Cat Stream yesterday or something?
It might have been, yeah.
Yeah, that was probably for me, but yeah.
Yeah, and I thought, what the fuck? How did I miss that? You know. And I realized,
because our Mother's Day is in May, and our Father's Day is in usually around about September. So yeah.
Do you still have Christmas on December 25th?
What was that? Oh yeah, we do. Yeah.
Yeah.
That hasn't changed.
All right. That must be that has to be like a unanimous Western, whatever, Christian-based culture date, right?
Yeah. Well, that's it. It's
Happy Father's Day to all Australian fathers.
Yeah.
Happy Father's Day,
yeah.
yeah.
Basically, so.
It's June 30th. I think the hardcore religious people will tell us that December 25th is not right either, is it? I don't know. It's all pagan.
Yeah.
My favorite part is the tree.
It's all commercialized now anyway, so...
oh, yeah. Well, in mainstream,
so
you
you've
know.
got Christmas. Got all those.
You're supposed to keep it in your heart all year round, so.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited for this Christmas. I got some of those Big Bad Toy Store Naughty or Nice exclusive Santa Claus.
Yeah.
And when Christmas rolls around, I will have had them for almost a year. And
I was going to say, it won't be too long before it does roll around, I tell you.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I want to do a whole. I'm still trying to figure out where I'm going to do it, but I want to do an entire
Are you going to do a video on it, or?
Oh, absolutely.
You better.
It's been like a year. I got that Mythic Legions moose, and I got the lumberjack Santa Claus. You know.
Yeah.
And
Did you get the Vader and the Stormtrooper from Home Depot?
No. I much like you were saying earlier, like a space issue. You know.
Yeah.
And
don't worry. If they might find the space.
Yeah, exactly. I'm doing a life-size Royal Guard.
Oh, nice.
And that's what and I got to finish the helmet, and I need to get some boots. I bought a I think it was from Amazon for like $40. I just bought like a full-size mannequin for a store.
Yep.
And then got the helmet printed, but just rough printed, you know, and that's what I'm not sanding on for a few months.
Yeah.
And like it's not completely screen accurate, but that's, you know, what's that called? The 501st Legion, I don't think is going to show up and fucking browbeat me over it.
No, well, they always have a problem with Black Series helmets because they're not 100% accurate. You know what I mean? But like I said, you show any Star Wars fan that, they know exactly what it is.
Right. Nobody's gonna say, "Oh, well, that's."
You know, there's something quite not right with it. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought about because I did all the 501 research. You know, just I guess mainly out of curiosity. You know, and like doing the robe out of whatever it was like velour or crushed red velvet. Like it's all doable. You know. But I just thought, you know, at the end of the day, how much time and money do I want to spend on this? So, like, I went through a few, like, the red graduation gowns, you know, that cost nothing. Yeah. Enough to where if you couldn't see them on hand, you know, like you get a couple and you look at the color and you go, okay, yeah, this is the red, you know. And I got some pretty cool welding gloves that are red and different stuff, and I. Like on the Amazon cart, I found like some red suede Chelsea boots.
Yeah.
You know, and like, you know, behind me on video or just sitting in the corner for my own amusement, you know.
It's still gonna look really cool.
Yeah, I think it will. I think Gilster has seen it. It's I got the robe and the gloves and then the helmet's on the mannequin, but the helmet's not finished. And then I have a couple parts and pieces that I think will work for the force pike.
Yep.
Which again, like if he's holding it in his arm, like other than being silver and tapered with a point and a box on the end, what, you know, it doesn't have to be, you know, and I don't plan on wearing it or cosplaying in it. But the only problem with the Royal Guard is immediately, you know, it's like, well, I'm going to have to do two because one is, you know, then I have to make like an Emperor's throne, which I might just...
thinking that,
yeah. But, you know, a guy could just get like a wingback chair and then fabric paint it purple, you know, like. Rick is still with us.
Yeah, he's still around.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
Nothing but the hardcore. Yeah, we dwindled down there, but then everybody in the southern hemisphere got off work or something.
Oh, it's the middle of the day here, so they probably got the Monday off. Or like me, I don't work during the day; I work overnight. So.
Oh yeah, right on. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Yeah, I have. Well, I've been down with the sickness for fucking almost 2 weeks. It was fucking killer.
Yeah.
I have not been that sick in a long time. That wasn't, fucking serious. And I don't know if it was I don't know if it's like getting old or or what it is, but like it took a lot out. And my kids got it too, but of course they just they didn't even know they had anything.
But they brush it off.
Oh man, they just wipe the snot from their nose, and they're still just I only get worried about them when they when you notice a energy drop, and then you think, oh, that the kid is sick.
Yeah,
but a lot of that stuff is.
Well, they used to with the when back in the wars and that, the doctors used to know who was really bad by the ones that were crying, like screaming and stuff. It was the actual ones that weren't screaming that they went to first because they knew they were the most serious, Because if they were still screaming, then they're fine,
Right? Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But but the ones that are not screaming, they're the ones that they went to first. So, yeah. They, you know which ones to go to. But yeah.
Yeah, that's how it got for me. It was like when you're first sick, you go, man, I'm fucking sick. This is awful. And then you get to where it's bad enough. You're just shivering and sweating, freezing cold and sweating.
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah. Like a spider bite.
Holy shit, man. Yeah.
I remember
I was definitely worried about some people. I told them, I said, don't come over here because, this will kill a fucking 80-year-old, This is not good. Not good.
Yeah, I remember when friggin' COVID hit, and I was about halfway through, and I got really sick, and I was sick for about 2 weeks, and I was really bad. I thought I was going to friggin' die. I was that bad. I could walk around the golf course no problem, which is about 5 k's or something. But I was lucky to do 5 or 6 holes, and I couldn't do it no more. And that's when I knew there was something wrong. Because if you can't do what you normally do, then there's a really big issue.
Right.
And that's when I knew there was something, because that was really bad.
Yeah.
I had that for about 2 weeks. So,
yeah, I ended up getting that. I probably 3 times, but only the 3 or 4. I can't remember now because I was doing the tests and everything. But yeah, the first time I got it, I had the full. Every time I exhaled, it felt like something was squeezing me harder, and that was definitely the sickest I'd ever been. And it, like you said, you can't do shit that's very easily done.
Exactly.
I went, holy shit, if this gets much worse, and I, at that time, I probably would have never called anybody or.
Yeah.
But
when I was like that, when I was like that, I was in between vaccinations. I think I got a vaccination probably a month earlier or something. And then about 2 weeks later, I was due to get another one because it was about every 6 weeks you can get it. But yeah, I don't know if it was the vaccination I had a late reaction to, or I just got COVID or whatever. But yeah, it was really bad, whatever the hell it was. But yeah, it's just crazy.
Yeah, that was rough. It was rough on everything, not just people's health, but man, rough.
Yeah.
On, every facet of. There was a lot of goofy shit going on,
Oh man, the amount of businesses that closed, and
I was still working. I was working through all that crap.
Yeah, I was too, luckily.
Oh yeah, same.
But I never understood why if they're worried about people getting together, and spreading it, but they close all the stores but one. And
Yeah.
you think, well, wouldn't you want, if anything, you'd say, okay, everybody who lives in this area needs to go to this store, and everybody who lives in this area should go to that store, and try not to cross pollinate. I think if that was like your real.
That's what they did here. That's what
Did
they
they?
did.
They didn't do it here.
Yeah.
They didn't do it here.
Oh yeah, they shut everything down here and said all you fuckers can go to the one Walmart or whatever.
Yeah. Now here you couldn't go more than 5. I think it was about 5 k's from your house.
Oh really?
Yeah, it was really. We had really strict conditions here.
Well, that certainly makes a lot more sense if somebody was trying not to spread the germs across all of society. But yeah, here, not so much in the state I live, and luckily not in the state I was working in. They were a little more lax, because I was still working. But yeah, they just like the small businesses, all the little grocery stores, anybody that wasn't a campaign contributor, I guess, got shut down right away.
Yeah. Remember when Walmart used to be 24 hours? That was to 11.
Mm-hmm.
Are they gonna switch back? I doubt it.
Nope. I don't know what I guess Walmart probably makes enough money. They don't care. But
yeah, I kind of missed 24 hours. Going to the store at 3 a.m. in the morning and do something. Now they're closed. Hey, it's 10:50. Get the fudge out of here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, 10 o'clock. What's that all about?
Well, you remember when there was no weekend trading? Like it used to shut off like about halfway through a Saturday, and then you never used to have a Sunday trading either. So that was going back a few years, but yeah, that was the thing too. So if you didn't get all your stuff by the Saturday afternoon, then you had to wait until the Monday morning.
Right.
You don't have a Walmart, do you, Zombie?
Nah.
You got Kmart.
Yeah, we got Kmart, we got Target. That's about it.
Is that where all the Targets from Canada? They said, let's go to Australia. Because they don't want to
they do that. They do that. But I'm just feeling we don't have that bloody Home Depot like you guys with all the cool stuff. I mean, we've got like a hardware shops and stuff like that, but they don't sell anything Star Wars related that are on level with the Halloween stuff you guys get. But,
no, it's not easy. I think it was Keep On Pointing the Wrong Way. I think it was Keep On Collecting who and it might have been Scott Crusher. I can't remember, but there was like maybe a Motu figure, that was just completely like was never shipped to Australia, never will be shipped, and cost like 4 times as much to try to get there, and and somebody like came through and picked one up locally over here and just sent it over, but like that's just a fucking pain in the ass,
I know, right? I know.
Yeah, it'd be worth loading up on stuff and coming to Australia.
Man. You would sell so many things.
That's what it seems like. And same thing with England. Like I'm a big American Civil War collector, and you can't get. There's so many cool older items because of whatever social bullshit that you cannot find in this country, and if you do find it, it's astronomically. Whether it's like the Confederate Playmobiles or even like the General Lee from Dukes of Hazzard, you can't get any of that here. And if a lot of money. But if you go visit Mark, shit, you can buy 1,000 of them for $1.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Really?
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, that is not a fucking issue in England. They don't have a dog in that fight. Except that they were selling shit to both sides during the actual fucking war. They, but like they don't have any.
Hey Mark, they need some rubber flag stickers.
Yeah.
For my Lego General Lee.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I see him, especially on Mark's when he goes to the charity shops and different places, and like even Cosmic Toys. Like Like I love the old Britain's figures, you know, and like can't find Confederate Civil War Britain's figures over here that aren't $300 for a set. You know, especially if it has a flag or something.
Yeah.
Because it's still sought after, but people just know how rare it is over here.
Yeah. It's like Star Wars stuff. People see Star Wars and they think, oh, Star Wars, it's going to be a certain amount, but yeah, they just charge so high sometimes. It's crazy.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, I'm getting the high sign from the family. It's about.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Well,
go.
it's nearly my lunchtime here, so I'm going to get something to freaking eat. I haven't eaten since last night.
Yeah, me neither. I tried to go the day without eating, but it's not working for me now. Go scramble.
That's what I need to do.
Yeah, I'm gonna
cut off the bread.
Oh, you're not gonna shave, are you?
No, I said I need to cut off the bread.
Oh yeah, you gotta lay off the bread. That's the secret.
Yeah,
I haven't been doing that. That's a no. Nothing but meat, protein, eggs, chicken, red meat. That's the way to go. It only takes a few days too, and man, you feel fuck. It's a whole new world. Yeah, it was cool to have Mark as he was around during this. Well, hopefully he's having sweet dreams now. Him and Lobot are cuddled up next to each other. It's good to see you too. It's good to get the Southern Hemisphere on. Be able to see what's going on the down under.
Down under.
Down under, right?
Yeah, right. Crikey. Anyway, if
Crikey,
I ever
right.
come to the Outback, we're gonna go find Rodney Ansell's grave. We're gonna have a shot.
Shot. Yep.
We're gonna have a shot. That's the. So any of you Australianers, if you can find out where Rodney Ansell's grave is, and let me know.
It should be around somewhere. Surely.
I guess so. I don't know. I know the cops shot him like 87 times in a like a meth field bar fight or something. You know, they didn't show that part in Crocodile Dundee.
No.
That probably happened 15 years after the fucking movie though. But
What did he say? He said if we're gonna eat him.
Yeah, he said that's not a knife.
That's not a
It's
knife.
a knife right there, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
I wonder if he yelled "crikey." I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Apparently, they don't say that anymore. But anyway, I'm gonna have to retire. But gentlemen, it has been a pleasure, and everyone in the chat, thank you very much, hanging with us. It's been a treat.
Yeah. Night, Mr. Sivrak.
Yeah.
He's probably watching. Night,
Yeah.
Mr. Sivrak.
See you, Lex. See you, Gil.
Yeah. Hey, take care, you guys. I'll talk to y'all soon, all right?
Chat.
All right. See you.
All right. Have a good one.
Later.